Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. Volume 1, The Extraordinary Duo. Dark clouds were pressing down on Flamelo Science Institute as a storm raged on outside. Institute disciple Li Danming braved the downpour on the back of his life-bound beast, a four-winged gold rock, before landing in front of a house. The door creaked open to reveal a beautiful girl in a white dress. With one hand holding up her skirt, and an umbrella in another, she crossed the rain with a warm smile to shield Li Danming from the rain. Happy anniversary, King. The two hurried inside, whereupon Li Danming produced a jade hairpin which he placed into her hand. Mu King's eyes sparkled. What a pretty thing. Help me put it on. The two positioned themselves before a mirror as Li Danming inserted the hairpin into her hair, giving her face a pinch as he did so. He missed the annoyance that briefly flickered in her eyes. Despite the rumbling storm outside, the atmosphere within the house was sweet. Danming, I want to become a woman tonight. Mu King lowered her head as her face flushed charmingly. What do you mean? I want to give you myself. She began to remove her dress, revealing her soft skin that left one intoxicated. However, Li Danming only felt confusion. She had always had a haughty personality, and intimacy was a difficult thing even though they were dating. In fact, She had always said that cultivation was her priority, so they had never even gone public with their relationship. Why would she suddenly take the initiative tonight? Li Tanming retreated 2 steps. Scared? She asked. Kinking, something's off with you today. This isn't you. They had gotten to know each other on the road to Ignispolis. Li Tanming had saved her life then, and they had gotten together afterwards. So how should I be then? Together with you for better and worse, and live a life of mediocrity? Mu Kinking's expression suddenly twisted into a cold sneer as she continued to remove her clothes. A thunderclap rang out as the house's roof was torn off. Lightning arced across the sky, and in that singular instant, a violet three-eyed eagle descended. Sitting atop it was a young man, within whose eyes seemed to lurk pools of lightning. Astride a violet three-eyed eagle and with the storm as a backdrop, he seemed every bit a child of lightning. Li Tanming, how dare you drug and assault Kinking? The young man's wrath-filled voice was like thunder, and in response, the three-eyed eagle suddenly unleashed a bolt of lightning that slammed into Li Tanming. The life-bound beast's spirit source ability left Li Tanming paralyzed as electricity coursed through his body, and he fell onto the floor with a thud. Lin Xiaoding? Li Tanming was stunned. He recognized the man. After all, Lin Xiaoding was a famous existence in the Institute. His talent was shocking, and not only was he one of the Institute's Heavens Division disciples, he was even born to Ignispolis Lightning Manor. Among the most elite of all the children in the nation of Vermilion Bird's powerful families, he alone stood at the peak. Li Tanming and Mu Kinking were all from Vermilion Bird's smaller cities, and had struggled long and hard to gain the right to cultivate in Flamelo Science Institute. Lin Xiaoding was supposed to be in a different world from them, someone they should never have interacted with. Big brother Ting, save me. A panicked voice called out, and by the time Li Tanming raised his head, Mu Kinking, with her clothes disheveled, was already snuggled up to Lin Xiaoding, staring at Li Tanming hatefully as she cried. Li Tanming, upon my authority as a Heavens Division disciple, I am well within my rights to lay down punishment for your conduct that is lower than a beast. Judgment has been passed. Your 4-winged gold rock shall hereby be granted the death sentence. Lin Xiaoding declared solemnly. The life-bound beast dying was the same as crippling a Beastmaster. Lin Xiaoding's intention was to sever Li Tanming's path of cultivation, and make him regress until he one day became a cripple, unable to ever stage a comeback. Dense electricity began to coil around the eagle, screeching cruelly a moment later as it launched itself at the gold rock next to it. With razor-sharp talons pinning the bird down, the eagle began to rip off the feathers of the gold rock. Every feather that was plucked out was accompanied by a small fountain of blood, as well as wretched shrieks that all stabbed at Li Tanming's heart. Midas. It was his life-bound beast's name. And at long last, Li Tanming understood what these two ruthless people were after. They intend to kill Midas and rob away the Saint Beast War Soul. 10 days ago, Li Tanming had obtained the precious Saint Beast War Soul in a secret zone. It was the posthumous remains of a mythical Saint Beast, and was worth a city. Supposedly, it had the potential to create a powerhouse that towered above the masses. Midas had already merged the one Li Tanming had found into its feathers. Only Mu Kinking is close to me in Ignispolis. She must have figured out I had gained something precious. So, she tossed me aside after using information about the Saint Beast War Soul to latch onto some great family's child? Paralyzed by the electricity writhing around him, he could only look on as Midas, covered in blood, had its feathers plucked away one by one. The desire and pain in its eyes as it cried at Li Tanming stabbed at his heart relentlessly. What could be more painful than one's brother being butchered alive, while one powerlessly looked on? Lin Xiaoding, Mu Kinking. Li Tanming's blood was boiling. Tanming, submit to fate. Neither your strength nor station in life is a match for me or the War Soul. Drenched by the rain, Mu Kinking approached Li Tanming and looked down at him from above. So, what? Now you think you're a sparrow who's flown up high and transformed into a phoenix? What else could I be? Big brother Ting has already promised to help promote me to become a Heaven's Sanctum disciple. She looked emotionlessly at him. Li Tanming, I've come to realize since arriving at Ignispolis that we're just so insignificant. From now on, you'll be one of the masses, and I'll be up high and above. Just take it as a sacrifice you've made in the name of love for me, alright? You won't meet a good end. Well, unfortunately that's not going to have anything to do with you. Return from whence you came, Flamehaven. I shall leave you with your life as repayment for the debt of saving my life. From today, we no longer owe each other anything. She crouched down and tidied up his disheveled hair. I sincerely thank you for your gift. I've simply been bullied too much since young. From today onward, I'll like those who've looked down on me to kneel while speaking to me. The two of them then left, along with the War Soul. This world has something called karma. You may believe you're risen high up in the ranks of society. However, there shall come a day when you reap what you've sown with interest. He spat bitterly, his maddened, bloodshot eyes fixated on their departing figures. That night, thunder rumbled and a storm poured. A lowly youth, clutching the corpse of his life-bound beast, no, his brother, left Ignispolis and vanished into the night. He knew there would come a day when he came back and demanded payment for this debt of blood. 3 years, just you wait, Ignispolis. 3 years quickly passed. Midas. Once again, Li Tanming woke up with a start. He regularly dreamed of his brother who had once fought side by side with him, his eyes reddening each time it crossed his mind. He had spent these 3 years in Flamehaven living a hard life to remind him of his revenge, while Mu Kinking had indeed remained high and lofty at Ignispolis, becoming a disciple of Flamelo Science Institute's core, Heaven's Sanctum. On the flip side, Li Tanming had become a laughingstock in the Institute for his unsuccessful attempt to drug and violate a girl. Even after returning to Flamehaven, busybodies who didn't know better abounded, who would point and curse at his lack of conduct. To add insult to injury, even his Saint Beast War Soul was said to be obtained by lyncioting through his own efforts. Public opinion is under the control of the powerful families. No one will believe a word I say. Nothing could be more cruel than the ways of the world. It was already late night, but Li Tanming got off his bed and went to the window, staring in the direction of Ignispolis. Suddenly activity occurred within an arcane space in his body. It's finally hatching after 3 years? Li Tanming's eyes widened. That space was called the life-bound space. It was something that existed within every person at the moment of their birth on the Flameolo continent. After 7 days passed, a life-bound beast would hatch within. Practically every person on the continent had their very own life-bound beast. However, Li Tanming's personal space had a massive secret no one knew about. Apart from Midas, who had come into existence together with him, there were actually another 10 mysterious eggs within his life-bound space. And today, 2 of them were wobbling, with cracks even appearing on one of them. Li Tanming shifted the cracking one out of his space, placing it on his bed and quietly waited for it to hatch. The cracks began to spread on the egg, becoming denser and denser as a stifling pressure began to press down on Li Tanming. It's out. The egg split apart. Chapter 2, Eternal Infernal Phoenix. A figure appeared before Li Tanming. Alas, it wasn't the fearsome beast of his dreams. It was readily apparent that the thing crawling out of the eggshells was nothing but a little chick. A particularly yellow and tender one. Li Tanming could only think of one way to describe it: fluffy, and the perfect main dish for a hearty breakfast. In fact, the only thing protecting it right now was that it wasn't morning yet. How does a chick like you even release the aura of a fearsome beast? Li Tanming could already feel a headache oncoming. Huh? Who's the chick here? Don't look down on me, you nugget. I'm gonna beat your ass. The little chick stared fiercely at Li Tanming, as if it was trying to kill Li Tanming with its eyes. A newborn chick that threatened his master? That was a novelty, alright. Life-bound beasts could communicate telepathically with their Beastmaster, but not many could talk with the exception of parrot types. Perhaps this chick was similar to those parrot-type beasts, which was why it could speak. Li Tanming inspected the chick's eyes closely, where he could see a pinprick of light, a star. When a life-bound beast is born, the number of stars determine their tier, Li Tanming murmured. Li Tanming could still remember that Midas had 5 stars when it first hatched, marking it as a rare 5-star life-bound beast in Flamehaven. A life-bound beast's tier directly determined the potential of the beast, as well as the limits of the Beastmaster's cultivation. A 5-star life-bound beast was enough for Li Tanming to be Flamehaven's top genius in the past 300 years. This chick had only a single star, suggesting that it was only a miserable 1-star beast. Wait. As Li Tanming stared into the star spark, he seemed to see the star collapse and scatter before him. Li Tanming couldn't tell if it was just an illusion or reality. Tens. Hundreds. Thousands. Tens of thousands as it continued to grow even further. At long last, Li Tanming saw that single star expanding into a massive starfield. Inside this starfield, countless stars burned. Despite seeming infinitely far apart, their radiance merged and blinded Li Tanming. What was that? That's billions of star sparks. He could feel his brain exploding, as his vision faded and he felt himself seemingly sucked into the distant star field. Within the endless void, there was nothing but an infinite number of stars burning like massive fireballs. The next thing he knew, Li Tanming heard an earth-shattering cry from a bird. He examined the direction of the sound, where a ball of flame was bearing down from the other side of his starfield. Magnificent wings extended from the field of flames, its radiance overwhelming all the other stars around it. As it approached, Li Tanming was shocked to find that it was just as big as the starfield. Every stream of fire that flowed across its body was composed of billions of stars. It was an eternal phoenix. Everywhere it went, countless stars would be yanked from their orbits, gathered into a burning stream that was swallowed by the creature shortly afterwards. It was like the phoenix was just slurping some noodles, except that each strand was made up of billions of stars, subsumed into its body with an effortless slurp. It was an unfathomable sight for Li Tanming. He continued to follow the eternal phoenix as it devoured everything in its path, without any care as to whether it had swallowed any life-bearing suns. Until one day, a huge dark hand appeared. The creature was clearly scared of this hand. It screamed in panic and tried to flee from the hand. What kind of existence was it that would terrify even the eternal phoenix? As the phoenix tried to flee, it even resorted to consuming its own flames, becoming tinier and tinier. Each time the hand landed, thousands of sparks flew out, each birthing new stars. Henceforth and forevermore, I am the master of all primordial chaos and reincarnation. The voice of the hand rumbled through the starfield, reducing everything in the realm to an endless space state of terror. Li Tanming could sense the eternal phoenix's fear as it slowly spread to his body like a poison. At last, the phoenix could no longer maintain its flight and tumbled from the stars. Just as its life was about to come to an end, it suddenly seemed to spot Li Tanming. "What on earth are you?" Li Tanming barely noticed how hoarse his voice was, such was his fear. Time ground to a halt as the phoenix stared at him quietly. "I am the eternal infernal phoenix." As his vision dissolved into a blur, Li Tanming could feel his face hurting as he finally found himself back in his own room. The little chick had made its way up his shoulder without him realizing, and was now pecking at his face. "You, an eternal infernal phoenix?" Li Tanming grabbed it by the wings and dangled it in front of him, while still trying to calm down from all he had seen just now. The single star was still in its eyes, but it was no longer expanding into a star field. "Yeah, pretty badass, eh?" The little chick snapped back as it struggled to escape Li Tanming's grasp. "And what exactly is an eternal infernal phoenix?" Li Tanming questioned. "One of the primordial chaos beasts." "And? I too wish I knew." "Then, what do you even know?" "Give me a break, I just hatched and the first thing I see is that stupid face of yours. What do you reckon I know?" Getting insulted by a little chick sure didn't feel good. Of course Li Tanming knew better than anyone else that this little chick was no ordinary life-bound beast. Likely, the same could be said about the other 9 eggs. What he had just seen was just way too extraordinary. A beast that snacked on suns, the hand that contained the entire universe within its grasp, and the endless field of stars. And such a creature was his life-bound beast? Li Tanming could already sense his spirit burn with passion. "Will you do some biotic cultivation with me?" he asked the little chick. "Of course, training a little chickling like you is easy peasy." The little chick wasn't even trying to hide its cockiness. "Let's be clear, you're the chick here. Lucky you, huh? Dual cultivating with a chick for free." The little chick snorted vulgarly. One of those chicks was not the same as the others. As the little chick relocated itself onto his head, Li Tanming was thrilled by the prospect of cultivating with a primordial chaos beast. Back in ancient days, the ancestors invented symbiotic cultivation. A channel for cultivation was formed between man and life-bound beast, giving rise to the Beastmasters. Through symbiotic cultivation, man and beasts shared their blood veins and their wisdom, forming a dynamic duo of great power. The first stage of cultivation was the beast vein stage. Both Beastmasters and life-bound beasts had 9 beast veins each, and cultivation in the beast vein stage required them to pair and connect them together. Each connected set of beast veins would strengthen the blood connection between the two. After that, special methods could be used to convert the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into beast ki, which would be stored in the beast vein. Beastmasters and life-bound beasts shared their beast ki, thereby allowing power to be shared between the pair. Through symbiotic training, the latent power in the beast's blood veins would strengthen the master's body, while the latent power from the Beastmaster's blood veins would enhance the beast's intelligence. Ever since Midas died, I lost all my beast ki, and all my beast veins wasted away as well. Without a life-bound beast, my journey as a Beastmaster was supposed to be over. Whatever this eternal infernal phoenix is, be it a primordial chaos beast or what, at least it'll allow me to cultivate once again." Naturally, Li Tanming had never heard of the legends of the primordial chaos beasts before. Right before he was sabotaged by Lin Xiaoding and Mu Qingqing, he had connected all 9 pairs of beast veins with Midas, completing all 9 levels of the beast vein stage, and had even made a breakthrough to the spirit source stage. Since my life-bound beast has changed, I have to reconnect all the beast veins. That's basically starting over from scratch. The first step of the beast vein stage was to figure out the location of the beast veins on both parties. As Li Tanming tried to figure out where the beast vein of the little chick was, he could feel the little chick doing the same for him. Once their first beast veins were successfully connected together, they would reach the first level of the beast vein stage. How could such a tiny chick have such a thick beast vein? Li Tanming exclaimed. Inside that tiny body of the chick, Each of the beast veins was like a dragon unto itself, terrifying yet magnificent. It was hard to imagine what kind of fearsome beast these beast veins belonged to. Placed side by side, Li Tanming's beast veins seemed like little worms. What a rookie, look at these pathetic beast veins, clearly a lack of masculine strength. And look at mine. Thicker. Longer. More perfect than yours. The chick was clearly despising him. But why did that sound so weird? Let's see if you can still brag later. Don't forget your beast veins will eventually become mine too. Li Tanming returned the insult. A short while later, their beast veins started connecting with each other. While the chick's beast vein might be way thicker, it didn't make the connecting process any more difficult since it was more of some kind of activation instead of a true physical connection. As long as the two could sense each other, the two beast veins would eventually merge and form a complete circulation. Li Tanming was no beginner, but only when the first beast vein connected did he realize how much the blood of the eternal infernal phoenix could do for his body. No way. Once their beast veins were connected, it was akin to a dragon being connected to a centipede. Li Tanming could feel his very own beast veins turning into a dragon as well. As the dragon roared in his body, he could clearly feel the beast's blood traveling through his torso, transforming every inch of his body. For a moment, it even made him feel like an eternal infernal phoenix itself. His four-winged gold rock had transformed his body before too, but nowhere near to this extent. This must be the power of a real primordial chaos beast. Li Tanming knew this was a huge opportunity for him. It was clear that Li Tanming was a changed man as his eyes shone. Once his beast vein grew to the size of the chick's, the process of connection would be complete, as was their conquest of the first level of the beast vein stage. The next step was to make use of cultivation techniques to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their beast veins as beast ki. The quality of the beast ki would be decided by factors such as the quality of the technique and the blood of the life-bound beast. Li Tanming used the best technique available in Flamehaven, the Dark Gold technique, to create Dark Gold beast ki. Just as he was preparing the Dark Gold technique, the chick snapped. What the hell are you doing? What kind of garbage is this? What do you mean? Li Tanming was clearly confused, because this garbage was the best technique in Flamehaven. Just shut up and let me lead the cultivation. We'll do it my way, the Eternal Infernal Codex way. What? Before Li Tanming could even react, something unimaginable happened. A life-bound beast leading the cultivation, and with its own cultivation technique? But the moment the Eternal Infernal Codex started running, he was clear that the Dark Gold technique was indeed only describable as garbage. After not cultivating for 3 entire years, the thrill of being able to cultivate again got Li Tanming's spirit burning. Before he knew it, an entire night had passed, one in which Li Tanming and his little chick both made a breakthrough to the 3rd level of the beast vein stage. It was true that Li Tanming had some foundations. Still, such speed was unheard of in the entire nation. Even his body became an eternal infernal body, somewhat similar to the little chick. Such a body possessed immense strength and speed, let alone crazy potential. This beast ki from the 3rd level of the beast vein stage. It feels even stronger than the beast ki I had at the 5th level with the Dark Gold technique. As the eternal infernal beast ki coursed through his 3 beast veins, Li Tanming imagined lava flowing through his body. The beast ki had turned him into a volcano that was ready to erupt any moment. There's still 9 other eggs in my life-bound space, and one of them is already showing signs of hatching, just that there's no cracks yet. What kind of primordial chaos beast will it be next time? Li Tanming was filled with anticipation on what the next egg, as well as the rest, could possibly offer him. Could it be, by any chance, that he had obtained all 10 primordial chaos beasts as his life-bound beasts? I once thought that my dream was over, that I could never make a comeback. Even with my mother encouraging me every day, I couldn't see any hope. But the heavens have yet to give up on me, Li Tanming. Linzioing, Mukinking, just you wait, I will return. I will get back everything that you have taken away from me. And of course, your life as well. Li Tanming stared out of the window, mapping out everything he wanted to do in the future. Most importantly, I can't let my mother get hurt any further. His mother, Wei Jing, had already been living a turbulent life, and his expulsion from the Flameolo Science Institute only made matters worse. Throughout these 3 years, all of her suffering and helplessness had been deeply engraved in his mind. Even after the symbiotic cultivation came to an end and a little chick had already fallen asleep, Li Tanming was still cultivating. It was his mother's birthday today. How happy will she be if she sees me pick myself back up, and that I have a future again. The power to cultivate again also means I can collect more clear spirit grass, which should prolong her life further. As the family member that brought him up for the past 20 years, all Li Tanming asked for was to see her joyous face. However, at this moment, a commotion broke out outside of their house. It seemed that someone had just broken into their home. Wei Jing, Li Tanming, open up. We have a big gift for you. Chapter 3, If you meet the wrong person, your life shall be ruined. Li Tanming's father, Li Yan, was Flamehaven's governor, while his mother, Wei Jing, was the lady governor. Both mother and son had resided in the Rain Appreciating Pavilion for years. It was the best residence in the governor's manor, a sign of Wei Jing's position in the manor once upon a time. Through the grapevine, Li Tanming had heard that Wei Jing had had both talent and skill in her younger years, and had even been a country-toppling beauty. She had been very impressive then, and had married his father in the end. However, after Wei Jing gave birth to Li Tanming, she contracted some strange illness. It had accelerated the aging of her and her life-bound beast. Today, she was only 40, but her age was belied by a head full of white hair and looked like she was at death's door. Only her face's outline gave the barest of hints of the beauty she used to be. Like her son, her life-bound beast was also a four-winged gold rock, which was currently sprawled on the ground. Nearly all of its feathers had dropped off, and its movements were sluggish. Movement sometimes wasn't even possible. It was rare for a master to get sick along with their beast. Supposedly, she had traveled far and wide, but she had never found a cure. At this rate, she would pass from old age within half a year. They mostly stayed in the Rain Appreciating Pavilion and never went out, rarely meeting anyone. That was why it was unexpected that someone would barge in on Wei Jing's birthday. Two women walked in. One was in a red dress, looking every bit a graceful and refined madam, if not for her long and narrow eyes, which hinted at her sinister nature. The other was a young girl dressed like a martial artist. Her body was well built and overflowing with heroic spirit. Evidently, she was born into a family of warriors, her eyes filled with the loftiness that only came from having a high status. Or to put it more bluntly, it was arrogance. Third sister, Xujiao? Wei Jing came out. That madam was Li Yan's third wife, called Madame Huang. Men in Vermilion Bird were allowed up to 3 wives and 4 concubines. As a wife, Madame Huang had a high status in the manor, and her family was also of great importance in Flamehaven. The young girl by her side was her daughter, Li Xujiao, Li Tanming's younger half-sister. Her talent wasn't bad, and she had experienced a meteoric rise in Flamehaven in the last 3 years. Big sister, are you well? Madame Huang immediately plastered on a smile upon seeing them as she brought her daughter in. How well could she be with one foot in the grave? Li Xujiao's eyes lit up with amusement as she couldn't resist mumbling. That's a delight. Madame Huang gave a stern glare, but didn't scold her. Instead, she continued to smile. I heard today was Big Sister's birthday. Milord specially ordered a present. He's a little busy today as he has to receive some guests, so he told me to come in his stead. Li Xujiao almost snickered out loud, but managed to hold it back. What is it? Wei Jing was slightly confused. Take a look, Madame Huang handed over a document, holding back her sniggers as she did so. Wei Jing's hand was trembling slightly as she opened the document. At a glance, it was obviously written by Li Yan from the vigorous calligraphy. Just a brief overview left Wei Jing's eyes red and unable to even stand properly. It was only with Li Tanming's support that she could sit. Li Tanming took a look as well. While the tone was polite and it kept beating around the bush, the main message was clear: this was a divorce letter. He spoke of how grateful he was for Wei Jing's company these years as well as her contributions to the family, before waxing eloquence for a while. Finally, he invited Wei Jing to leave the manor. It wasn't just a removal of her role as the main wife, but her identity as the governor-mistress as well. In summary, she was being evicted. Then, it mentioned Li Tanming. The words were curt, telling her to bring him along as well, clearly removing his status as the son of the first wife. It had to be mentioned that Li Tanming had always been the future Flamehaven governor. This was a major event for Flamehaven, but here it was just a side note. However, this showed how merciless Li Yan was. If this had happened 3 years ago, it would have caused big waves. Now, however, it was an insignificant thing. After all, the only thing worth noting about Li Tanming these days was how he had chased after Mu Qingqing and failed, before resorting to drugs. Li Tanming had always known the world was filled with those who liked to kick others while they were down. He had also known Li Yan was heartless. However, he had never drawn a conclusion that it would be his father who kicked him while he was down in the end. In the 3 years he had returned, Li Yan hadn't visited often, but he would at least come on his mother's birthdays. Li Tanming and his father's relationship had been like water and fire since he was young, as the man had never shown much concern over his sickly mother. It had worsened since his return from Invincible, where they hadn't even exchanged 3 sentences. These 3 years, that man's gaze at him had gone from his usual disappointment, to naked contempt, and then finally indifference. When he came to visit during his mother's birthday last year, he had just taken a brief glance before hurriedly taking his leave. To be honest, it wouldn't be a stretch to assume if he was just checking if she had died yet. This pitiful woman was still waiting for Li Yan to play his part in the relationship. Li Tanming couldn't even begin to calculate just how much Wei Jing had paid for the sake of this relationship. For her to be repaid with this ending would make anyone furious. If you meet the wrong person, your life shall be ruined. Madame Huang and Li Xujiao could no longer hold it back when they saw Li Tanming and Wei Jing's expressions. Li Xujiao clutched onto Madame Huang's arm, no longer able to hold back her laughter. Seriously, Dad always looks so old-fashioned, but he sends out quite the exciting birthday presents. Big sister, don't begrudge my lord. This is all absolutely, positively for the sake of you and Tanming. After all, you aren't doing all too well now, which people can easily use as grounds to criticize the old master. Even the brave knows when to retreat. Big sister understands that's a virtue, right? Madame Huang retracted her laughter to say seriously. My lord has also made some plans. He took the effort to prepare these spirit gems. These are valuables only Beastmasters can use, each one worth many a gold piece. It's enough to set you up for life. She took out a bag and casually tossed it to Wei Jing the way one would give a beggar alms. I really am jealous of you. I couldn't get that many spirit gems even if I begged for it, Li Xujiao said enviously. Petty people really were something else. These two and their jibes would aggravate anyone to their deaths. Li Tanming assumed his mother was suffering and wouldn't be able to endure it, but she unexpectedly became incredibly calm after the initial moments of despondency. It seemed that she had came to some sort of understanding. In fact, this does have its positives. The two of us no longer owe each other anything, she muttered, shaking her head. Big sister, if it really is too hard, feel free to cry. In fact, I'll even lend you my shoulder. Madame Huang covered her mouth to hide her twitching mouth. Li Tanming was furious at this point. I think it's about time for you two to scram, no? Big brother Tanming, how could you say that? No, why it's us two here to notify you? Dad has already promised that rain appreciating pavilion is ours from now on. One divorced and one crippled, shouldn't you two be the ones scramming? Lu Xujiao crossed her arms, her eyes alight with mockery. Xujiao is correct. Big sister, I won't make things difficult on account of our years of sisterhood. I'll give you half an hour to pack up. Madame Huang quirked an eyebrow, giggling. Li Tanming himself was almost laughing at this point. All these people really were more merciless than the last one. If not for his fortuitous opportunity, this really would be their end. However, he refused to accept this. Why should his mother have to suffer such unfair treatment? Even if they must leave, they would do it grandly. Not like some homeless dogs kicked out. Just as he decided to confront Li Yan, his mother, who had always understood him, grabbed his arm. The strength her delicate body exerted was a testament to her will. We leave, Tanming. There's nothing much to be fond about here. When we're down, there's no need to pointlessly struggle. When you make your comeback, we shall return for our lost face. These simple words rocked Li Tanming to his core. After all, he was aware that his mother had never been any simple person. If not for her strange illness, this Madame Huang wouldn't be there smiling so complacently. Come back? Lay off the jokes. Your son's life-bound beast life is dead, and from his shameless actions no less. If the laughingstock of Flame Maven could make a comeback, well, that'll be the day pigs climb trees. Li Xujiao snorted. Challenge accepted. I suppose I have no choice but to send you up a tree today then. Li Tanming's eyes glinted with fury as they stared at her. A challenge, big brother Tanming? I don't hold back against cripples, you know. Li Xujiao's smile left her face as it turned frosty. Still remember? That time you got kidnapped when you ran off to play, it was me who trailed them for 3 days and 3 nights, leaving behind clues that led to your eventual rescue. If not for that, you'll already be a lonely corpse in some dark, lonely corner. And yet. Li Tanming's eyes narrowed. Some people really didn't know gratitude. She curled her lips. That doesn't change what a joke this is, Tanming. That's why I regret saving you. I'm a kind, magnanimous, elder brother. We have 3 trees here. I'll let you choose which one you want to have fond memories of when you live here. The orange, locust, or parasol tree. Chapter 4, The Blazing Palm That Sent a Pig Up the Tree. As expected of Li Yan's daughter, Li Xujiao had shown tremendous improvement over the past 3 years, having reached 5th level beast vein at the mere age of 15. Her life-bound beast, a flaming hawk, was a fire-type avian life-bound beast. Li Xujiao called out her flaming hawk from her life-bound space, the most ideal place for a life-bound beast's cultivation, before Li Tanming could complete his taunt. The blazing great bird hovered right above Li Xujiao. Fiery sparks danced off its feathers, its gaze sharp and piercing as it surveyed the area. Its most prominent feature was undoubtedly its talons, the crimson flame burning at the razor-sharp tips reminiscent of a poison-coated dagger. Big brother Tanming, since you no longer possess a life-bound beast, why not I stand aside while Huo gives you a light roasting? Li Xujiao was clearly amused. Who told you that I don't have a life-bound beast? Li Tanming strode to his room, where the chick was still asleep. Who are you trying to fool? Everyone knows your Midas had all its feathers plucked out and died a miserable death. Li Tanming simply ignored her as he entered the room and brought out the chick, which was still in deep slumber. It stirred as he picked it up by the legs. Hey! I was having fun with my 3,000 hermits, how dare you disturb me? The eternal infernal phoenix clearly wasn't happy with being dangled by the legs. As for Li Xujiao, she had already burst into laughter the moment she saw the chick. Big brother Tanming, is this some sort of joke? I bet you'd make a great comedian. Did you get this chicken through the use of a blood pact? A blood pact was the process whereby a beastmaster that had previously lost his life-bound beast could find a possible replacement. It involved the use of a special sacrificial technique where the beastmaster would forcefully inject their own blood into a newborn wild beast to convert it into their life-bound beast. These wild beasts were usually found in the wilderness, did not belong to any master and were extremely aggressive, usually attacking anything in its sight. The chick was still struggling in Li Tanming's hands until it saw the flaming hawk. Damn, what a hot chick. Do you want to have my babies? The chick didn't hesitate to verbalize its vulgar intentions. Not only do you have a chicken as your life-bound beast, but it's also just as perverted as you? Li Xujiao was scornful. Huo, devour it. Whoosh. The flaming hawk turned into a crimson blur, swooping down on the little chick, who whooped in delight. This must be love at first sight. Flapping its tiny wings, the little chick charged towards the hawk, despite the painfully obvious difference in size. Don't make a fool of yourself, your size simply can't compete. Li Tanming felt a slight headache at the chick's bold moves, but to be honest, he couldn't even muster up an ounce of worry. The chick was just too strong, after all. Try to survive this, Tanming. Li Xujiao had also made her move. Based on her movements, it was likely that she was about to use Blazing Palm. Flames erupted from her hands, coating her palm with a visceral energy gathered from her Crimson Beast Key. Renowned as a fearsome move, the Blazing Palm's crackling fire was capable of consuming its victims with ease. More importantly, the impact from the palm was known to shatter every single bone. With a merciless glint in her eyes, Li Xujiao directed the palm straight towards Li Tanming's chest. Pow! To her surprise, Li Tanming didn't budge an inch, taking the full might of her attack squarely on his chest. It was a direct hit, one that could very well injure or even shatter his internal organs. The loud, solid thump that followed was definitely enough to pronounce him dead on the spot. Having killed her brother, Li Xujiao started to panic. Xujiao, are you on a diet? An indifferent smile floated onto Li Tanming's face. Shocked, Li Xujiao gawked at Li Tanming's perfectly unharmed chest. How was that possible? Unfortunately for her, Li Tanming gained complete fire immunity. This was one of the many boons he gained from bonding with the Eternal Infernal Phoenix. His Eternal Infernal Beast Key was already the hottest type of magma in existence. Fire could do nothing to him at all. Behold! This is the real Blazing Palm. Li Tanming took advantage of Li Xujiao's panic and swiftly made his move, way quicker than what she had previously achieved. Before Li Xujiao could react, a Blazing Palm had already made its way towards her face. Pow! A-H-H. A loud and crisp clap echoed out into the surroundings, which was swiftly followed by a blood-curdling shriek. The terrifying power of the Eternal Infernal Beast Key meant that his was no normal slap. Her face blackened instantly, turned into charred ruins, as her body soared through the air and slammed into the tallest parasol tree in the garden. Broken teeth, coagulated blood and saliva splattered onto the ground moments later, a testament to the sheer force behind that casual slap. Bam! Gravity woke up a few seconds later, pulling her back down onto the ground with a cruel jerk. Her body nearly came apart from the fall, and a crippling pain shot up her spine. Aren't you in 5th level beast vein? Surely you can do much better than this. Shall we move on to round 2? No. Please Big Brother Tanming, I made a mistake, no please. Li Xujiao screamed in terror, but that didn't dissuade Li Tanming from sending another punch to her face. Pow! A-H-H-H. She shrieked even louder, as more teeth flew out of her mouth. Once again, she was sent up the tree, except only this time, she got caught in its branches. There wasn't an inch of her skin that wasn't scratched and torn up by the branches, and tears began to stream down her ruined cheeks. The way she shrieked sounded really like a pig, Li Tanming mused. 100 points for this pirouetting pig, I'd say. And it landed on the tree perfectly too. Li Tanming remarked, clapping slowly as he marveled at his work. He grinned as he saw his mother's relieved smile. For Wei Jing, the letter of divorce meant nothing to her compared to seeing her son make a comeback. Well done, my son. She gave him a thumbs up, just as how she always used to. Well, I have good genes. Li Tanming returned the praise. At that very instant, she seemed to appear young once more, the smile on her face hinting at her former beauty. It was at this moment that Madame Huang let out a shriek. Help! Li Tanming has committed murder. Chapter 5, Destination, Heaven's Sanctum. Madame Huang fell into shock at this sight. Furthermore, Li Xujia was still up the tree. Of Li Yan's wives and concubines, Madame Huang was the only one who didn't have much in the way of cultivation, so she could only stay at the base of the tree and babble madly, collapsing to the ground in the process. Li Tanming. You're not the heir anymore. Since you touched my daughter, you will have an unpleasant death. Her mind, however, was a complete blank. Her understanding of the martial Dao may be lacking, but everyone knew that Li Tanming was crippled. How did this happen? Shut it. Li Tanming kicked Madame Huang, who had crawled over, sending her flying with a good kick to her face. After rolling several times, her face planted itself into a stone, leaving it bloody and bruised. One more sound, and I'll pluck out your tongue? Li Tanming barked. Madame Huang whimpered, before falling into a submissive silence. Fortunately, Rain Appreciating Pavilion didn't have people in the area, or she would definitely have attracted quite a bit of attention. The mother-daughter pair had been slapped senseless by Li Tanming, especially Li Xujiao. She was still hanging from the tree, half her face completely ruined. A pig would probably win more beauty pageants than her from now on. The true eye-opener, however, came from the little yellow chick, who was busy tearing the flaming hawk a new one. Bloody holes continued to pop up as the chick darted around gracefully, backing away with wanton abandon. Hey beautiful, no need to struggle, no one's going to save you. The little chick pressed the giant flaming hawk down on the ground, smiling wickedly. My favor is your privilege. The yellow little chick was on the verge of pouncing, sending Li Tanming into a state of utter bewilderment. Where in blazes did this little pipsqueak have the equipment to handle the flaming hawk? The little fellow paused, as it felt something unwelcome. IT's mail. Abort mission. Damn it, why did you dress up so slottily? The chick felt like its world was collapsing around it. Utterly humiliated beyond all belief, it began to violently wail on the hawk. I think that's enough, brother. Li Tanming hurriedly pulled it away. You cross-dressing nugget, don't let me see you again. The little chick spat, kicking up some dirt onto the motionless bird as it turned away. Even Wei Jing was snorting in laughter. Somehow, today was both her saddest and her happiest day. Li Tanming. I didn't expect you to have recovered. I won't forget this, and I'll definitely pay you back 100-fold. Li Xujiao finally jumped off the tree, before applying some medicine on her face. I won't be leaving Flamehaven. Come find me anytime. But don't expect the other half of your face to survive the encounter. Li Xujiao frowned. You won't be leaving Flamehaven? Problem? To Li Tanming, he still had something important to accomplish here. Do you know why Dad chose to depose you and divorce your mother? Li Xujiao said malevolently. I'm listening. Dad wants to marry a woman, and make her the first wife. Obviously, your mother is in the way. Li Xujiao crowed. In Vermilion Bird, men who were not the king could take 3 wives and 4 concubines. Of the 3 wives, one would be the first while the other 2 would be of equal standing. Li Yan had long hit the quota. He had to divorce someone if he wanted a new wife, especially in this case where he wanted a new first wife. Can he even handle it at his advanced age? Li Tanming snorted coldly. You'll definitely be happy to hear who's marrying in. Just say it. The woman is called Liu King. She's in her 20s, not much older than you. She's a famous beauty, but most importantly, she's of the Lightning Manor. Do you still think Flamehaven will have space for you after this? Lightning Manor. Li Tanming was inflamed once again. Lin Xiaoding, who had killed Midas and robbed the Saint Beast War Soul from him, was a direct descendant of the Lightning Manor. The Lightning Manor was the most powerful clan in Vermilion Bird. A hegemon of the nation, they had innumerable powerhouses, controlling almost half of the nation's interests. Dad will be hosting a grand wedding in 10 days' time. If you don't scurry away, you will die if people from the Lightning Manor spots you. Isn't 10 days later when the Flameolo Science Institute selection is happening? Li Tanming frowned. That was the real reason he had to stay here. He had to return to the institute. It may have been where he had fallen from grace, but it was also the holy land for all young Beastmasters. Those 2 people were still there till this day. If he wanted vengeance, he had to return there in an open and above-board manner with the identity of an institute disciple. Flamehaven would host a selection to enter the Flameolo Science Institute every 4 years, and Li Tanming had been the one who had succeeded 4 years ago. And this time, he wanted the slot again. That way, he could grandly leave Flamehaven along with his mother. After all, Li Yan would be forced to send them off, and not kick them out like homeless dogs. That's right. Dad intends to use this election to liven up the wedding. After all, it'll be his son who earns the qualification if all goes well. She didn't sound quite happy at this. This son wasn't referring to Li Tanming, but Li Yan's son through his second wife and Li Tanming's second brother, Li Zifeng. He was Li Tanming's junior by 3 years, and wasn't old enough to be involved in the previous selection. Li Zifeng had risen rapidly in the 3 years when Li Tanming was crippled, leaving the latter all but forgotten by Flamehaven's citizens. His current age and stage was roughly as Li Tanming's was when he obtained the institute slot. Li Tanming had brought shame to the city, but Li Zifeng had brought back hope. After all, as one of the more remote cities, Flamehaven's citizens hoped that their local geniuses could head to the institute and challenge those chosen from Vermilion Bird's core. I understand. It seemed that he would definitely have to make a trip for this wedding. Li Xuejia was telling him all this to bait him into going there to make a fool of himself, thereby accomplishing her revenge. However, there were some things you had to do yourself. This included that woman from Lightning Manor and his heartless father. He had lost everything before, so he needed courage to walk on this path again and seize everything back. Actually, there was also something else important. Li Tanming had once asked Wei Jing when he was 16 if there was any way to treat her strange illness, and she had responded with a place, the Heaven's Sanctum of Flamelo Science Institute. She had never elaborated on the reason why she could be treated there. However, Li Tanming had never concerned himself with the details. The only thing he needed to know was that he had to join the institute, and strive for its core, Heaven's Sanctum. 3 years ago, his talent was close to sufficient for entry. It had even become a certainty after obtaining the Saint Beast War Soul, where he was close to curing his mother and extending her life. But Lin Xiaoding and Mu Qingqing had crushed that spark of hope. Now, he was already 20 and Wei Jing didn't have many days left in her. This selection was his final chance. If he missed it, he could only watch her pass away helplessly. Then, let's start from the institute selection, and his wedding. After keeping a low profile for 3 years, who wouldn't want to return to their battlefield and show that, no, they hadn't lost just yet? Let's go. Wei Jing didn't have anything she wanted to keep. Li Tanming used his arm to support her. All right, mother. Keep the spirit gems, Wei Jing suddenly said, after taking 2 steps. Li Tanming felt some resistance to that mentally. He wasn't particularly fond of accepting this last boon from Li Yan, because that was a sort of humiliation. My child, a man must know flexibility. If there are benefits right in front of you, just take it. The only thing people will remember is that moment when you truly retrieve your dignity. Don't concern yourself with losing a few bits of pride here and there, Wei Jing said gently. Yes, mother. Li Tanming picked up the gems. I'm peckish. The little chick suddenly gave him a pitiful look, though it was admittedly rather cute. What do you even eat, worms? Today onward, you'll need to set aside time for a chick's feeding time. No, these. The little chick pointed at the spirit jades, drooling. Yeah. No. Stick to your worms. Li Tanming snorted disdainfully. We can make a breakthrough if we finish those, the little chick said coolly, placing its wings on its hips. Eldest brother chicken, it was just a jest, a jest. Naturally, all this is my birthday present to you. Happy birthday. Li Tanming hurriedly handed it the goods. If the little chick really could break through just by eating spirit jades, he just struck it big. Chapter 6, The Spirit Gem Gobbling Chick. Fortunately for Li Tanming, he still owned other properties in Flamehaven, which meant that they still had a place to live in despite their eviction. While it was just a small dilapidated courtyard, Li Tanming knew that the situation was only temporary. Once he had obtained the Flamelo order, which would grant him entry into the Flamelo Science Institute, he would leave Flamehaven for good. Night fell. Piled high in front of Li Tanming and his little chick was a stack of spirit gems. When the little chick first mentioned that it could eat such gems, he didn't believe it. What are these? The little chick remarked as it curiously pointed at the patterns on the spirit gems. These are heavenly patterns, Li Tanming replied. Each spirit gem had thin red veins running across its surface. These veins were known as heavenly patterns because they could never be removed. Spirit ores were ores nurtured with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, their formation a result of infusing these miraculous energies over millennia. Only with heavenly patterns could they then be called spirit ores. They had a myriad of amazing uses such as crafting weapons. Spirit gems were considered a subset of spirit ore, as it too had been infused with spiritual energies which had great benefits to both beastmasters and life-bound beasts. Therefore, spirit gems were often used as a kind of currency among beastmasters, with the value of each spirit gem easily surpassing that of an ordinary jewel. There were many different kinds of spirit gems being circulated in the market. Among them, crimson gems infused with fire-type spiritual energy were the most common in Vermilion Bird. However, There were also golden gems, thunder gems and many others that were being exchanged in the market. These gems could be used to purchase all sorts of cultivation-related resources. Legend had it that these heavenly patterns were natural expressions of divine powers, and that hidden within these patterns were the secrets to unlocking the origins of these divine powers. Therefore, most higher-level Beastmasters would choose to study these patterns when attempting to make a breakthrough, hoping to grasp these divine powers. For these reasons, the heavenly patterns were also known as the patterns of heaven's will. There are 9 different colors to the heavenly patterns, the 9 being red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white. Out of the 9, red patterns are lowest in quality, while the white ones are the highest, Li Tanming explained. Spirit ores with white patterns are definitely unprecedented treasures, and rumor has it that their heavenly patterns are some of the most complicated things ever seen. In his lifetime, Li Tanming had only ever seen spirit ores with red, orange or yellow patterns. The ores that lay in front of him were red, widely regarded as the most ordinary sort. That said, they were still pretty helpful for his current level of cultivation. The spiritual energy released from these spirit gems would undoubtedly allow him to form beast ki at a much faster pace. Heavenly patterns? Who cares, they are merely snacks to me, the little chick mumbled as it jumped onto the table, ready to begin his feast. There were about 300 crimson gems. Are you sure these are edible? While it was true that spirit gems aided cultivation, one had to first release the spiritual energy from the gems before refining and absorbing it. Eating them, however. Watch and learn. To Li Tanming's shock, the little chick started to gobble down the gems one after another, like they were grapes. Not bad. Chewy too. Having swallowed more than 10 of the fire-type spiritual energy-infused gems in a row, small flames began to manifest around the little chick, its face glowing like a drunkard. It even let rip a long satisfying burp. Damn, you're really going to eat those stones? Aren't you afraid of constipation? Li Tanming stared in awe. What a bumpkin. I can digest this within minutes. The excess of spiritual energy in the little chick made it let out a burp, sending visible waves of heat through the air. At the same time, the flames already around it grew rapidly. It had completed its evolution into a burning chicken. Although it took Li Tanming some time to react, he soon remembered that the little chick was still a primordial chaos beast. All things considered, eating some spirit gems raw shouldn't have come as a surprise. You should try one too, they do taste pretty good. Real men like us should appreciate delicacies like these. Hiding its hunger under a show of generosity, the little chick picked up a gem with its beak, waddling over to Li Tanming to drop on his palm. Li Tanming sank into deep contemplation at that sight. The symbiotic cultivation had granted him the eternal infernal body. Logically speaking, if the little chick was able to swallow it whole to absorb the spiritual energy, then as the Beastmaster, he should be capable of it as well. The burning sensation that followed as the crimson gem slid down his throat reminded him of strong alcohol. The pain he'd associated with them, however, was a non-factor, and the gem slid into his stomach smoothly. The crimson gem began to dissolve and release an incredible amount of spiritual energy that began to burn his innards. Whoosh! Li Tanming tried to exhale, sending a gout of flame into the air, along with lots of fire-type spiritual energy. Don't puke here, you're wasting it. The chick looked at him with disdain. Li Tanming lowered his head and took a good look at his torso that had since erupted into flames. Could this have been a dream? It clearly wasn't, so just what kind of monster did he turn into? But one thing was for certain. Just like the eternal infernal phoenix, he too was now capable of consuming spirit ores. Direct refinement of an identical crimson gem would only provide around a third of the spiritual energy as compared to eating it raw. The little chick explained. In addition, the absorption process is way easier as well. You only need to gather the spiritual energy at your abdomen area and refine it using the eternal infernal codex. That will directly convert the energy into beast ki that's stored in your beast vein. As for me, if I get enough spirit gems, I can probably cultivate way faster. Li Tanming realized that this was the reason why the little chick could keep eating without ever being full. It was actually using the eternal infernal codex to convert the energy into beast ki. This way, both of them were storing a substantial amount of beast ki. For anyone who happened to walk past the dilapidated courtyard, this would be quite the bizarre sight. A man and a little chick, sitting together and casually chatting while snacking on gems. Oh, and they were also on fire. Hey, how much do you know about the primordial chaos beasts and your origin? Li Tanming even managed to find some alcohol to share with the little chick. I'm not trying to hide anything, but I don't know more than you do. The moment I opened my eyes, I knew that I am the eternal infernal phoenix, one of the primordial chaos beasts and nothing else. The little chick flopped over onto the stone table, clearly drunk. I remember seeing a huge black hand, Li Tanming tried his best to recall. You had that dream too? The little chick jumped up in shock, gazing at Li Tanming. You too? Naturally. I've been seeing that before I was even born. My guess is that I used to be a creature powerful enough to devour suns, till I was hunted and killed by that hand, said the little chick. For some reason, right before I died, I got a second chance by becoming your life-bound beast, thereby surviving in an unexpected way. Well, do you know of any methods that can quickly recover your strength and also elevate me to your level as well? Li Tanming asked. I don't know. All that I know is that limitless potential is hidden in my blood, but I'll need a lot of opportunities to figure them out. The little chick could hardly be considered strong. After all, it was just in the third-level beast vein stage like himself. But if it could release its full potential, it would definitely shock the world. Symbiotic cultivation allows us to become stronger together. That's surely one of the opportunities, Li Tanming analyzed. True, but I require a lot more resources as well. For example, I can tell from a single look that by eating these spirit ores, I can get stronger. Their effects, however, are limited. There's definitely something better out there, I know it. When hunted by the hand, the little chick had chosen to change its way of living, and this had locked out much of the potential hidden within its blood. The real question here was, how do they overcome these and bring it back to its former glory? By then, the duo had finished all 300 crimson gems. We did it. 4th level beast vein. The spiritual energy from the 300 crimson orbs had helped the pair make a breakthrough to a new level. Even at the 4th level, the quality of this beast key is no doubt akin to normal 6th level beast key, Li Tanming exclaimed at the unreasonable strength of the primordial chaos beast's bloodline. Of course, this was just the beginning. For the few days leading up to the selection, Li Tanming would focus on cultivation. Whether he could return to the institute for his revenge and to find a way to prolong his mother's life or not would all depend on that fateful day. And most importantly, he would prove to the people of Flamehaven that he, Li Tanming, had risen from the ashes, reborn as a phoenix. Day 9. Having established the symbiotic cultivation system with the little chick, Li Tanming had made multiple breakthroughs. Therefore, Li Tanming spent the past few days focused on his foundations and also practiced some of the battle arts that he had learned 3 years ago. Night had fallen. The little chick was in a deep slumber on his chest, and Li Tanming himself was also beginning to doze off on his bed. Amidst his sleep, Li Tanming felt a sudden surge of pain through his left arm. Li Tanming broke out into cold sweat. Is someone trying to chop off my arm? Chapter 7, Mysterious Black Arm. Li Tanming sat up hurriedly, sending the little chick, who was snoozing on top of him, tumbling to the ground. What's going on? He couldn't see anyone trying to hack off his hand in the dim candlelight, but he could see something else terrifying. Starting from his fingers, his entire arm's skin was beginning to blacken. The encroaching darkness began to engulf his arm at a breakneck pace as he woke up, turning his left arm into a blackness that rivaled night itself. Horror gripped him as an eerie, prickling pain, one that reminded him of innumerable ants crawling on it, began to emanate from his left arm. What the hell? He was utterly disturbed to see the wriggling flesh reform into black scales. The scales were exquisite and orderly, each a perfect hexagon. A frightening aura began to pulse outwards from his left arm, and the feeling his arm no longer belonged to him assailed Li Tanming. There were no words that could adequately describe the horrible aura emanating outwards. But at the very least, it was one that belonged to a supreme being, one that all life could only prostrate and tremble in front of. The metamorphosis didn't just end there. His fingernails began to transform into red talons, turning his left hand into a monstrous claw. The fingernail-turned talons were scarlet and sharp, giving off the impression that skin and flesh would flay at the slightest brush. Am I still dreaming? Li Tanming wasn't quite sure whether he should laugh or cry. His arm was no longer hurting, and more importantly, he could feel that his arm was now capable of harnessing far more strength than the rest of his body. However, the increase in strength was just the tip of the iceberg. His left arm had undergone some fundamental changes. An evolution into a higher organism could barely begin to describe it. That said, the left arm's unique aura and blood had already mixed with the rest of the body without anything untoward happening. Then, the nightmare fuel continued. A red line formed on his palm as Li Tanming opened his hand, revealing a glistening, bloody crimson eye that looked right back at him. The fright he'd expected to feel, however, eluded him. Seeing an alarmed Li Tanming looking at him had dulled whatever fear he'd expected to feel. In fact, he was beginning to feel that the him being looked at was the eye itself. It was a strange feeling, all right. Li Tanming stared at the claw and the eye, while the eye stared back at and alarmed him. A moment passed, then another, and he suddenly understood what was going on. So, this new eye is mine. He was able to see through two different perspectives, which somehow worked together through some strange method. There didn't seem to be any downsides apart from making his head a little more chaotic. He pointed his palm behind his back and sure enough, he could see behind him. He stuck it into his pants, and he could see his leg. So, Li Tanming, what are you doing? He suddenly heard. Nothing much. No need to hide. Sticking your hand into your pants and panting. So many possibilities. Young people really need to learn to do it in moderation. The little chick snorted. Li Tanming was startled. How could something the size of his palm contain so much lewdness? Come here, you. Li Tanming grabbed him. Naturally, he used his right hand. No, stop, I'm not your chick. The little chick shrieked. Take a look, what is this? Li Tanming revealed his black, scaly arm. In the palm of the beast claw, a bloody red eye was looking at the little chick with schadenfreude. Ghost. The little chick jumped up a meter in fright, its feathers quivering madly as it teetered on the edge of consciousness. With a jolt, Li Tanming realized that this arm was identical to the giant black hand he had seen in the dream when the little chick was born. He had been too shocked then to pay attention to if that hand had had an eye, but these black, hexagonal scales were definitely there. That hand. The little chick realized the black arm's aura was making it tremble on an instinctive level. I think so too. What happened? The little chick asked seriously. Not sure? It suddenly changed. My guess is that you didn't escape your foe, and he's come knocking? Fudge. The little chick cursed, before staring blankly at the black arm. Truthfully, the two of them seemed to lack the qualifications to know the full truth. Who was the black arm? Why did the black arm chase it down? Why was it life-bound to Li Tanming? Why did Li Tanming's arm metamorphosize into that black arm? Guesswork alone wouldn't answer these questions. No need to worry. If I were your foe, I'll definitely give you a satisfying end. Like, we'll first go on an excursion up a mountain, pick some mushrooms, and then prepare mushroom chicken stew together. How does that sound? Li Tanming grinned, unable to repress his mirth any longer. Huh? Is that why you were sticking your hand down your pants? The little chick asked, disdain ruffling up its feathers. Well, it's still a better sight than a certain someone attacking a male flaming hawk. Shut it. The little chick shot up, and pecked at Li Tanming. Despite its diminutive figure, the power behind the peck wasn't anything to laugh at. Sparks flew as Li Tanming blocked with his left hand. I guess we're at a net positive? Probably. It seems the arm is nigh invulnerable. Li Tanming examined the hexagonal scales under the candlelight. He could indeed feel a strength that surpassed himself when he clenched his fist. In the end, he used some white cloth to wrap up the left arm before changing to a new set of clothes. At the same time, he put on a glove. Now, his entire arm was effectively hidden. Otherwise, whoever saw it would definitely take him for a monster. The little chick accepted this development as well. As a lazy chick, it made sense to adopt a wait-and-see approach to incomprehensible occurrences. Maybe I have some connection to the giant black hand? Li Tanming pondered, thinking of that giant black hand that had assaulted the eternal infernal phoenix. Its origin may be uncertain, but it'll give me additional chances for tomorrow's selection. With breakthroughs in his cultivation, as well as the black arm, Li Tanming began to devote the remaining time to practicing old battle arts and ensuring his combat readiness. He had quite a few battle arts, having once reached the spirit source stage. Battle arts had two types. Martial arts, that were practiced by beastmasters, and bestial arts, which were practiced by life-bound beasts. They were synergistic in nature, and only when executed in tandem could they display their full might. As their cultivation increased, beastmasters and life-bound beasts would have access to more and more cooperative abilities, and battle arts were one of them. Wild beasts were incapable of learning bestial arts. Battle arts were divided into 5 ranks of beast: Source, Unity, Heavenly, Saint, based on their power and complexity. Beast-ranked bestial arts were the most basic and were suitable for life-bound beasts in the beast vein stage. They were then further divided into basic, intermediate and advanced. Of course, extraordinary cases existed in the form of supreme beast-ranked arts, which would allow one to dominate their peers in the beast vein stage. Following that were source-ranked battle arts which were suitable for spirit source stage beastmasters. Supposedly, some beast vein beastmasters could grasp source-ranked arts. While Li Tanming may have fallen from spirit source, he still had his familiarity with his old battle arts. It was only the little chick who had to master the bestial arts portion. Still, that fellow was ridiculously talented. Battle arts that might have spent much effort to learn with Li Tanming were easily picked up by the little chick. These past few days, they had both reached mastery of many battle arts. Tomorrow is the day. Li Tanming clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with passion in the dark night. Chapter 8, The Star of Zephyr Square. Against the backdrop of the rising sun, the fateful day finally arrived. The entire city was excited for the governor's marriage, especially since the bride was going to be his first wife. Illuminated with festive colors, music could be heard throughout the city. The Flame Yellow Science Institute selection will be held today at the governor's place. It'll occur immediately after the wedding ceremony. The governor wants to further liven up the occasion by letting the guests spectate the selection. Have you heard? The governor is going to officially anoint young Master Li Zifeng as the heir of the city after he gets the Flame Yellow Order. What a happy day for Flamehaven. At dawn, Li Tanming had already brought Wei Jing into the courtyard for her to enjoy the warmth of the morning sun. She knew that today was going to be a special day. Mother, it's about time I left. After he obtained the Flame Yellow Order, he would take her away from this place that broke her heart. Be on your way then. Wei Jing squinted under the bright sunlight, but it had also brought out a faint radiance from her white hair. Aren't you going to impart some words of encouragement? Perhaps, some chicken soup for the soul? Li Tanming smiled. Chicken soup? What chicken soup? The little chick leapt off his head, its tense appearance bringing chuckles to both mother and son. Judging from the relaxed tone of the conversation, it seemed that Li Tanming definitely didn't appear nervous about the battle ahead. Go ahead, you should be back after I take a short nap, Wei Jing said gently. All right. Li Tanming skillfully tidied her white hair, patting her shoulders lightly before leaving the courtyard. As the courtyard gate closed, a single tear droplet crossed Wei Jing's smiling face. It was a tear that didn't embody sorrow or worries, but instead hope for the future. No one could have ever imagined the amount of dignity that she had lost in Flamehaven. It was the place where her youth and dreams were buried. However, today, at this very place, she wished for her most beloved son to take everything back for them. Today, the governor's manor stood out like a beauty who had dressed herself up. It was brimming with various activities that brought joy and laughter to the place. It was said that not only were the rich and famous of Flamehaven present, but also many distinguished guests from other cities, including even experts from the capital, Ignispolis. As one of the top experts of Vermilion Bird's southern borders, Li Yan definitely had both reputation and ability, which was further enhanced with the observation that the man seemed to improve with every passing year. Ever since he got in touch with Lightning Manor, word on the grapevine was that Li Yan's future was way beyond the limits of Flamehaven. For now, he was definitely one of the most famous people at the southern borders. Li Tanming had no interest in observing the wedding ceremony, choosing to enter the manor only when the ceremony was about to be concluded. The place chosen for today's event was known as Zephyr Tower. It was a magnificent building, with a huge parade square inches front of it which was named Zephyr Square. Li Tanming had spent 16 years of his life training in the square. A crowd had gathered in front of Zephyr Tower and were waiting in anticipation. The governor had just finished his wedding, which meant that next up was the long-awaited selection. Li Xujiao snickered as she saw Li Tanming walk in. She knew that Li Tanming would be back to make a fool of himself. This was exactly what she wanted to see. As payback for the slap he had given her, Li Xujiao and her mother had not told anyone about Li Tanming's blood pact or his new life-bound beast. That new first lady sure is bewitching and seductive, it's no wonder Dad fell for her. She's going to cause a great deal of trouble for him. Li Xujiao gazed in the direction of Zephyr Tower, having already seen the bride. That said, her beauty was nothing in comparison to Li Zifeng and the Flame Yellow Order. Apparently, Dad has already contacted the teachers at Flame Yellow Science Institute with regards to second elder brother. He'll be taken care of the moment he enters the institute. I don't think you had this kind of treatment before, did you? Li Xujiao smirked. Just as she finished her sentence, a group of individuals emerged from the top of Zephyr Tower, seating themselves at a position where they had a bird's-eye view of the entire square. As the host for the day, Li Yan naturally occupied the middle seat. The man stood perfectly straight, his hair slightly streaked by white. He lowered himself onto his seat, his hand sturdily grasping the armrest. Even when simply seated, however, he released an intimidating aura which silenced Zephyr Square. Despite his more than humble background, Li Yan was a prodigy ever since he was young, having needed to start from scratch, clawing his way to his current position. As the governor of Flamehaven, legendary tales of his youth continued to be told and retold throughout the city. Beside him, a lady dressed in red gracefully settled in. While she lacked the kind of aura Li Yan possessed, she was no doubt the center of attention. Li Xujiao's claim that the lady was stunning could not have been more accurate. The lady was dressed in a scarlet silk dress with a collar reaching all the way to her chest, a seductive figure that teenage girls could never compare to. Her cheeks were hibiscus-like, her brows like willow, her skin like snow, and her cherry-like eyes seemed capable of arousing all of one's desires. Her black hair was tied up into a bun, while the pieces of jewelry pinned inside glistened under the sun. Her rosy lips, tilted at an angle, seemed to announce to the world that the governor's manor already belonged to her. She was Li Yan's bride, the new first wife, Liu King of Lightning Manor. Even if there were elites among the guests that matched Li Yan in status, or if all of his other wives and concubines were gathered, it was undeniable that no one was as attention-grabbing as the two. This was especially true for the Belle, a seductive, irresistible figure for all the teenagers in the square. Even Li Tanming had to agree that her charm was enough to make most people lose their mind over her, but just the thought of her being from Lightning Manor was enough to elicit disgust. Their arrival suggested that the selection was about to soon begin. Yan, just one look tells me that Xifeng doesn't have much competition in Flamehaven. Liu Qing's voice was soft and sweet. It's good enough for him to have developed this much in Flamehaven, replied Li Yan. I heard that you had another son who also went to the institute and even dared to offend the little monster from Lightning Manor? Liu Qing questioned. Don't concern yourself with him, he's already crippled. Li Yan didn't appear like he wanted to talk about this topic. Oh, I see. Liu Qing smiled. Being the center of attention, Li Yan proceeded to wave his hand. Amidst a rain of applause, someone walked out and announced. The Flamealo Science Institute selection has officially begun. My turn. The moment the selection started, the first to step foot onto the Zephyr Square was a striking teenager. Look, it's young Master Xifeng. As Flamehaven's most reputable young genius, everyone knew who Li Xifeng was. It was said that Li Xifeng possessed an arrogant personality and enjoyed being in the limelight, and this was immediately evident. With the gazes of everyone on him, Li Xifeng summoned his purple-eyed bright bird from his life-bound space. The purple-eyed bright bird, enveloped by violet flame, stood side by side with its master. The valor that exuded from the pair, and especially the murderous look from the purple-eyed bright bird, was enough to make most of the audience flinch. Who dares to challenge me? You can take turns. Li Xifeng did a sweeping scan of the area, his enthusiasm and fighting spirit clearly visible. From Zephyr Tower, Li Yan could hear many words of praise. Governor Li, your son must be a real hero, to have the guts to be the first one in the ring. Look at that purple-eyed bright bird. He really did receive good genes from the governor. A brief smile flitted onto Li Yan's face. Xifeng has improved quite a lot recently and is way more competent than peers his age, so of course he can afford to be the first on the stage. Ah yes, a lot stronger than the previous one too, an elder exclaimed. You mean Li Tanming? It's a darn shame, another replied. Li Yan didn't want to hear them discussing Li Tanming. After all, they had quite a few guests from Lightning Manor. But it seemed that there were always fools wherever you went. Don't talk about people that's no longer around. Li Yan clearly wasn't happy about this. This was enough to silence the chatter. After all, these people have all heard of how Li Yan divorced Wei Jing and abandoned Li Tanming, chasing them out from the manor. And with that, Flamehaven had ridden itself of that joke. As they spoke, someone had already stepped onto the stage and challenged Li Xifeng. It was a battle between the Beastmasters and their life-bound beasts. The challenger was named Du Yong, his life-bound beast being an azure gale wolf. As the wolf stood before the purple-eyed bright bird, everyone knew that the match was going to be awfully one-sided. As expected, Li Xifeng didn't even have to lift a finger, as his life-bound beast burned the opposing pair to a crisp before tossing them off the stage. Weaklings. Utterly useless. I want more. Li Xifeng didn't even try hiding his arrogance. Furthermore, his methods were violent. He intended to injure his opponents as much as was permissible. This was to discourage other participants from challenging him and thus allowing him to obtain the Flamealo order in the shortest time possible. Another challenger approached the stage, only to be defeated yet again by just the purple-eyed bright bird. This was the potential of his 5-star life-bound beast. In general, people with 5-star life-bound beasts would easily be considered a genius in Vermilion Bird. Any more challengers? Li Xifeng was on a hot streak, eliminating over 10 opponents in a clean and swift manner. Even if the subsequent challengers were more threatening, they were still all no match for him. Li Xifeng must be at the 7th level of Beast Vein stage. Given his strength, it seems like it. 4 years ago, when Li Tanming received the Flamealo order, he was only at the 6th. No wonder the governor likes Li Xifeng better. 7th level of the Beast Vein stage is a guaranteed ticket to Flamealo Science Institute. Look. Can you see the governor smiling? Such words began to be spoken more and more as Li Xifeng defeated over 30 people in a row. By now, it was apparent that Li Xifeng was indeed a genius. Additionally, none of the challengers appeared to even pose the slightest threat to Li Xifeng. His outstanding performance definitely made Li Yan feel proud. Another hour passed, with Li Xifeng defeating all his challengers. No one else dared to approach him. What unprecedented talent! Only youths with such an aptitude are worthy of becoming the heir of Flamehaven. While he does have a bit of a temper, it is undeniable that Li Xifeng inherited his father's gifts. For a while, there was nothing but praise for Li Xifeng. It was apparent that he was the future of Flamehaven. Father, there are no more challengers, I have won. Li Zifeng was satisfied with this result and looked up at Zephyr Tower with anticipation. Once he saw Li Yan smile, he knew that it was settled. Li Yan suddenly rose from his seat and with a quick leap, he had landed right in front of Li Zifeng. It was a casual jump, but the pressure from his presence alone was comparable to that of a terrifying beast, and it brought even the purple-eyed bright bird's head to the ground. Could it be that he had the Flame Yellow Order in his hand? The selection is hereby over. Young Master Zifeng shall be going to the Flame Yellow Science Institute. Chapter 9, Twisting a Knife into His Wound? Father. Li Zifeng had never been this excited before. Well done, Li Yan praised. It's because you guided me well, Father, Li Zifeng hurriedly replied. The time had arrived for Li Yan to announce the results to the world. Li Yan turned to face the citizens of Flame Haven, to announce solemnly. From this day on, Li Zifeng shall be the heir of Flame Haven. You may have done well today, but keep in mind not to be full of yourself. You have a bright future ahead, and remember to be cautious with every step you take. Li Yan's face glowed with pride, a rare sight. Congratulations, Governor. Congratulations, young master. What a happy day for Flame Haven. Our governor has gotten married and the young master was made the heir. He'll also be going to the Flame Yellow Science Institute. The captain of the Imperial Guards, Zhao Ding, cheered madly, and the audience began to follow suit. While everyone had their eyes on Li Yan, an unassuming young man dressed in white suddenly made his way onto Zephyr Square. Li Danming? What is he doing there? Most of the audience recognized that figure, and were shocked by this person's arrival. After all, this was not a place for the shame of Flame Haven to show up at, especially during a time when he was just removed as the heir, with his own brother inheriting it. What on earth is he doing here? Is he a fool? Well, what would you expect from someone like him? The governor must be fuming. It's his wedding day today. Fortunately, he didn't bring his sickly mother with him. Someone just chase him out of here already. From the crowd's perspective, Li Tanming was just someone who had lost his mind over being removed as the heir. But they underestimated Li Tanming. He was never there for the throne, nor did he have any interest left in the entirety of Flame Haven. As Li Tanming lifted his head, Li Yan had already turned towards him, squinting at him. A terrifying aura engulfed him a moment later. To him, Li Yan felt like a giant capable of reaching the sun, judging him from up high. If this happened 10 days ago, Li Tanming would probably be left trembling on the floor, barely able to move. But not now. He was the Beastmaster of a primordial chaos beast. No matter how strong his opponent was, the dignity running in his blood would not let him admit defeat there. Even if every step towards Li Yan felt like it was using up all his energy, he still managed to make it in front of Li Yan. Li Tanming? You must be crazy. Someone, chase him away, this is no place for beggars. Li Zifeng couldn't hide the disgust on his face. In fact, he would have forgotten all about this elder brother if not for his unexpected appearance. Quite a few guards gathered around them, ready to carry out the young master's order. However, Li Yan waved his hand, signaling the guards to stand back. Danming, this is not the place for you to be at. You should focus on resting at home. As the elder brother, you can always support his decisions, said Li Yan. Zifeng has done well, and he certainly has the talent for cultivation, more talented than I used to be. But before he gets the Flame Yellow Order, I would like to give him one last challenge, Li Tanming said, his mind far from the hysterical state the others imagined him to be in. The father and son's conversation was seemingly amicable, both choosing to hide their aggression and hatred. After all, it was an important day, and they were distinguished across the nation, so they didn't want to embarrass themselves. What are you playing at, Li Tanming? What challenge can a pile of trash like you even give me? Li Zifeng questioned. Why are you being so rude on an auspicious day like this? Are you scared you can't pass my challenge? Stop fooling around, go back and rest. Li Yan's patience was running dry by the time these words left his mouth. His expression, though calm, was betrayed by the anger raging in his eyes. I'm not joking. I've yet to reach the age of 20, which qualifies me to participate in this selection. The rules don't state that I am not allowed to contest for the Flame Yellow Order again even if I got it 4 years ago. Li Tanming said simply, causing a commotion in the crowd. That boy must have gone completely crazy after everything he's been through. Zhao Ding exclaimed. I supposed he probably didn't want to live anymore, and just wanted to use the last moments of his life to ruin the governor's reputation. What an ungrateful little brute. Did he forget who raised him? Whatever happened at the institute was because of his own lust. He can only blame himself. As the crowd chattered, most of them felt that Li Tanming had achieved the goal of making Li Yan feel uneasy. Everyone knew how much Li Yan cared about his own reputation. The only person that had a different reaction was Li Zifeng, who burst out laughing. Elder brother Tanming, you're already an ordinary person, and yet you still dare challenge me. Are you hoping that I'll give you a more honorable death? Well, do you accept my challenge then? Li Tanming asked. Of course. Remember to not make a fool of yourself on the Zephyr Square after being defeated, Li Zifeng said, before turning to Li Yan. Father, please don't worry. I will not kill him. I will chase him away after beating him. After all, it's me he's after, which means that it's only right for me to do the job. Don't overdo it, Li Yan replied, his expression placid. After all, how could someone with no more beast key and a dead life-bound beast defeat a 7th-level beast vein Beastmaster? Having said that, he leaped back to Zephyr Tower without giving Li Tanming a second look, and explained to the guests there. It's a pity that you have to see my disgrace of a son. You might have heard stories about him before, and I'm really sad to say that he has shamed our family. It's alright, Governor Li, every family has their issues. This kid doesn't appreciate everything that you have done for him, and even dares to cause problems for you. At this juncture, there's not much more you can do as a parent, said one of the big shots from Ignispolis. Thankfully, Zifeng will make our family proud. Just let Zifeng handle this and teach Danming a lesson, said Madame Mo, Li Yan's second wife. Liu King? Li Yan returned to his seat and found his bride staring at the Zephyr Square curiously. Yan, even after losing his life-bound beast, this elder son of yours is still calm and composed. He is not as disgraceful as expected. Liu King's eyes sparkled with interest. He's just faking. I know him well enough. Li Yan frowned. Don't be angry about this, just treat it as a show. Everyone knows what kind of acts this boy has committed before. No one will blame you for that, Liu King comforted him. You really understand me best. Li Yan had already turned his attention to the square. Sure enough, the brothers were already facing each other, both ready for a fight. Li Tanming, you're nowhere close to what you were 4 years ago. This is just letting me twist the knife in your wound. With a smirk, Li Zifeng picked up his pace and dashed towards Li Tanming. Chapter 10, Flamehaven shall tremble. What did Li Zifeng have to fear? He was already at 7th level beast vein, even stronger than Li Tanming had been 4 years ago. He instantly appeared behind Li Tanming, intending to knock him out by striking his foe's nape with a well-placed palm. They no longer belong to the same world. Further words would just be a waste of breath. Father will definitely appreciate my decisiveness. The crowd watched with bated breath as his attack landed. A solid thump rang out as Li Tanming suddenly raised his left arm to block the blow. Under normal circumstances, Li Tanming's left arm would have shattered. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Li Zifeng stumbled back several steps, clutching a trembling right arm. The hand he'd used to attack was bright red, and was beginning to turn slightly purple. You wrapped your hand up in a layer of metal? Li Zifeng clenched his teeth as he hissed. It was your hand that was too weak, Li Tanming replied. Trying to act all mysterious? Li Zifeng's anxiousness after failing to show off was beginning to show, but that didn't stop him from being curious. Why can I still feel beast ki from you? Didn't you lose it all? I simply used a blood pact and found another life-bound beast. How else could I test you? You don't actually think I came here to die a glorious death, right? Li Tanming definitely had to claim he had used a blood pact. Blood pacts had low success rates of 1 in 10,000. Many beastmasters who had lost their beasts would use it, only to end in abject failure. Amazing. Well, why not show off your new life-bound beast? You're so confident. Could it be 6 star? Or even 7? Li Zifeng guffawed. Li Tanming didn't waste words, choosing to summon his eternal infernal phoenix instead. The little chick leapt onto Li Tanming's head as it appeared, showering its surroundings with a fierce glare. The entire manor went deathly still for just a moment, before a torrent of laughter rained from all sides. In front of the purple-eyed bright bird, it could only be cute, no matter how fierce it acted. What an absolutely adorable chick. That's a life-bound beast? Ahahaha. Every person broke down laughing, regardless of how high their position was. Li Tanming really is filial. He must have come today to make the city lord's marriage more lively in the capacity of a comedian. We misunderstood him. He's turned over a new leaf, and plans to make a living as a comedian from now on. Li Zifeng was stunned as he stared wide-eyed at the little chick attempting to act tough, before laughing to the point of pulling a muscle. Even his bright bird revealed a human-like smile. Brother Tanming. That chick isn't even enough to fill a single dish, and yet you used it as a life-bound beast? Li Zifeng roared with laughter. But Li Tanming and the little chick were both solemn. The little chick's eyes turned bloodshot. How dare you look down on your grandpappy, you nugget. The little chick transformed into a bright yellow blur that assaulted Li Zifeng. Its arrival was too abrupt. Li Zifeng was still in the midst of laughing when his instincts screamed with danger. A moment later, Li Zifeng was violently pounded into the ground as what felt like a giant house slammed into him. His stomach had been scorched black, and a bloody gash glimmered ominously at the center. Yuck. This flesh is sour. The next moment, a little chick was back on Li Tanming's head, now with an additional strip of flesh in its beak. Anyone with 2 brain cells could tell it was from Li Zifeng. Li Zifeng grimaced. You're asking for it. The little chick's sudden violence had cast a chilly silence upon the area, and the audience's smiles began to stiffen. Li Tanming shook his head. Ah, my boy Zifeng. You're too undisciplined. Arrogant, brash and lacking compassion. If someone refuses to teach you well, it falls to me to do it. You? With what, that one-star life-bound beast of yours? Li Zifeng and the purple-eyed bright bird exchanged a look, before rushing at the opposing pair. Li Tanming and the little chick communicated telepathically. Sure, our eternal infernal beast key is stronger than his, but it's not enough to overcome the gap of 3 levels. He has more quantity than us. Unfortunately, his attribute just so happens to be fire. Fire immunity was the reason Li Tanming dared to challenge Li Zifeng, even with a gap of 3 levels. Then cut the crap. Charge. The little chick's blood was already boiling. It was a fighting junkie, and its favorite hobby was taking on stronger existences than it. This bright bird was perfect? Trashy birdie, come on and accept Grandpappy's love. It hooted. Some people chuckled out loud. They hadn't expected the little chick to talk like a parrot. Usually, life-bound beasts could only speak with their Beastmaster. While the bright bird couldn't speak, it still understood the little chick, flying into a rage at the chick's provocation. Extending its wings, it charged forward before Li Zifeng could say anything, its beady eyes focused on the little chick. Li Tanming targeted Li Zifeng as the purple-eyed bright bird began to pursue the little chick. Watch this. Li Tanming suddenly exploded with speed. His legs were so fast that they seemed like a mirage, and Li Zifeng, who was at the receiving end, began to feel something like demons shifting in and out of existence in his vicinity. This was the advanced beast-ranked battle art, Ghost Steps. It was more or less the best movement art among beast-ranked battle arts, and Li Tanming had spent half a year polishing it. A ghostly figure whizzed by. Li Tanming appeared in front of Li Zifeng as the latter's scalp began to tingle, punching outwards at his unnerved foe. Dragon Mammoth Heavy Strike. It was a boxing art that was Li Tanming's signature move. Midas had been a metal-type life-bound beast, gifted in speed and power. This advanced beast-ranked art had been made just for him. Like its namesake, this fist was designed to explode with horrifying might and generate high-frequency shock waves, capable of reducing a victim's internal organs to mush. The Li Tanming of today didn't have the strength of a dragon or mammoth, but he had the even more powerful primordial chaos beast's strength. Furthermore, it was his black left arm unleashing it now, which made it even fiercer than before. A mighty blow, backed up by incredible speed, lashed out at Li Zifeng. Li Zifeng narrowed his eyes. He could already sense the might behind the punch and calmly responded with his own advanced beast-ranked battle art, the Fiery Cloud Palm. The Fiery Cloud Palm wasn't bad. It created a fiery cloud around the palm that could be used to guard, confuse, or even to suppress the enemy. Concealed within the fiery cloud was power that could shake mountains and rivers. Time to return to your kennel, you laughingstock. Li Zifeng said coolly, filled with utmost confidence in his thick beast key. Palm and fist collided a moment later. A thud rang out, a sound that was swiftly followed by a gruesome crack. Piercing shrieks filled the air as Li Zifeng flew through the sky, landing head first in a daze, blood dripping out of his nose the whole time. Even scarier, one of his arms was twisted at an unnatural angle, the fingers covered completely in blood. Li Tanming. Li Zifeng lifted his head, grimacing in pain. He knew he had completely been humiliated. The manor fell silent, stunned by this spectacle. Chapter 11, Forgive Me, Brother. Atop Zephyr Tower, those seated stood up in shock. Their eyes were glued to Zephyr Square, looks of disbelief written across their faces. How could that be? Didn't Li Tanming lose all his beast key? 3 years, that's enough to end any Beastmaster's career. But Zifeng is 7th level beast vein. Did Li Tanming use some kind of dirty trick? Madame Mo had a stern look on her face. Li Tanming, the joke of Flamehaven, the boy that everyone thought would be gone for good, had returned with power that matched Li Zifeng's. So his appearance today really wasn't a joke. Probably the only one whose jaw didn't drop was Madame Huang, who had already seen what Li Tanming was capable of beforehand. Even Li Xujiao couldn't hide her surprise. After all, she wanted her second brother to teach Li Tanming a lesson on her behalf, but the tables had turned. Oh? Interesting. He probably recovered a while ago and was hiding it the entire time. The corners of Liu Qing's lips curled upwards. He must have found a new life-bound beast to prevent the loss of his beast key. Too bad it is but a worthless one-star life-bound beast. He can never go beyond the beast vein stage. The chain of events threw Li Yang off guard as well, but he immediately managed to find an explanation for it. If Li Tanming had made use of sacrificial techniques to find a new life-bound beast the moment he returned to Flame Maven, then it was true that he could somewhat stop the dissipation of his beast ki, thereby preserving a certain amount of strength. But the people of Flame Maven didn't understand the reason behind all these, as evidenced by how they gawked at the brothers. As a result, being the one with the lower hand, Li Zifeng was almost driven crazy. Malice twisted his face as Li Zifeng drew out a sword. It was a vicious steel sword, crafted with top-quality spirit ores and infused with the blood of life-bound beasts. These kinds of weapons were known as beastal weapons, and were far more powerful than regular weapons, especially in the hands of beastmasters. On top of that, beastal weapons could also synergize with life-bound beasts. This blue steel sword has yet to drink your blood before. Li Zifeng pointed his sword at Li Tanming. He had underestimated his opponent, and he would not let that happen again. And my crimson blood dagger was never meant to drink the blood of my own brothers, but I guess there are always exceptions to everything. Li Tanming drew a scarlet dagger from his sleeve. It was about 15 centimeters long, with a blade the length of his finger. The entire body of the dagger was a bloody red, making it look like the fangs of a venomous snake. In terms of weapon quality, the crimson blood dagger was just as good as the blue steel sword. It had been Li Tanming's weapon for a long time, being able to kill in a single deadly blow. And yet, who could have imagined that the brothers would point at each other with real blades in hand, aiming for the other's life? Why did you come here to shame yourself? With your one-star life-bound beast, you are just some garbage stuck in beast vein. Once I get the flame yellow order, I will be so powerful that you'll grovel at my feet 3 years from now. As he spoke, Li Zifeng swung his blue steel sword, his steps suddenly increasing in speed. This was the intermediate beast-strength battle art, the wind-riding steps, which greatly increased his agility. But even that paled in comparison to the sword darts he was using. As the sword danced in the air, it was clear that he was using the blazing tornado sword from the Li Manor, an advanced beast-strength battle art. With the blazing tornado sword, Li Zifeng had created a gust of wind, the sword hidden within the gale as it swung towards Li Tanming. At the same time, the purple-eyed bright bird had also used the beastal art of blazing tornado wings to sweep up a cyclone, its wings now like 2 giant knives that swept towards the chick. The battlefield was divided into 2. But both sides were just as exciting. Die for me! Li Zifeng screamed. His sword struck from multiple directions, stirring up a wave of flame that surrounded Li Tanming. A vortex of flame engulfed Li Tanming, its interior brimming with countless strands of sword ki that threatened to tear Li Tanming apart. This move was a true reflection of Li Zifeng's strength, as no one under the 7th level of the Beast Vein stage could possibly block it. The heat emanating from the tornado of flames alone was enough to burn most people to a crisp. Are you dead yet? Li Tanming. You're just a stray dog that should have died long ago, so stop haunting me. Li Zifeng was already in a state of frenzy. Confidence surged within him as he watched his blazing tornado sword swallow Li Tanming, which swiftly gave way to fear as he realized something. Where was Li Tanming? You are right, I am here to haunt you. Li Zifeng felt a chill run down his spine as a voice spoke from right beside his ears. He froze as hot metal rested on his neck, daring him to move an inch. By now, the audience could see that Li Tanming had already appeared behind Li Zifeng, his crimson blood dagger pressed right against Li Zifeng's throat. If he so willed it, Li Zifeng would have perished. In fact, Ghost Steps wasn't the only thing that got Li Tanming there. There was another trick up his sleeve that had decided his fate. It was a supreme beast-strength battle art, the Bloody Soul Hunt. It was the strongest battle art that Li Tanming practiced, and was meant to be used with the crimson blood dagger. As the pinnacle of beast-strength battle arts, few had succeeded in mastering it. It wasn't an offensive battle art, but a cross between a movement art and assassination art. Fast. Precise. The essence was to strike like lightning at the perfect instant to bring death to its opponents. It might not appear much, but Li Tanming had to practice it thousands of times a day just to achieve the effect of a one-shot kill. PSSS. Without hesitation, Li Tanming sliced the dagger across Li Zifeng's arms, causing blood to spurt out. AHH. Beads of sweat popped out of Li Zifeng's forehead as he trembled uncontrollably. Zifeng, you shall pay for all your insults and your mockery. Now take this. Li Tanming's voice was like a demon's, and with each sentence, the crimson blood dagger drew a new line on Li Zifeng's body, the latter shrieking in pain the entire time. All the acts you have done, all the crimes you have committed, do you really think no one knew about them? They just didn't dare to touch you because you had Li Yan as your backer. As a matter of fact, Li Tanming wanted to teach Li Zifeng a lesson a long time ago. During the 3 years of his absence, there was no one controlling Li Zifeng, who went on to do whatever he wanted in Flame Haven. Despite committing a mountain of malicious deeds, his talent and family had enabled him to elude retribution. If your father is not going to teach you about basic manners, then I will do it. Just because you're the governor's son doesn't mean you can look down on others. This elder brother will today teach you the meaning of everyone is born equal. Today, I'll teach you how to spell karma. This slash, do you like it? With each sentence he said, Li Tanming landed a new slash on Li Zifeng, slashes that were intended to cause great pain without creating lethal wounds. In total, he lashed out 6 times on his limbs and butt cheeks. Forgive me, brother, I learned my lesson, please release me. Dad, Mom, help me. Li Zifeng howled miserably, his face paler than paper. His blue steel sword had long fallen from his hands, completing a picture of a one-sided defeat. No one possibly expected this battle to be so one-sided. The image of the youth standing on the stage had already created a lasting image in everybody's mind, but that wasn't all. Even more terrifying the sight of a blood-soaked huge bird dropping on the ground as Li Zifeng capitulated. It was none other than the purple-eyed bright bird. As the purple-eyed bright bird struggled feebly, a little chick landed beside it, its mouth stuffed with feathers. You stupid stinking bird, do you know how to take a shower? Even your feathers are so damn smelly. The little chick shuddered as it spat out the feathers in its mouth, gagging and dry heaving the entire time. How could a cute little thing like this gravely injure the purple-eyed bright bird over 10 times its size? Was it even possible for a one-star life-bound beast? An irritated Li Tanming, a blood-stained crimson blood dagger and a grumbling little chick. The governor's manner sank into an unprecedented, odd silence from their very presence. Chapter 12, You're Not Worthy. Wasn't he crippled? It was Li Zifeng who looked like the real cripple here. What a horrific loss. He's just crying and crying. Is it that painful? To be honest, young Master Zifeng has always been a bully. Being beaten like this can kinda be considered poetic justice. Many soft discussions started. Li Zifeng's reputation immediately came crashing down. There were some words that no one would dare to voice out loud, but kicking someone when they were down was something that came naturally to the audience. Within moments, Li Zifeng's conduct in the last 3 years was brought to light. Now, everyone was waiting for Li Yan's response. And as Li Zifeng expected, his father got up after the 6 strikes. "Milord, quickly save Zifeng, then execute this rebel." Madame Mo wailed. She wanted to step forward herself, but she didn't dare to. Everyone was watching Li Yan. This was supposed to be his joyous occasion, and this had to be a huge slap in his face, especially when it came to the reputation-conscious Li Yan. Furthermore, Zephyr Tower was filled with many dignitaries as well. They may not say anything to his face, but they would definitely ridicule him behind his back after this. Li Tanming could feel a gaze boring at him, and he released Li Zifeng, who crumpled over at his feet. "Dad, Mom, save me." Li Zifeng crawled away like a dog, scrambling off the stage without even caring about his purple-eyed bright bird. "Mother, this was for you." This time, it was all to stick up for her, as well as himself. For his lost dignity, for the justice he deserved. Wei Jing's dignity had been cast aside with a divorce letter, while Li Tanming's had been lost for 3 years. Li Tanming was prepared to crush anything in his way, consequences be damned. Today, he would rampage as much as he wanted. He was already displaying the beginnings of greatness. This day would definitely be left in the annals of Flamehaven history. Li Tanming lifted his head, meeting his father's gaze by chance. The latter's eyes were grim, evident from his clenched, twitching fist, a last-ditch attempt to control his emotions. Li Tanming may have pissed him off, but he was still a man with a city under him, his dignity was at stake. "An excellent performance, Tanming. It pleases me to see your perseverance, despite the past 3 years," Li Yan said blandly. "Why, thank you." The exchange seemed amicable on the surface, but was in truth fraught with tension. In truth, Li Tanming had told Li Yan how he had been framed when he returned from Ignispolis. However, the silent reply he received made him realize that his father feared Lightning Monner too much to offend them. At that moment, Li Tanming had been incredibly disappointed. Even though he had the high and lofty position of commanding Flame Maven, he chose to give up Li Tanming in the face of the colossal Lightning Manor, while tossing aside his mother as an afterthought. That divorce letter of his had been his most vicious move yet, and Li Tanming had carved each and every word into his memory. Where was the mutual respect between husband and wife, and why was it instead a knife in the back? The two might be father and son in blood, but Li Tanming didn't want to be involved with this man anymore. "So, what were you aiming for by defeating Zifeng?" Li Yan didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality here, so he adopted a gentle tone to maintain a pretense of equal treatment. But no one brought that story. Everyone knew that Li Yan was about to marry someone from Lightning Manor, an organization that Li Tanming had a blood feud with. Li Yan's concerns with his reputation was the only thing stopping him from killing his son on the spot. "The Flame Yellow order, as well as for you to escort me out of Flamehaven just like 4 years ago. Just to do it again." Henceforth, I shall never step a foot into Flamehaven again. Li Tanming's words were clear and resolute. The purpose of this was for his dignity, as he didn't want that divorce letter to force his mother and him to leave this city like homeless dogs. His words left everyone shocked. Didn't he withdraw from the Flameolo Science Institute himself as his cultivation regressed? And now he wants to go back? Why does he want to go back? He's the butt of their jokes there. Lindsay Oding and Mu King are geniuses of Heaven's division, and are gazillion times stronger than him. He's just asking to be embarrassed. But it's obvious that he doesn't want to stay here or repair his relationship with the governor. Yeah. Wanting the governor to send him off just seems to be a way to go with some dignity. It makes sense from his perspective. Everyone was waiting for Li Yan's decision. However, the man himself merely frowned. You just have a one-star life-bound beast. Your current strength comes from what you trained in the past with Midas. The beast vein stage is your limit in life. Even if you do get the Flameolo order, the Flameolo Science Institute is not going to accept you. That's not your problem. The order belongs to me, for I'm first place. Whatever follows, I'll deal with it myself. Since my position has been stripped, Sir Governor, our relations end here. No matter how I embarrass myself, it won't drag you in, said Li Tanming. This display of backbone by a youth, especially when talking to Li Yan, had garnered grudging respect from the audience. It seems like he's going to get what he wants. Everything this fellow did today really was outrageous. Actually, he does have quite the backbone. The mockery had ceased. Even if he was no longer a Flamehaven citizen, the jeering from now on would lessen greatly. Dad, the order is mine, mine. You can't let him have it. Li Zifeng struggled to his feet in a panic. Milord, since we're being ruthless anyway, why not go all the way and... Madame Mo whispered into his ear. Scram. Li Yan gave her a look, which quickly frightened Madame Mo into a corner. It seemed that under the public eye, Li Yan could only agree to the request. My Flameolo order. And send us out of the city. Li Tanming stressed every word, each one landing like a hammer on the hearts of those watching. Li Tanming thought of his mother. She had to be still in the courtyard, unable to sleep as she stood in her anxiousness. She might be pacing about to and fro. While she might have never said anything, she had once married into Flamehaven even more grandly than Liu King had. There was no way she would ever accept such a pathetic departure, especially at her twilight. Sir Governor. Li Tanming said one final time, his eyes burning as he stared at Li Yan. He found it laughable when he saw the unspoken thought of unfilial son written on his father's face. He saw the rage and humiliation playing across his features. What can you do no matter how angry you are? Li Tanming felt rather upbeat to see this reaction. Li Tanming had ruined this joyous occasion, leaving Li Yan with no choice but to swallow his anger. He couldn't toss aside his dignity as a father and governor in front of so many dignitaries. Remember well, Governor. You don't qualify to divorce her. Today, the only reason we're leaving is because you're not worthy of her. How embarrassing. Such conversations began to flow. Only Li Yan knew how it felt to be embarrassed so publicly. It was at this moment that a woman walked to his side and held on to Li Yan's arm. Liu King. She smiled gently at Li Tanming, her lips parted slightly and her eyes seeming to speak volumes. Tanming, it's not good for a young man to be so hot-tempered, Liu King said gently. Her beauty was not tarnished by a common baseness like so many others, and her words were a reflection of that. Elaborate, madam. Li Tanming didn't have a favorable impression of this woman, as she was from Lightning Manor. She smiled. What I mean is that there is still one more Flamehaven genius in the running for this selection. Her words confused everyone, Li Tanming included. Who else was there? Liu King herself? But she was over 20 and in the spirit source stage. Who else could it be? Chapter 13, Mana at Red Twill Mountain. It wasn't just Li Tanming that didn't understand what Liu King was talking about. Most of the crowd, including even Madame Mo and Li Zifeng, had no idea that there were others participating in the selection. After all, there were only so many competitors in the vicinity of Flamehaven, all of them renowned. Li Yan's gaze towards Li Tanming turned even colder, but as he turned back to face someone else, a gentle smile appeared, tenderness and praise written all over his face. Qian Yang, although you came from another place, you're also a citizen of Flamehaven given that I have married your sister. He looked at a boy about the age of 15 sitting behind him, immediately putting him in the limelight. The teenagers in Flamehaven are way too inexperienced, and have no idea what a real prodigy is capable of. You may be young, but remember as my brother-in-law, you have higher seniority than them all. Now go show them true talent. Go, Qian Yang. Liu King urged the boy, while still holding on to Li Yan's hand. That was enough information for everyone. This boy, Liu Qian Yang, was Liu King's brother, meaning he was also from the Lightning Manor. The first wife's brother is considered part of Flamehaven as well. So the governor wants him to contest for the Flame Yellow Order as well? Did they just agree on this, or had they planned this all along? Most people were taken by surprise, considering that this didn't look like a spontaneous decision. Li Yan apparently never intended to hand the order over to Li Zifeng, which explained why the order wasn't passed to him, despite announcing him as the heir. The two sons were fighting over the prize, but it was actually prepared for his bride's brother. No one dared to question or contest the governor, and the entire place was dead silent. Everyone stared at the boy from Lightning Manor as he rose up from his seat atop Zephyr Tower. As people gradually got a clearer look, it was blatantly obvious that the so-called geniuses of Flamehaven were fireflies compared to this real prodigy. He looked younger than Li Zifeng, his skin a pale white and his looks resembling Liu Qing's. He had an elegant and intelligent look, and his eyes sparkled like gems in the dark. Perhaps most impressive was the grace that infused his every movement. Only a colossus like the Lightning Manor could nurture someone with such aptitude. In comparison, the noisy, ruthless Li Zifeng was nowhere close to Liu Qianying. Liu Qianying's appearance alone was enough to gain the praises of the crowd, just as he was surely capable of making people forget about the youths of Flamehaven. Qianying, if you want the Flame Yellow Order, you have to earn it. Liu Qing advised as she adjusted his clothing. Yes, sister, and thank you, brother-in-law. The boy was very polite, giving him a gentle and obedient image. But that in no way meant he was weak, as everyone knew what his appearance meant. Li Yan was still one step ahead of Li Tanming. Li Tanming thought that by defeating Li Zifeng, he could obtain the Flame Yellow Order, but he hadn't expected the existence of Liu Qianying, especially as the true recipient of the Flame Yellow Order. From the warmth Li Yan was showing Liu Qianying, everyone knew that he had made this decision long ago. After all, he never even showed his two sons this kind of care before. To be honest, Li Tanming felt like he underestimated how low Li Yan's bottom line was. More importantly, the sight of Liu Qianying's face, one that resembled a girl's, had dredged up a memory or two. 3 years ago, Lin Xiaoting of Lightning Manor had many followers, some of them as young as 11 or 12. Even if the boy in front of him had grown up, Li Tanming could roughly remember his appearance back then. That's right, Li Tanming had seen Liu Qianying 3 years ago. Having obtained permission from Li Yan, Liu Qianying leapt off Zephyr Tower, his crystal-clear eyes locked onto Li Tanming. Li Tanming, when Big Brother Xiaoting executed your life-bound beast, I was there to witness it. Indeed, it was him. In his desperation and rage that day, Li Tanming had burned every face from Lightning Manor into his memory to keep track of who his enemies were, and that included this kid right here. Of course, he was now a young boy. You were just this tiny bit close to getting the Flame Yellow Order. What a shame. It's troublesome to get the order in the competitive environment of Ignispolis, so I chose the easy way of entering the Institute through Flamehaven instead. As he landed onto the stage, Liu Qianying stated his purpose here. As the brother-in-law of the governor of Flamehaven, this was by all means a legal move. From his words, Li Zifeng was fated to be a joke to date too, as his limit was the position as heir, while the Flame Yellow Order was an unreachable dream. The real prodigy of Lightning Manor stood at heights that Li Zifeng would never match. Your attempt at a comeback today was not bad. Too bad it's nothing but a final attempt. Do you know why Big Brother Xiaoting didn't want to kill you? It was because he didn't want to destroy all your hopes. After all, it's far more entertaining to see you struggle, no? A cold smile crept up his cheeks. Liu Qianying wasn't the good boy he appeared to be, with every word he spoke intended to crush Li Tanming's will. One of the main reasons why Li Tanming wanted to return to Flame Yellow Science Institute was to seek his vengeance on this bunch of geniuses, but who knew one would find his way all the way to Flamehaven? It really does sound funny when you put it that way. I'll struggle mightily to change my fate, only for you to crush me again? Li Tanming narrowed up his eyes. Your self-confidence is quite delicious. Let's not waste time, let me see how much you've improved in these 3 years. As he spoke, Liu Qianying summoned his life-bound beast. Flamehaven consisted mostly of avian beasts, but things were different today when a cheetah leapt out from behind Liu Qianying. The cheetah was swift yet massive, its claws razor-sharp, and its distinct feature the bolts of lightning running through its body. It was a 5-star life-bound beast, the Lightning Bolt Cheetah, a lightning-type terrestrial beast. The Lightning Bolt Cheetah was a creature slightly stronger than the 4-winged gold rock Li Tanming used to have. After all, 5 stars was the bare minimum for someone to be considered a prodigy in Lightning Manor. Liu Qianying smiled, confident in his bloodline and his strength. A battle between a 4th and 9th level beast vein? Surely no sane individual would try that, since that would just be plain stupidity. Li Tanming just needed one glance to know that it would be a one-sided battle. The reason he could beat Li Zifeng was mostly because of his fire immunity. But against the lightning-type foe, the cheetah alone would make short work of the little chick. Well, let's test you if you are not going to respond. A thunderstorm brewed with a single palm from Liu Qianying, bolstered by beast ki from his 9th level beast veins. It was a ghastly move, and just the pressure from the attack was enough to suffocate Li Tanming. Overwhelmed by the attack, Li Tanming was forced off the stage. As the storm persisted, the gust caught up with Li Tanming, forcing him back another 30 steps. The difference was simply too huge. With a difference of 5 levels, Li Tanming could barely stand straight in the face of the storm. Despite his raging hatred, Li Tanming remained rational. 3 years of hardship and tolerance had taught him what it took to be a hunter. A real hunter never tackles the beast head-on, but instead waits for the perfect moment to land the deadly strike. What happened today couldn't be altered, and he undoubtedly failed to achieve his goal. Nonetheless, Li Tanming had proven himself. By defeating Li Zifeng and shaming Li Yan, Li Tanming showed that he wasn't some trash that they could toss away on a whim. As he landed, Li Tanming looked up towards Liu Qianying sitting on his lightning bolt cheetah, who said mildly, "Your beast ki can only reach the 6th level of beast vein. With this 1-star life-bound beast of yours, what difference is there from being crippled for life? If this is all you are capable of, then be gone. You aren't worthy of being my opponent." Looking at how Li Tanming couldn't even put up a fight against Liu Qianying, the crowd realized the difference between Flamehaven and Lightning Manor was beyond what they had ever imagined. This Liu Qianying was younger than Li Zifeng, and yet he was 2 entire levels higher. Before I go, let me ask you a question. Everyone thought Li Tanming would be disheartened by now, but his composure turned a few heads. However, no one noticed the murderous look he was giving Liu Qianying. He would return the humiliation of this palm back to him eventually. Sure, Liu Qianying said, as his lightning bolt cheetah gradually grew impatient, growling restlessly. When will you be leaving Flamehaven? Li Tanming raised up his head. If Li Yan couldn't scare him, why should Liu Qianying? Probably in a month's time. Liu Qianying thought briefly. His sister was married, and he had obtained the Flame Yellow Order, so there was no reason for him to stay too long. A month felt more than sufficient. Very well. 1 month later, at this very place, I will punch that annoying mug of yours. If you lose, the Flame Yellow Order is mine. Do you dare accept my challenge? Yet again, Li Tanming made everyone's jaw drop. He had admitted defeat, and there was no doubt his opponent was way more talented than he was. 1 month later Liu Qianying would be even stronger, while he would still be just hanging off his 1-star life-bound beast, so what even gave him the courage to issue that challenge? It wasn't like he could improve tremendously in just a month. What's in it for me? Liu Qianying snorted. Just my life, said Li Tanming. The bet's on. My brother-in-law raised you, taught you how to cultivate, even sent you to the institute. Yet you betrayed his trust, committed crimes, and refused to repent for your wrongdoings even after being punished by Big Brother Xiaoding. Today was supposed to be a happy occasion, and yet you chose to disturb the peace. An ungrateful little bastard like you should be removed. If my brother-in-law can't bear to kill his own flesh and blood, I'll help him clean house. Liu Qianying announced to everyone present at the Zephyr Square, the righteousness in his speech drawing praise, especially from the nobles in Zephyr Tower. Li Tanming laughed. What a touching speech. To add on to the irony, Li Yan had barely reacted to everything that Liu Qianying said, making him almost doubt whether Li Yan was really his father. Throughout the past 3 years, Li Tanming had asked his mother this question multiple times, and since his mother never lied to him, he had to believe it was true. It was ironic indeed. An outsider from Lightning Manor, claiming to help Li Yan to get rid of his own son, and Li Yan didn't even react. What's more, he was holding this exact outsider's sister by the waist, staring at Li Tanming indifferently from up high. However, since he had long given up hope on Li Yan, he found it amusing rather than upsetting. So much for parenting. At least, he had secured one last chance to get the order. It was the only way for him to return to the institute, and also for Li Yan to send his mother and him out of the city with dignity. Everything that happened today, and the tricks Li Yan pulled off, would only delay this. The only real loser today was Li Zifeng, who was not only defeated by Li Tanming, but also had his Flame Yellow Order snatched away. As he gazed mutely at Liu Qianying, he probably felt the same way as Li Tanming did when he was abandoned by their father. Karma sure worked in interesting ways. So he's going to challenge Liu Qianying again in a month to compete for the Flame Yellow Order? Do you think that's possible? The governor said he was just relying on his past experience and he can never go beyond the Beast Vein stage. Then why did he act like he could compete with the prodigy of the Lightning Manor? Of course he had to at least retaliate a bit before leaving, or else what is he gonna do, just crawl out like a dog? As everyone laughed, they looked at Li Tanming sympathetically. In the end, he was just a clown, dreaming of his dramatic revenge stories. Little wonder Liu Qianying didn't even bother with him. Only Li Tanming himself knew that his statements were not meant as a joke. He took a final look at Li Yan. On top of Zephyr Tower, the man had the young beauty in his arms, both of them chatting casually. Liu Qianying's appearance today had disrupted everything that Li Tanming had planned, getting Li Yan out of a tight situation. But could this be the end? Just you wait and see. Would it even take a month? Night fell, as a sense of victory lingered in the bridal room. Li Yan had a cup in his hand which Liu Qing refilled with alcohol constantly, the two of them clearly enjoying their time. Liu Qing's face was red from the alcohol, glowing faintly like a juicy peach. However, Li Yan was properly dressed and seated, the beauty clearly not the first thing on his mind right now. Yan, regarding the competition for mana at Red Twill Mountain, my brother will be relying on you. Liu Qing refilled the glasses yet again, before finishing her own portion. Her snow-white skin was especially charming in the candlelight. Don't you worry, Red Twill Mountain is my territory. Any mana there has my name written on it. Li Yan was very confident. Chapter 14, A Competition Between the Geniuses of Lightning Manor. Yan, I'm still worried. The competition is just too intense, especially since mana is a rare resource that can increase the number of stars a life-bound beast has. We all know what that means, Liu Qing said. Indeed. A life-bound beast's stars determine a Beastmaster's talent and his highest attainable cultivation realm. 5-star life-bound beasts, the best of Flame Maven, will only rank bottom in the Flame Science Institute. Li Yan nodded, fiddling with his glass of alcohol. If he can evolve his beast to a 6-star life-bound beast, then he will have a higher chance of interacting with Heaven's Sanctum. Of course, that'll also give you more power in Lightning Manor. Since time immemorial, the birth of mana has always caused a mad rush. Even if the one found this time is just the most basic mana, it'll still be priceless. Yan, we were truly lucky that it spawned in Red Twill Mountain, the outskirts of your Flame Haven. Only you can help Qianying secure this rare resource and let him evolve his Lightning Bolt Cheetah. Liu Qing threw Li Yan a wink while refilling his glass. Red Twill Mountain is just too large, its landscape covered by forests and rifts. There's far too many wild beasts hidden there, beasts with awakened innate abilities. It's a dangerous place, to put it mildly, Li Yan explained. To let their younger generations compete and grow in such conditions, it is no wonder Lightning Manor has its current heights. Of course. The competition will be intense, given that there are 7 other qualified disciples contesting for the loot. Thankfully, Qianying is probably stronger than most of them, and he'll have your help too. He stands quite the chance, Liu Qing replied. When will the other juniors arrive? And who's accompanying them, experts from Lightning Manor? Soon. I was permitted to come earlier because of our wedding. Those kids will be protected by experts, but they have certain restrictions in place once they enter Red Twill Mountain, as this is supposed to be a trial for the younger generation. So the two of us will bring Qianying into Red Twill Mountain 3 days later? Yes, every team will be entering the mountain at the same time on that day. Li Yan nodded his head. Mana is split into 4 tiers, Royal, Profound, Terrestrial and Celestial. Even the most basic Royal mana can evolve a life-bound beast to 7 stars. How it works, its very existence. They remain an enigma. People can only assume it is the providence of the divine, which is why we call it mana. Top-tier mana is basically impossible to get hold of. The one we are looking at this time was just the most basic kind, one that can be barely considered royal mana, and yet the hunt for it is insane. Thankfully, the Lightning Manor has excellent intel and could reach here first. When Liu Qing mentioned Lightning Manor, her pride was glaringly evident. Li Yan knew that she would always be a member of Lightning Manor and never Flame Haven, even after she married him. But that didn't matter, since he too would become part of Lightning Manor. Li Tanming was surprised to see rain when he returned home, since the sky was clear earlier. Mother. He was afraid that his mother would be drenched by the rain. To his relief, he found her deep in slumber in her own room. How relaxed. Li Tanming didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. He was fighting for his dignity outside, while she was happily sleeping. He waited by her bedside. Night had already fallen when she finally awoke. She smiled sheepishly at the sight of Li Tanming, who was safe and sound by her bedside, and asked, "Where's the Flame Yellow order? Should we be on our way now?" Li Tanming sighed at how confident his mother was. "Yeah, I taught Zifeng a good lesson all right, but something happened. As a result, I didn't get the Flame Yellow order." "And that something is?" Wei Jing asked, to which Li Tanming explained the whole incident with Liu Qianying. "1 more month? I don't want to wait for so long, Flamehaven is too hot, I want to live somewhere in the north," she grumbled, reminding Li Tanming of a child. There's no guarantee I can beat him after 1 month though. That's not my problem, I am giving you half a month at most. Her smile made it obvious that she was just joking with Li Tanming. Alright, say what you want. When I lose to him and the little chick becomes the cheetah's snack, you will know how cruel reality really is. Li Tanming smiled back. Bullshit. That pussy can dream on about eating me, cause I'm gonna peck its face off. The little chick snapped. Li Tanming snorted. Stop tooting your horn, who was the mouse on stage earlier on? Huh? You must be mistaken, because I can assure you it wasn't me. I was about to rip that cat's face off, but you just had to beg me to let it off. I generously decided to let it live for another month, the little chick said somberly. I believe the little chick, it is very capable. Wei Jing looked at the little chick tenderly. See, my mum can appreciate me, unlike you, taunted the little chick, who leapt into Wei Jing's arms. Screw off, that's my mum, not yours. I'm rather sure she doesn't lay eggs. Li Tanming was speechless with how familiar the little chick was making itself. Yeah right. I was in your life-bound space and I was born when you were. If she's not my mother, are you telling me it's you? Mommy Tanming? The little chick retaliated. It was actually quite true and Li Tanming thought about it. Like most Beastmasters, Li Tanming treated his life-bound beast like a sibling and then some. They fought together and cultivated together, a relationship even siblings didn't have. He had treasured Midas more than his own life, and while he had only been together with this little chick for a dozen odd days, their bond could only grow firmer. Hey, since she's your mother too, why not let her name you? It's too much trouble to call you little chick all the time. Li Tanming had a sudden idea. My name is Eternal Infernal Phoenix, the little chick proclaimed proudly. Too long, we need a nickname. Mother, you can have the honors. Li Tanming knew his mother had a good naming sense since she was very well educated. She was the one who named Li Tanming, which meant fate. Me? Wei Jing brought the little chick to eye level and thought briefly, before saying. For 3 years, Tanming had fumbled around in the dark. You, and you alone, brought light back to his life. Though you may be small and weak right now, you gave us hope, like fireflies in the black night. Therefore, your name will be Ying Huo, Firefly. What do you think? Me, Ying Huo? The little chick froze up, perhaps already feeling a special connection with the name. But it's not cheeky enough, and doesn't match its image. That's false advertising. Li Tanming smiled. No. I want this name. That triggered the little chick, who flew into a frenzy trying to peck Li Tanming to death. Haha. It was hence decided that the Eternal Infernal Phoenix would get a new name, Ying Huo. Li Tanming hardly considered the day a success. He had failed to make Li Yanbo before him, and he thought it would be a sorry night. But with mother being so relaxed, and the little chick so cheerful, he still managed to lay down his burdens for the night and have a good laugh. This was what home truly feels like. A mother that's unconditionally confident in her son, forever showering her son with love and care. A brother that he could joke around with, but would also fight together till their last breath. He was expecting more siblings to join him as well, since there were still 9 eggs, with one of them already showing signs of hatching. Li Tanming couldn't wait for this new member of the family. The only regrettable matter was that his mother looked even older under the candlelight. The knowledge that she could just leave him any time frightened him even more than the prospect of his own death. We're out of clear spirit grass, the only thing that can make mother's life easier. It was already the middle of the night, but Li Tanming was still deep in thought. I'll put aside Liu Kai and Ying and the Flame Yellow Order for now. I'll make a trip to the Red Twill Mountain now and try to gather more clear spirit grass, before my strength recovered. Each trip to Red Twill Mountain was accompanied by life-threatening dangers, which was why mother didn't allow me to go. But I can convince her now that I'm a lot stronger. The clear spirit grass wasn't exactly a precious herb, but the main problem was its scarcity. Most people had no use for it, making it hard to come by in the market. The only source was Red Twill Mountain. For the next 2 days, Li Tanming helped to prepare everything his mother needed for a while. Although her life-bound beast was also sick, it could still help her in crucial moments. It's alright if you can't find any, just remember to come back as soon as possible. Even when the time arrived for him to take his leave, Wei Jing was reluctant. She knew she didn't have much time left, and all she wanted was to have Li Tanming by her side. Of course, Li Tanming said, before embarking on his next journey. Chapter 15, Goddess on Earth. The terrain around Red Twill Mountain was rough, covered mostly by hills and forests. Occupied by deadly wild beasts and venomous creatures, it was a place where only the fittest could survive. Countless corpses of both men and beast were hidden under the mushy soil and dead leaves, forgotten by the rest of the world. It only got more dangerous at night, with a vision-suppressing fog and the constant threat of being attacked by deadly creatures. Li Tanming had spent 2 days on the outskirts of the mountain, where there were many others trying to gather plants and herbs, so there was little reward. Now, with his cultivation having returned, he decided to venture further in. I wonder if they sell clear spirit grass in Ignispolis. If they don't, I better prepare more, Li Tanming muttered. Ignispolis was the capital of the Vermilion Bird. Not only were Flamelo Science Institute and Lightning Manor located in Ignispolis, it was also home to the Vermilion Bird clan, the rulers of the nation. Even after 2 days of non-stop searching, Li Tanming could only find a single clear spirit grass. Please let there be more in the deeper parts of the mountain. The deeper parts were dangerous places that even skilled and experienced beastmasters would not venture into. After all, wild beasts were fundamentally different from life-bound beasts. The latter were intelligent creatures capable of communicating with each other, whereas wild beasts were not capable of thinking and relied on hunting others to get stronger. That is, a fire lingzi. On their 3rd day in the inner parts of the mountain, Li Tanming and Ying Huo found a rare lingzi mushroom on a hard-to-reach cliff. The lingzi even burned when a beam of sunlight shone onto it. Let me do it. The little chick flapped its wings, picking the mushroom off the cliff in the blink of an eye. Time to run. The duo left resolutely after picking the herb. After all, natural treasures like this were often guarded by wild beasts. Spirit herbs were beneficial even to the wild beasts, but they were cautious about it. Consuming the lingzi directly would cause the spiritual energy to implode inside the wild beast's body, killing it immediately. This was why treasures like these were left there, to be absorbed at their guardian's leisure. The world was filled with spiritual energy, and if ores could absorb these energy from the ground to form spirit ores, plants could too. After spending enough time in absorbing spiritual energy from their atmosphere, these plants would slowly develop heavenly patterns. Just like spirit ores, plants that developed heavenly patterns were known as spirit herbs, their quality determined by the color of their heavenly patterns. Similar to the spirit ores, there were 9 different colors ranging from red to white, with red ones being the most common and white heavenly patterns being the rarest. Clear spirit grass only has red heavenly patterns, and can be considered as the lowest tier of spirit herbs. That said, it still has significant medical uses. Li Tanming exclaimed while studying the fire lingzi. It had a slightly charred orange heavenly pattern, which suggested that the fire lingzi was a tier 2 spirit herb. Excellent, here's your share. Just as Li Tanming was thinking how much he could sell the fire lingzi for, the little chick tore it into half, and the spiritual energy inside the herb began to dissipate. What are you doing? Nincompoop. If I can eat spirit ores, then what is stopping me from eating this? Ying Huo glared at him while tossing half the plant into his face. Before he knew it, the little chick had already pecked down a good portion of its share of the fire lingzi. Wow, I'm burning. For all its boasting, Ying Huo's skin was now burning, and the little fireball began to hop around madly. Yes, that hits the spot. The eternal infernal phoenix was indeed an amazing creature, capable of tolerating such a strong burst of energy. It even started to use the eternal infernal codex to refine the energy from the herb. In comparison, other beasts would never consume it like this, and would probably take a dozen days to slowly refine and absorb it. Li Tanming, I dare you to eat it, though I doubt if you have the balls. Hey, Ying Huo taunted. Ha, Li Tanming laughed. It wasn't the first time he had a burning stomach. With a few quick bites, he swallowed the fire lingzi. The herb turned into a numbing, scorching stream of lava as it slid down his throat, and as it entered his stomach, it didn't feel that much different from swallowing magma. It took the fire lingzi years to absorb enough essences to form the orange heavenly patterns. Other than these 2 monsters, no one else could even imagine eating it raw, which was only possible due to the eternal infernal body's extraordinary fire immunity. Before long, Li Tanming started burning like a fireball too. Of course, this was a great opportunity for him to cultivate. Using the tremendous amount of energy the two had just absorbed, Li Tanming and Ying Huo channeled their beast veins to convert this energy into eternal infernal beast ki, as they sought to enter 5th level beast vein. As they slowly converted this blazing energy to their own, their pain also eased and it got easier and easier. After a while, they had completely absorbed the fire lingzi. As expected, the 2 of them made a breakthrough to the 5th level of the beast vein stage. Ah, cultivating with you makes me feel like we are spending the night together. That's disgusting, I want to find a pretty girl and cultivate with her instead. The little chick pretended to sigh, even though the breakthrough just gave him a ton of energy. You're in the wilderness right now, the chances of you finding a female ghost is way higher, Li Tanming joked. He had already reached 5th level beast vein, his power almost comparable to 3 years ago. Such incredible improvement speed was only made possible with the blood of the primordial chaos beast. With his current strength, he could probably easily beat Li Zifeng without even using his fire immunity. But this is still not good enough for Liu Qianying, who is at 9th level beast vein. Li Tanming frowned at the thought of that teenager. After absorbing the Firelink Sea, they ventured further into the mountain. Li Tanming removed the glove from his left hand to make use of the third eye on it. He realized the vision from this single eye was even clearer than the ones his actual eyes could offer. The little chick shuddered. "Don't use it to look at me, it makes me uneasy." What a coward. Li Tanming would never let a chance for him to laugh at Ying Huo slip past him. Just as the little chick was about to rebut, they heard a loud rumbling sound, like that of a falling tree, in the distance. At the same time, the ground began to tremble, and faint bestial roars echoed from the source of the rumbling sound. Wild beast. Li Tanming recognized it at once. A wild beast's roar was infused with an uniquely distinct primal quality, as a creature that lacked intelligence and followed its base desires. Just as they were about to run away from the wild beast, Li Tanming suddenly froze on the spot, his eyes staring at the beast's direction. A female ghost? The little chick, who was standing on top of his head, was also shocked by what it just saw, its eyes wide open. They were right about the wild beast, but it was busy chasing someone, the female ghost Ying Huo was referring to. Ghost? That's totally a goddess. Li Tanming had seen plenty of beauties back at the Flame Yellow Science Institute, one of them being Mu King. Ignispolis had gathered many of Vermilion Bird Nation's most beautiful women, some of them talented, and others with reputable background. Even back in Flamehaven, there were a good number of charming ladies like Liu King, whose smile could make many men lose their mind. And yet, despite his prior experiences, time seemed to stop as Li Tanming looked at the figure running towards him. The girl appeared to be shrouded in a glistering white mist, her silky black hair flowing like black ink. Her face had a smooth oval shape, the facial features perfectly balanced on it like a piece of art. This was especially true for her eyes, bright and mesmerizing like the stars under a dreamy night sky. She wore a turquoise long skirt that pleasantly brought out the charm of her thin waist. Her fair skin was as fine as the most exquisite of jade, so soft it looked like it would break from the lightest touch. Such a girl sure looked like she was a goddess who had just descended from the heavens, and had never experienced the taint of the mortal world before. The most unforgettable thing to Li Tanming was still the sparkling of her skin. Unlike normal people, her skins glistened as if they were gems, giving off a soft glow in the darkness. It was exactly this glow that formed the white mist that surrounded her. Li Tanming never knew there were people so beautiful, who could make the whole world bow before their charm. The girl's appearance seemed to brighten up the forest, making Li Tanming forget about all the bloodshed and danger it hid. How could a human body give off such a pleasant glow? The girl's presence made his mind go blank. A sentiment appeared in his heart. It was a feeling he couldn't understand, and yet he knew that the two of them knew each other before, that this encounter was one decided by fate. I must admit, I'm in love. Even the little chick was defeated by her beauty after getting a better look. Cut your crap, we need to save her. Chapter 16, Possessed by a Ghost? Li Tanming sped to her side with all the speed he could muster. He wasn't about to let such a beautiful girl die in front of him. The trees transformed into a blur as the little chick hung on for dear life. Screeching, its claws clung onto Li Tanming tightly, its little body buffeted by the passing air. Li Tanming. So this is the kind of person you were. Hose before brothers, you horn dog? The little chick cursed as the violent jolts shook it. The distance continued to shrink, allowing Li Tanming to view the girl's overwhelming beauty with greater clarity, especially that extraordinary luster that surrounded her. Then he saw the girl smile adorably, her dimples and twinkling eyes lighting up his vision. The wild beast behind her was quite scary, but Li Tanming fortunately made it in time. He reached out, and grabbed hold of the girl's slender waist. A moment later, her body abruptly crumbled away, vanishing like a puff of smoke. What happened? The strange event seemed to justify the little chick's address of female ghost. He sensed a comprehensive increase of his power. First came his body. After enjoying the primordial chaos beast treatment, his eternal infernal body possessed already higher than average strength. And yet, his bodily strength somehow began to surge. His eternal infernal beast ki followed suit a moment later. Although his beast ki's quantity didn't increase, it had imbibed an odd quality that made it more explosive. When Li Tanming lowered his head, he noticed that his skin had taken on the same luster that had infused the girl just now. He was now giving off that sparkling light now as well. What in the world was going on? Big brother, please dodge. A gentle voice entered his ears. Such a pleasant voice had to belong to that girl, Li Tanming was sure of it. If she hadn't died or crumbled to bits, where was she? As Li Tanming continued to wonder, the voice said, Big brother, now's not the time for that. Why don't we run first? Sounds like a good plan. That murderous wild beast had already found a new prey in Li Tanming. It was a tall and savage ape, with a muscular body that sported golden, sharp fur from head to toe. Li Tanming recognized it as a two-star wild beast, the golden ape. Overlords amongst their 2-star brethren, they could contend with the 8th level of the Beast Vein stage upon maturity. Obviously, the one in front of them had already reached adulthood. The star rating for wild beasts and life-bound beasts were similar, but for life-bound beasts it was chiefly determined by their potential, unlike wild beasts where their strength determined it. While a life-bound beast that had reached its limits was going to be strong, a 6-star life-bound beast still in its growth phase wasn't necessarily a match for a grown 2-star wild beast. There was no time to hide. At this critical moment, both Li Tanming and the little chick chose to fight. Using Ghost Step to sidestep the enemy's pounce, Li Tanming clenched his fist, delivering a dragon mammoth heavy strike towards the back of the ape's head. The ground shook. The golden ape had blocked the strike, but the force from it had sent it flying away, such was Li Tanming's strength. That strong? The man himself was a little confused. He could feel he was stronger than when he beat Li Zifeng by 2 whole levels. However, he had only broken through once since then. It therefore went without saying that that fairy-like girl was the reason. Take this, you nugget. The fierce little chick seized the opportunity to rush straight at the ape's eye, targeting its weak spot. Battle Art said Martial and Beast Hearts. Dragon Mammoth Heavy Strike's Beast Art counterpart was the Dragon Mammoth Heavy Claw, which the little chick was already proficient in. Its tiny claw was in no way an impediment to unleashing mighty power. Running? Under their encirclement, the ape fled as soon as it got up. Primates like these were right at home in Red Twill Mountain Range. If it wanted to run, it wasn't going to be possible to catch up. There wasn't much point in chasing either. And with that, the crisis was averted. Still, Li Tanming was left rather bewildered. After all, if the girl hadn't caused that increase in strength, the little chick and him would have been no match for the golden ape. The woods were finally quiet. Haha, you're glowing all over. Well, at least you're bright now. Physically. The little chick rolled over laughing. Li Tanming lowered his head, just in time to catch the luster receding. It regathered in front of him, returning into that girl earlier on within a moment. Li Tanming could now see her clearly. She really was like a fairy, possessing almost inhuman beauty. Hold up, was she attached to him just now? Was this actually a person, or some kind of ghostly possession? Big brother, thank you for saving me just now. The girl seemed to enjoy smiling, giving another adorable and dimpled smile. Li Tanming's mind went blank, his words slurring into an incomprehensible mess. Pretty girl, ignore him. He's just a regular old nitwit. The little chick hopped onto Li Tanming's shoulder, speaking solemnly. Let me introduce myself. The name's Huo, Ying Huo. I'm this nitwit's guardian chicken. How cute. The girl picked it up and placed it onto her palm, her eyes shining as she rubbed its head. Pretty girl, don't do that. I'm neither a pet nor someone easy. Oops, sorry. The girl returned the little chick to Li Tanming, then looked expectantly at him. Big brother, could you give it to me? No problem. Remember to add some mushrooms when you stew it. Satisfaction guaranteed. Li Tanming happily captured the little chick, cursing it internally. Let's see if you'll dare pick up girls again. The girl chuckled in amusement. Li Tanming really liked the simple pure smile she had. Once upon a time, there had been a girl like that too. However, after she had joined the Flame Yellow Science Institute, competition had gradually changed her. Big brother, you really are rather funny. I was just joking, I know it's your life-bound beast. I'm Zhang Feeling. What's your name? Well, his name is honestly kinda, really, very dumb. He is called Li Tanming, the Tanming that means fate. The little chick cut in. Big brother Tanming. The girl smiled again, clearly amused by the temperament a cute little chick had. Lil sis Linger, you're quite pretty. The shameless little chick continued. Thank you, big brother. Ying Huo. Little sister Linger, where's your life-bound beast? Considering how shameless the little chick was being, Li Tanming had no choice but to follow up. I don't have one. I never was born with one. Her voice was casual, like she didn't care. Li Tanming realized she seemed to be like an ordinary person, without any beast key at all. If you didn't have a life-bound beast, you couldn't cultivate. You don't? Then just now. Although I don't have a life-bound beast, I have some special abilities. These are secrets, but there's this strange sense of familiarity I feel, like we've known each other for years, that makes me trust you. She looked at Li Tanming guilelessly. You have that feeling too? Li Tanming's heart trembled. Why? The more he talked with her, the more he breathed in her scent, the stronger the sense of comfortableness and familiarity grew. He felt like they had known each other forever, but he could have sworn they had never met before. I find it strange too. My spiritual attachment reached complete synchronization for the first time in my life just now. The best synergy I've ever had is Kinger, who was born on the same year, same month, same day as me. Even then, It's a grade 6 attachment. What is spiritual attachment? Li Tanming asked curiously. It's the process that lets me transform my physical body into a spiritual body. It's an innate gift of mine that can comprehensively increase the combat power of whoever I attach myself to. A perfect attachment would likely raise it by a full stage. That is rather miraculous. A girl, born without a life-bound beast, was able to attach her spirit to others to boost their combat strength? The trust she had for him and that sense of familiarity didn't seem so far-fetched with a complete synchronization. Take a look at my fingernails. She raised her hand, revealing 10 slender and snow-white fingers to Li Tanming. He grabbed them on reflex, luxuriating in the soft warmness he felt. Big brother. The girl hurriedly pulled her hand back, her face reddening with acute shyness. Oops, Li Tanming hurriedly said. He had acted before thinking just now. Just look at my fingernail. Her face was still flushed as she raised her hands. Strange symbols resembling heavenly patterns covered 8 of them. They were complicated and abstruse, and simply gazing at them was already giving him a minor headache. Only 2 didn't have such markings. They shone like jewels, with strange power seemingly circulating within them. They say I have 10 special abilities, except they've been sealed since birth. I've unlocked 2 of them, one of which is spiritual attachment, she indicated her right pinky. And this finger grants me the ability of temporal field. It lets me create a region of space where I can control the flow of time. She said, slightly proudly. Although she wasn't a Beastmaster, these 2 special abilities did make her seem to be Vermilion Bird's most unique existence. Furthermore, there were 8 other fingernails left which would unlock at some unknown point. Linger, why not marry Li Tanming? It'll be ridiculously overpowered if those 2 abilities of yours support Li Tanming. The little chick suddenly said. That wouldn't be a good idea, right? We just met. The girl replied, flustered. Ignore it. It hasn't had a proper diet since young, so its brain has certain deficiencies. Putting it bluntly, it's mildly retarded. Unable to endure it any further, Li Tanming tossed the chick back into the life-bound space, preventing it from babbling any more nonsense. Li Tanming, you traitor to Uor. The little chick vanished before completing its curse, and peace returned once more. Li Tanming was just about to take advantage of the situation and ask about her identity to create further opportunities to meet, when someone suddenly shot out from the right. Pushing Li Tanming away, the newcomer stood between the 2, cutting his words short. Who are you, scoundrel? How dare you disrespect Linger? Chapter 17, The Little Fairy from Ignispolis. The voice of the girl that suddenly appeared was clear and fierce. Li Tanming hazarded a guess that she was the king Zhang Feeling had mentioned before. She was dressed in a simple yet elegant blue dress that showed off her slender figure. She had smooth skin, beautiful thin brows that rested on top of a pair of lively eyes. Whilst she wasn't that old, her body had developed in all the right places, with her blue dress accentuating lithe curves that weren't any worse than that beautiful Liu King. To finish it off, she possessed an unruly aura. When these 2 girls were side by side, one was like a goddess from a dream, unstained by the filth of the mortal world. The other was like a mortal princess, 7 parts willful, 2 parts cute and 1 part charming. While Zhang Feeling with her luminescent skin was naturally more otherworldly, this overbearing and slender Kinger also had extraordinary looks. Li Tanming hadn't expected to meet such extraordinary beauties here in the wilderness. This Kinger wasn't any less pretty than Mu King, and in fact even exceeded her in temperament. Li Tanming had previously assumed that this Kinger was possibly a maidservant. However, now he knew he was obviously wrong. Her bearing and aura were unordinary, terrifying even. This was a demeanor born from possessing peerless talent. Even in Ignispolis, such a person was likely to possess a high status. Don't scare him, Kinger. He's not a bad guy, he saved me just now when I was being chased by a wild beast. Is that so? Kinger finally relaxed her guard, before giving Li Tanming a once-over. Alright then, shoo. Don't have any untoward thoughts about Linger. Your pretty face belies a startling lack of manners. Li Tanming retorted. Kinger glared at him. Come again? Shocking beast ki that surpassed the beast vein stage began to pour out of her. It meant she was likely a spirit source Beastmaster. All who could reach it so young would be famous figures in Ignispolis. Kinger, don't bully Big Brother. Let me tell you a surprise. Big Brother? Excuse me? Kinger's glare became even fiercer. Li Tanming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed this girl had taken him to be a scoundrel who specialized in tricking naive little girls. Do you want to hear it? Zhang Feeling pouted. Fine, go ahead. Kinger said helplessly. Just now, I used spirit attachment on Big Brother. Guess what synchronization grade it reached? Zhang Feeling blinked. Spiritual attachment? I told you to not just attach yourself to any random hobo. Kinger said, her head aching. I had no choice, a wild beast was chasing me. Guess. Kinger looked disdainfully at Li Tanming. A hobo from the countryside. I give it a grade 2 max. Wrong. You definitely won't believe this, but it was a complete synchronization. Watch. Zhang Feeling used spiritual attachment on Li Tanming again, and he felt that violent power course through his body again. Damn. Kinger was completely flummoxed to see it, and subconsciously slipped out a word that would have earned her some scandalized glances in public. See that? Complete synchronization. I also feel like I've known Big Brother Li Tanming for ages. Zhang Feeling smiled as she reformed, eyes sparkling as she looked at Li Tanming. Kinger ground her teeth, hurriedly dragging Zhang Feeling over to her when she saw how close they were. Linger, you're being too naive. Don't always listen to other people's sweet talk. He must have deceived you when I wasn't around. Nope, he was very polite. Exactly, you've fallen for his trick, Kinger gritted her teeth and continued. Let me tell you, men are bad eggs. Of course he's nice to you, you're pretty. But so what if there's complete synchronization? A hobo from the countryside will never make anything of himself. Sister, how many men have you hurt by saying that? Li Tanming was getting more annoyed with her as time went by. Were there really people like this who belittled others so much? No matter what, he really had helped Zhang Feeling. Looking to die? Kinger's head snapped towards Li Tanming as she glared at him coldly, that highborn aura on full blast again. Kinger. Zhang Feeling got angry before Li Tanming did. He hadn't actually expected this little fairy to be able to get angry. Though, he did notice she was quite cute when she got angry. Fine, let's ignore him then. We need to return to Ignispolis already, we've been out for too long already. Kinger didn't want to make her unhappy, so she quickly reined in her temper. Alright. Zhang Feeling looked disappointed. Alright, you scoundrel, we're leaving. I'll thank you for helping Linger, but erase any other thoughts you have. Both of you belong to two different worlds, so don't daydream. Just focus on your farming, Kinger spoke warningly. You don't happen to have some issue up here, do you? Li Tanming tapped his head. You scoundrel, I. She gnashed her teeth in fury. How many would dare speak to her in this way in Ignispolis? Linger, where do you stay in Ignispolis? I'll come look for you in the future. Don't tell him. Kinger covered her mouth before saying to Li Tanming. What Ignispolis? With your background, really, just focus on farming and contributing to Vermilion Bird's food supplies. Let's go. After saying that, she felt her spirits lift as she ran away with Zhang Feeling. They quickly vanished into the shrubbery, leaving Li Tanming no chance to catch up even if he wanted to. However, he still gave a chuckle. Those two girls were rather interesting. Although one hadn't been very polite to him, it was because she had her guard up against him and was afraid Zhang Feeling would be tricked by him. After all, that fairy-like girl was so pure that no one would want to see her sullied. I'm sure there'll be more chances for us to meet. Li Tanming didn't feel worried he wouldn't be able to find them. Kinger was definitely some famous figure in Ignispolis with her strength, and Ignispolis just so happened to be his next destination. Li Tanming summoned the little chick back out. Li Tanming. How could you hide me away like that? What unspeakable things did you do, you savage? Unbelievable, as your life-bound beast, this is an eternal stain on the awesome Ying Huo's honor. The little chick immediately started jabbering when he was released. Shush. Am I that sort of person to you? Duh. I have seen you stick your hand in your pants. God damn it. I'm going to strangle you. Li Tanming attempted to seize it to vent the disappointment after the girls left. I curse your future babies to not have butts. I curse you to fly solo forever. I curse your pecker to fall off. Man and bird jumped about as they quarreled, but they didn't slow down their search for clear spirit grass. Li Tanming only had one stalk, and he needed much, much more. 3 days passed and Li Tanming had delved into the depths of Red Twill Mountain. Trees stood tall and the ground was littered with shrubbery and fallen leaves. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to guess where venomous pest or wild beast may be lurking. He hadn't found any clear spirit grass, but he had quite the assortment of other spirit herbs. They were all important resources in this wild beast territory. Anywhere where spirit herbs grew would always have fierce beasts and venomous pests living there. As for any spirit herbs that grew using sunlight and possessed a fire-type nature, they would directly consume it. They were actually cultivating faster than in Flamehaven. In the past, he had taken years to reach 5th level Beast Vein, but it was accomplished in 20 days this time round. The strong points of primordial chaos beasts lay not in their might when they were born, but in their talent and fortune. So far, they had only excavated less than 1/10,000th of the eternal infernal phoenix's potential. Clear spirit grass. One evening, they crested a ridge to reach a flat area. Many sorts of vegetation and weeds were here, but clear spirit grass was a spirit herb and was easily identifiable even when mixed together with weeds. There were over 10 stalks of it here, which was more valuable to Li Tanming than a whole pouch of spirit gems. It was enough for him to comfortably bring his mother to Flamelo Science Institute. The heavens really didn't turn their back on people who tried. The pair quickly sped over. Mother will definitely be happy if I brought so much back. Danger. When they approached it, a streak of blue suddenly assaulted them. That blue might very well be poisonous, and as a general rule of thumb, a poisoned body was more troublesome than flesh wounds from blades. They quickly backed up and avoided the attack. When they came to a stop, they realized a black scorpion was next to the patch of clear spirit grass. It was as large as an 8-person table, its 2 pincers reminiscent of 2 hammers. Most fear-inducing was the blue tail held aloft, covered in a thick blue exoskeleton with a sharp stinger that was covered in an obviously poisonous blue liquid. That blue streak was likely that blue tail. Wild beast. Li Tanming frowned. He felt something was off about this scorpion, and on closer inspection, he realized the eyes lacked the telltale savagery of wild beasts, but was instead filled by a human-like coldness. No, life-bound beast. It's the blue-tailed scorpion, a 5-star life-bound beast. Li Tanming remembered reading about this life-bound beast's data before. The subject of life-bound beasts' species and type was endless, but it was still a compulsory course for any Beastmaster. Li Tanming had started from young, but it was still difficult to recognize every single life-bound beast, because just too many kinds had appeared in history. For species, life-bound beasts could generally be divided into the categories of avian, terrestrial, bug and fish. However, it didn't end there. There were also reptiles, tortoises, crocodiles, amphibians, frogs, salamanders, shellfish, snails, squids, annelids, earthworms, leeches, cnidarians, jellyfish, sea anemones, and so on. While these species looked weak, they weren't necessarily so. Some jellyfish and tortoise life-bound beasts could be 8 or 9-star. In fact, one of the mightiest powerhouses in the Flamelo continent had a 9-star life-bound beast that was technically an earthworm, but was called the Earthworm. Life-bound beasts also had types. They ran the gamut from metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, wind, light, dark, poison to others like star, shadow, explosion, moonlight, illusion, sound, purification, life, transformation, berserker, control, steel-clad and broodmother. Types were the most basic characteristic of life-bound beasts. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning and wind were known as elemental types. Elemental types took up over 90% of all life-bound beasts, but the more unorthodox ones could be even more frightening, like the rare broodmother type, of which ant and bee queens would belong to. They could spawn large numbers of offspring to act as an army. Largely speaking, any life-bound beast could be fixed into the box of species and type, like Li Xujiao's flaming hawk was a fire-type avian beast. Liu Qianyang's lightning bolt cheetah would be a lightning-type terrestrial beast. And this blue-tailed scorpion was a poison-type arachnid beast. Poison types could be considered one of the more unorthodox types. It may have lacked the raw power of the elements, but it was definitely scarier when the poison entered your body. However, if there was a life-bound beast, there was always a Beastmaster. As expected, the next moment, a thin young man in long, green robes ran over and landed in front of Li Tanming. Right on the clear spirit grass. Li Tanming frowned. Chapter 18, A Fight for the Clear Spirit Grass. Li Tanming took a closer look at the youth in green robes who was obviously not from Flamehaven. He didn't expect to see a stranger in the deepest parts of Red Twill Mountain. Why is it so easy to run into geniuses these days? Li Tanming thought. One glance was enough to tell that the youth was at Li Zifeng's level. There was no reason for him to fall out with the youth, but he needed the clear spirit grass which was below the youth's feet. Li Tanming winced as the youth stepped forward, crushing 2 strands of the grass under his feet, causing the spiritual energy to dissipate. You aren't from the Lightning Manor, so what gave you the courage to step foot in this part of the mountain? Aren't you afraid to die? The youth in green glared at Li Tanming, arrogance radiating off his very being. Lightning Manor? Of course I'm not from the Lightning Manor. Li Tanming was stunned by the question. What did the Lightning Manor have to do with this? What do you mean? Are you from the Lightning Manor, and telling me that only people from the manor are allowed entry to Red Twill? Disciples of the Lightning Manor generally had lightning-type life-bound beasts, while this boy's beast was poison-type, so Li Tanming thought the odds of him being from the Lightning Manor weren't high. Well, since I asked that question, it should be obvious that I'm from Lightning Manor. I'll let you know that the Lightning Manor has things to do in Red Twill, and that if you don't scram from the mountain right now, you'll never make it out alive again. The youth's arrogance lent credit to his claim from Lightning Manor. Unbridled megalomania seemed to be a common trait among the geniuses of Lightning Manor, Liu Qianyang included. Sure, I'll leave right now. I was planning to anyway, but I just hoped to gather some clear spirit grass here to cure my mother's illness. I'd appreciate it if you just give me a minute or so. Clear spirit grass? The youth in green lowered his head, noticing the spirit herb with red heavenly patterns under his feet. Yes, a few strands and I'll be on my way, Li Tanming replied. Oh. The youth nodded. Just as Li Tanming thought the youth was about to make way for him, the youth ground his foot against the ground, killing all the clear spirit grass, while smiling at Li Tanming. If I tell you to scram, I expect you to ask how far. How dare some bumpkin like you bargain with me? Li Tanming was pretty good-tempered in general, and never one to pick a fight. But in this case all the youth needed to do was to back off a few steps. To make it worse, he destroyed the clear spirit grass when he himself clearly didn't need it. Li Tanming couldn't tolerate this kind of outrageous insult, especially not when the grass was needed to save Wei Jing's life. Li Tanming seethed with fury, what with the clear spirit grass all dead, and the intolerable smugness on the teenager's face. I don't care who you are, I'll kill you. Li Tanming cursed, his crimson blood dagger already in his right hand. He clenched his left fist so hard, it almost tore the cloth used to cover it. You bastard. The little chick was way more irascible than Li Tanming, shooting out from the top of Li Tanming's head like a bullet. The youth could never imagine a bumpkin had the courage to pick a fight with him. Are they idiots? End them. He clearly didn't see a need to confront the pair himself, commanding his life-bound beast to attack Li Tanming instead. You can only blame your luck on entering the mountain at his wrong time. We can't risk the odd chance that you become the first to find the mana, the youth muttered in a soft voice that Li Tanming couldn't catch. Despite its size, the blue-tailed scorpion was incredibly agile. Its razor-sharp claws and poisonous tails were as deadly as top-quality beasta weapons. The scorpion made use of these to hunt down prey in the fastest time possible, poisoning them in the process. Bang! The moment Li Tanming's black arm clashed against the blue-tailed scorpion's claws, he knew that his opponents were at 7th level beast vein stage. Considering that the life-bound beast was poison type, Li Zifeng would probably be no match to him, but that was not the case for Li Tanming. On top of that, the youth had yet to make a move, which presented a great chance for Li Tanming to take them down one by one. Now, since the chick and him could communicate telepathically, they could coordinate perfectly during battle. It was the bloody soul hunt. Li Tanming and Ying Huo executed the supreme beast-ranked battle art at the same time, Li Tanming using its battle arts and the little chick using the bestial arts. The bloody soul hunt placed great emphasis on the movements of its users, and within the bat of an eye, Li Tanming had dashed in front of the blue-tailed scorpion. With that being said, the move synergized even better with the little chick. Given its small size and its ability to fly, the little chick was even harder to catch when using the bloody soul hunt to look for its opponent's weakness. In the case of the blue-tailed scorpion, the Achilles heel was its size. The scorpion, on the other hand, didn't even consider the little chick to be a threat, its focus only on Li Tanming. It was almost as fast as Li Tanming, its pincers aiming directly for where Li Tanming's arm was, ready to snap his arm into half. Say goodbye to your arm. The youth smiled when he saw Li Tanming's arm caught by the blue-tailed scorpion. Clank. The sound was loud and crisp. Hearing that, the youth relaxed. He was almost certain that it was the sound of Li Tanming's arm snapping, but upon taking a closer look he was completely stunned. How could it be? In contrast to Li Tanming's unscathed arm, the blue-tailed scorpion's pincer was riddled with cracks. It was an unimaginable sight. What a fool, you have no idea how tough his hand is. The little chick laughed. Li Tanming, unharmed by the scorpion's attacks, made use of that opening to stab the blue-tailed scorpion's eye with his crimson blood dagger, causing green blood to spurt all over the place. At the same time, the little chick charged at the scorpion's other eye, its sharp beak tearing it out. Congratulations. Your prize today is one blind life-bound beast. The little chick taunted the youth in green as it rose back into the air. The severely injured blue-tailed scorpion could do nothing but roll on the ground from the sheer pain of losing both eyes. Even with the best medicine, it might never see again given that amount of damage. Next comes your leg. Li Tanming was done with the blue-tailed scorpion, and had already locked on to his next target. The youth had crushed all of the clear spirit grass, and Li Tanming was going to make sure he paid for that. Go to hell. The youth just recovered from the shock of his life-bound beast's defeat, and in his fury he drew several needles. Those silver needles were evidently top-quality bestial weapons, made with precious spirit ores. Li Tanming had a hunch that they were heart-piercing needles, poisonous weapons with a distinctive blue tip. Zoom. The youth threw the needles straight at Li Tanming and the little chick. Sadly for him, his weapon was countered by the pair using bloody soul hunt. Top-tier movement hearts could easily dodge this kind of attacks, and once the heart-piercing needle missed, the youth would be directly exposed to Li Tanming's attacks. Within moments, Li Tanming and his little chick had the youth surrounded. Li Tanming's black arm balled up, and with the crimson blood dagger in his right hand, he struck out mercilessly. Using a sudden burst of his eternal infernal beast ki, he landed a direct punch on the youth's abdomen area, sending the poor boy flying back. Bang! The youth struggled to climb up from the ground, blood dribbling out of his mouth. So you weren't as useless as you look, but I'll let you know that I'll still kill you. I'm gonna flay the flesh off your body piece by piece and have you begging me to give you a quick death. His eyes were blazing murderously. For someone who can't even stand up now, you sure like to talk big. Li Tanming stared at the youth coldly. No matter how much he beat up the youth, the clear spirit grass wasn't coming back. You deserve another slap. The youth was sent flying backwards again, leaving a trail of snot and blood in his wake. For someone who was deriding Li Tanming as a bumpkin just moments ago, the youth sure was in a bad state. Which damned leg of yours stepped on the clear spirit grass again? Li Tanming asked, jabbing his crimson blood dagger into the youth's thigh. But it was at that moment, something unexpected happened. Dad, Mom, save me. The youth let out a piercing shriek that echoed through the forest. Damn it. Li Tanming was caught by surprise. Why would the youth take his parents with him on a trip to Red Twill? If he was from the Lightning Manor, then his parents must be too. If they caught Li Tanming, he would be in deep shit. It was time for a tactical retreat. The landscape of Red Twill Mountain were complicated, and if Li Tanming got a head start, there was still a good chance of him making it out. Don't you dare run. Before night falls, you'll be hunted down. And when you meet the King of Hell, tell him Zhang Zixuan sent you there. As Li Tanming scrambled for the bushes, the youth roared behind him. Zhang Zixuan? What a crappy, overused name. Li Tanming muttered as he disappeared into the foliage. Chapter 19, The Princess Arrives. Just as Li Tanming made it a few hundred meters away into the jungle, thinking that he had escaped from danger, he ran into someone unexpected. It was Zhang Feeling and Kinger. He could only imagine that it was fate that brought them together again. Kinger was definitely a talented girl born from a reputable family, and with her pretty looks, she would no doubt be the center of attention everywhere she went. Yet, when placed alongside Zhang Feeling, Li Tanming couldn't help but direct most of his attention on Zhang Feeling. No other word but perfection could describe her fairy-like presence. Weren't they about to return to Ignispilis? Why are they still here? Li Tanming thought curiously. But more importantly, he was still being hunted by members of the Lightning Manor. They would be in danger too. No time to explain, we need to run. Li Tanming charged straight at them, ready to grab one with each hand and bring the both of them with him. No matter how talented Kinger may be, there's no way she could win against two adults. Why are you running? Stop there. Kinger folded her arms to dodge Li Tanming while rolling her eyes at him. Meanwhile, the two girls' appearance had delayed Li Tanming's escape, and within moments, a middle-aged couple had caught up with him. The couple was clearly boiling with anger. Just a minute they took their eyes off their precious son and he was already beaten up by an outsider? Just as they were about to bring Li Tanming to justice, a girl in green blocked their way. Princess King. Greetings, Princess King, I am Zhang Chong from the Lightning Manor and this is my wife. It is an honor for you to grace us with your presence here. The middle-aged man hurriedly lowered his head to show as much deference as possible. Princess? No way. Only one type of person in Vermilion Bird would be addressed as princess. They were the daughters of the Vermilion Bird King. Li Tanming could tell that Kinger was from a reputable family, but the Vermilion Bird clan, rulers of the land? Even with his status as a Flame Yellow Science Institute disciple 3 years ago, he would never dream of talking to a princess. Even Lindsay Oding, the #1 genius in Heaven's Sanctum right now, had to bow in front of her like what Zhang Chong just did. After all, her father was the ruler of this land. A brief recollection of what he said 2 days ago left Li Tanming in a cold sweat. Did he really ask a princess what's wrong with her head? With that information, Li Tanming roughly gauged Princess King's strength to be close to Lindsay Oding's level. The Vermilion Bird clan had after all controlled Vermilion Bird for millennia, and their clan's history and wealth definitely surpassed that of Lightning Manor's. Dispense with the formalities. Kinger waved her hands at the couple, but her eyes were trained on Li Tanming. From that smug look, he could almost hear her saying, "Now that you know who I am, do you still want to jeer at me? For what noble purpose is the princess doing in Red Twill Mountain Range? There's many wild beasts around here, and if the princess is not well protected." Zhang Chong's head was still lowered. "And who told you I am not protected?" Kinger didn't let him finish his sentence. Now that she was no longer hiding her identity as a princess, her voice had a natural sense of nobility to it. This scared Zhang Chong from speaking any further. "Forgive him, princess," but Zhang Chong was simply too concerned about your highness' safety that he panicked. Of course, with the princess's identity, how was it possible to not have experts protecting your highness? Zhang Chong's wife hastily tried to cover up her husband's blunder. As for Zhang Zixuan, he had just caught up with the group. But when he saw that even his parents had their heads lowered, he didn't dare to utter a word. The atmosphere was tense, and only Zhang Feeling was winking at Li Tanming with a smile on her face. Seeing her smile, Li Tanming knew that his safety was in good hands, just that there was no escape from being laughed at by Kinger later. "You said you are Zhang Chong from the Lightning Manor?" Kinger had her hands behind her back, her actions befitting her noble family background. "Yes, Your Highness." The man could only nod his head. "And what is the Lightning Manor doing here? I saw a few others from your manor around here 2 days ago." Zhang Chong hesitated for a brief moment. "Tired of living?" Kinger asked. "I plead for your forgiveness, Princess. I'll talk." Zhang Chong was sweating all over, a totally different figure as compared to when he just appeared. Unfortunately, he ran into someone way more powerful than him. "My patience is wearing thin," Kinger said. Li Tanming was equally curious about their business in Red Twill. "Here's the full story, Your Highness. The Lightning Manor has found mana at the Red Twill mountain range, and we selected 7 juniors to compete for it. They will each have seniors accompanying them, but we are not allowed to affect the competition in any way, and are only here to ensure their safety." Zhang Chong explained the entire event. "What tier is this mana?" The word mana clearly sparked Kinger's interest. Even if she didn't need it, the lowest royal mana were still pricey treasures. "Your Highness, it is but substandard mana that can't even be rated royal. It is only capable of evolving a life-bound beast to 6 stars. Substandard? You are aware of the consequences of lying, correct?" Kinger looked slightly disappointed. Clearly the mana wasn't good enough to arouse her interest. "I would never dare to. My son didn't have much hope of getting it anyway, so there's no reason for me to deceive Your Highness." Zhang Chong gave a bitter smile. That being said, the lowest tier mana could already be considered a treasure in Flamehaven. Perhaps only the real elites from Heaven's Division or the Vermilion Bird clan would find no use for it. "I doubt you have the gall to do so anyway. You may disappear from my sight now." Kinger waved her hands again, her eyes filled with impatience. "We thank you, Princess. My family and I will take our leave now." Zhang Chong was clearly relieved that this was over. As he signaled his wife and Zhang Zixuan to take their leave, the couple approached Li Tanming, ready to bring him with them. "Wait." Kinger glanced at Li Tanming, and said unhappily. "Leave the pig here." Li Tanming stared in disbelief. Did she just call him a pig? "But Princess, he's just a local bumpkin who assaulted my son's life-bound beast. We just wish to teach him a lesson," Zhang Chong said. "Your Highness, may I ask for permission to take revenge for my life-bound beast?" Zhang Zixuan finally mustered up his courage to speak in front of the princess. "No, you may not. I want this pig here. Now be gone," Kinger said again, leaving no room for bargaining. At one side, Li Tanming couldn't help but sigh. If it wasn't for the 2 girls stopping him here, he would be long gone. Instead he was stuck here listening to the princess calling him a pig. "But Princess, out of my sight. Now. Don't make me repeat myself." Kinger was not going to give them any chance. Zhang Zixuan's face bloated up in anger, but he couldn't utter a single word as his father forcefully dragged him away. Even when leaving, he continued to tremble as if he was having constipation. He even turned back multiple times to stare at Li Tanming with a burning hatred. Only when they were completely gone did Li Tanming turn to face Princess King. "What are you staring at? Not happy with me calling you a pig?" Kinger stared back at him, her puffy cheeks making her cuter than usual. "Of course I'm happy. How dare I be unhappy with the princess?" Li Tanming replied. "Kinger, don't treat big brother like this. He did save me a few days back." Zhang Feeling ran back to Li Tanming's side the moment the Zhang family left. "Big brother, are you injured?" "Not at all, thank you for your concern, Linger. Gentle girls like you are hard to come by these days." Li Tanming smiled. "Are you hinting that I'm not gentle?" Kinger quirked an eyebrow. "Hey, I didn't say that. Whatever. I give you leave to return to your farming, while we return to Ignispolis. See you, or rather, hope to never see you again." Kinger dragged Zhang Feeling back to her side, as if she wished for Li Tanming to stay as far away from her Linger as possible. "Kinger, a moment. I have something important to say to Big Brother," Zhang Feeling said. "Something important?" Li Tanming was taken aback. Chapter 20, Next, Mana. "Big Brother, our appearance here isn't a coincidence actually. Since we parted 2 days ago, Kinger said she wanted to follow you for a while more, and study why I could get a perfect synchronization with you. Therefore, we've been following you for a few days already. I hope you won't blame Linger for this." Zhang Feeling explained sincerely. "Of course not," Li Tanming replied. He lowered his head to take a better look at the girl with the glowing skin. Her skin was so pure, as if she walked straight out from a fairy tale. As her watery eyes stared at him, Li Tanming could almost feel his heart being cleansed. Kinger still couldn't figure out the reason in the end, so she gave up. I just told her that there must be some kind of bond decided by fate between us. Next time when Big Brother comes to Ignispolis, remember to visit Linger. If I unlock any new abilities, I want to try them out with you. Zhang Feeling said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Definitely. Of course I will visit you. Li Tanming replied. You are not worthy enough to. Probably won't even be able to make it past the city guards, so just focus on farming at home. Kinger rolled her eyes long and hard. She sure was determined about asking Li Tanming to farm and contribute to her nation's food supplies. Kinger, give Big Brother a jade pendant, so it's easier for him to come and find me next time. Right before they left, Zhang Feeling had an idea. I don't want to. Kinger pouted. Kinger. Fine. Linger, you've changed, you weren't like this before you met this pig. Kinger was clearly unwilling, but she still produced a jade pendant from her pocket and threw it at Li Tanming. You stupid pig, better not let me catch you using my pendant for wrongdoings, or I will see to it that your chicken gets stewed alive. The little chick was truly unfortunate. This wasn't the first time someone wanted to make him their dinner. Big Brother, if you get into situations like the one just now, just bring out the pendant and mention that you are under Princess King. This way, no one would dare to kill you, Zhang Feeling said gently. Li Tanming kept the pendant in his pocket gratefully. The one thing he was really lacking right now was backing, and this pendant was exactly what he needed. He couldn't hope for a better gift. Thank you, Linger. He thanked the girl solemnly. Big Brother, who else should you thank? Zhang Feeling blinked her eyes mischievously. Li Tanming reacted immediately. Princess King, much thanks for your jade pendant. You are welcome. I warn you again, do not use this to scam others, and especially not to ruin my reputation. Zhang Qingluan's cheeks were still puffed up from her little tantrum. No worries, I solemnly swear upon my farmer honor that I will take this pendant off while farming so as to not stain it. Li Tanming said solemnly. Princess King couldn't help but crack up from the joke. Finding it embarrassing to laugh out loud, she immediately went back to maintaining a straight face. Big Brother, come here. Zhang Feeling smiled too when listening to their conversation, and beckoned Li Tanming once they were done. Yeah? Li Tanming asked. Got a secret for you, Zhang Feeling replied. I'm listening. Li Tanming lowered his head and brought his ears closer. He could smell her faint scent, a smell that he found almost intoxicating. From the corner of his eyes, the sight of the lass's cheeks made his heart pound faster than ever. Big Brother, do you want the mana? It's over there. Zhang Feeling whispered in his ears, while pointing. Li Tanming was baffled. How did she know he wanted to find the mana? And how in the world did she know where the mana was? This must be the important thing she was referring to previously. For a seemingly normal girl with no beast key, Zhang Feeling surprised him yet again. Just how many mysterious abilities does this girl have? Linger, let's go. Kinger rushed her. This time, they really needed to leave. Big Brother, I'll see you again in Ignispolis. Before Li Tanming could recover from his shock, the pair were already disappearing. Even after the two left, Li Tanming was still dazed, complete with a bit of disappointment from not being able to see Linger in a while. It wasn't just because of her looks, but more of the sense of belonging he could feel when he was with her. Li Tanming thought about the time they had together. She looked so pure and innocent, yet she was thoughtful and was able to figure out what he was thinking about. Not only did she get him the jade pendant from Princess King, a lifesaver for him, she also noticed his minute change in expression when he heard about the mana, which led her to point out the direction of the mana for him. Li Tanming couldn't help but wonder just what other secrets this girl might hold. The fateful encounter with Zhang Feeling had already left a permanent mark in his heart. Hyperactive hormones, eh? The little chick didn't miss this opportunity to laugh at Li Tanming. I'll give you a choice. Grilled or stewed? Li Tanming kept the pendant, his eyes still staring in the direction where Zhang Feeling left. Pa. I can beat you single-wingedly. The little chick cheered back smugly. And now? Li Tanming brought up his left arm, the dark arm in full view. Ah brother. The little chick's attitude took a 180-degree turn. Do you need a nice massage? Perhaps I can get you a drink? Much better now, Li Tanming teased. Mana. Li Tanming tried to recall the stories he heard about this treasure. It was said that mana was divine blessings given physical form. It came in all sorts of shapes, some stones, some gems, and some even appeared as liquids. Whenever a life-bound beast or a wild beast obtained a mana matching their type, it could trigger an evolution that enhanced the beast, boosting both the beast and its Beastmaster's limits. Out of the 4 different tiers of mana, even the most common imperial ones were said to evolve a life-bound beast to 7 stars. 7 stars. That was sufficient to forge the scariest beastmasters. In Vermilion Bird, 7-star life-bound beasts were known as royal beasts, crowned as the king of life-bound beasts. Profound and terrestrial mana had even more absurd effects. For example, terrestrial mana was capable of evolving life-bound beasts to legendary saint beasts. Saint beasts stood at the pinnacle of the entire Flamiolo continent, and the saint beast war soul that Li Danming once had was related to them. As for celestial mana, they appeared only in legends and myths. Ying Huo, you mentioned that mana would be of great benefit to you? Li Danming asked on a more serious note. That's right. When I heard about it, I managed to fish out quite a lot of information from my memory. Although my abilities as a primordial chaos beast were restricted when I became a life-bound beast, the evolution caused by mana can help me get rid of these restrictions. My primal instinct tells me that if I keep evolving, I may eventually go back to my original form as the eternal infernal phoenix. Then what are we waiting for? We know you need the mana, and we know where it is, so let's not dilly-dally any further. Li Danming told the little chick. Are you telling me you want to rob Lightning Manor's mana? They have 7 contestants, each of them guarded by parents or seniors who could easily squash you, the little chick exclaimed. The pendant will come in handy against their parents. From the way Zhang Chong reacted to the princess, they're probably middle-class members of the Lightning Manor and do not have that much power in Ignis Bliss, Li Danming explained. The jade pendant meant that he had Prince's King protecting him. Therefore all I need to deal with are the younger generations. Li Danming's eyes shrunk. While Linzioting may be the main culprit for Midas's death, plenty of disciples from Lightning Manor were at one side watching and cheering him on. Even if the ones in Red Twill Mountain were not present on that night, Li Danming just couldn't see them being friends, and probably would not resist his urge to punch them on sight. After all, most of them, like Zhang Zixuan just now, were rotten to the core. Hey, I just realized something. The little chick suddenly said. What? Liu Qianying mentioned that he would be staying in Flamehaven for a month, right? The only reason for him to stay that long is because he is contesting for the mana as well. As someone in 9th level Beast Vein, he probably has the highest chance of getting the mana. The little chick spoke with a hint of disgust, as it remembered how that teenager robbed Li Danming of his Flamiolo order. You are right, he must be here. That means his sister Liu Qing and my father would be here too. Now this is getting interesting. The challenge ahead had gotten Li Danming burning with anticipation. What kind of a father is he? Giving the Flamiolo order to Liu Qianying, then bringing him here to win the mana. Are you sure you are his real son, not Liu Qianying? The little chick spat. Indeed, how ironic it was that his father ousted him from the family and gave everything to an outsider. He used to come to Red Twill Mountain quite often, so you probably can't find someone more familiar with the terrain here. This Liu Qing, you reckon she married Li Yan for her brother's Flamiolo order and mana? Quite possible. Touching. Li Danming stood up, looking at the direction Zhang, feeling left once again. Then that's even more reason for me to snatch this mana from you and ruin your plans, Li Yan. And Liu Qianying, just you wait, because I will take back what is rightfully mine. With that, Li Danming and Ying Huo delayed no further, as the two of them marched on towards an inevitable fight. Chapter 21, The Mysterious Well in the Lake. Li Danming realized the direction Zhang feeling pointed for him didn't simply lead him to the mana. As the concentration of spiritual energy in the air increased, not only did the number of beasts and nasty critters increased, but also the number of spirit herbs. Since the atmospheric temperature in the Red Twill Mountain range was quite high all year round, the plants here were able to absorb a lot of spiritual energy from direct sunlight. As a result, most spirit herbs formed here were of the fire type. In other words, this was paradise for the eternal infernal phoenix. It had been 10 days since Li Danming started walking in this direction. While he hadn't found the mana, he did acquire quite a handful of spirit herbs with orange heavenly patterns. Other than 3 firelingsis, he also found orange patterned spirit herbs such as the flaming grapefruit and magma flow leaves. As their journey towards the mana continued, the two also digested a considerable number of spirit herbs. The rewards that this place offered was proportionate to the amount of risks lurking in its shadows. Breakthrough. 6th level Beast Vein. In terms of cultivation level, he had now surpassed Li Xujiao, and was reaching Li Zifeng's level. This cultivation pace is indeed unfathomable. Thinking back, I took a few years to reach 6th level when I started from scratch, Li Danming exclaimed. Of course, these changes were only possible due to his bond with the Eternal Infernal Phoenix, which highlighted how fundamentally different the Eternal Infernal Phoenix was from the four-winged gold rock. The second egg is still just rolling around in my life-bound space. This little fella is quite lazy, refusing to just hatch. Given how strong Ying Huo was, Li Danming couldn't wait for his second primordial chaos beast. On the other hand, They managed to find quite a bit of clear spirit grass in the past few days. It wasn't really a rare spirit herb, and was more common in the deeper parts of Red Twill mountain range. In fact, he had already collected more than 30 strands, each of them carefully kept and packed. This trip is taking quite a while. Since I have enough clear spirit grass already, all I need now is the mana and then I can go back home. Since Linger pointed me in this direction, it must eventually lead me to where the treasure is. 2 days after reaching 6th level Beast Vein, Li Tanming found a lake located high up the mountain, boasting the highest concentration of spiritual energy in the mountain. Just by looking at the lake, he could see steam coming out of it. A searing heat engulfed his finger as he dipped it inside. A person without cultivation would have been scalded from simply stepping into the water. Since this lake lied exactly in the direction Zhang Feeling was pointing at, and was also the most special place they encountered so far, Li Tanming decided to dive into it. Watch out, I can feel something foul is resting in the lake. Even if the mana is inside here, there's probably some kind of trial that we have to clear first, Li Tanming warned the little chick. Coward. Be like me. Heroic, valiant and resolute. Ying Huo wasn't going to miss its chance to diss Li Tanming. But just moments later, after the pair dived into the boiling lake, the little chick hid itself frantically in Li Tanming's clothes, its little head poking out nervously. The water was quite muddy, making it difficult to see the bottom of the lake, but Li Tanming was pleasantly surprised to find that his third eye on the dark arm could see clearly even under such circumstances. Its vision was hardly affected by the clarity of the water, giving Li Tanming a good view of his surroundings. If he was to remove the bandage off his arm right now, one would observe that Li Tanming's left arm was in fact quite stylish, its eye shining through the darkness of the muddy lake water. This gave Li Tanming's normally cultured look a sense of demonic charm. With the crimson blood dagger in his right hand, Li Tanming seemed like a soul reaper roaming the dark lake. He soon reached the bottom of the lake, where the temperature was even higher. Even the rocks were red hot, suggesting that there were magma veins flowing below the lake bed, explaining the high concentration of fire-type spiritual energy in the region. The vision is incredible. Li Tanming reckoned that even if someone managed to dive to his position, they probably couldn't see a thing. The little chick was in fact unable to see anything around them, and Li Tanming himself was entirely relying on the black arm to know where they were going. After searching roughly a third of the lake. What's this? Li Tanming swept away a few pebbles on the lake bed, revealing a well in the depth of the lake. The well seemed to be made out of some kind of bronze, the marks on its surface hinting at the rich history it may have. The opening of the well was sealed off by a mossy green slate. It seemed to be firmly locked in place, and they found no ways to pry it open. Furthermore, the well was extremely well hidden, and it was hard to imagine anyone finding it without using something like Li Tanming's third eye. An ancient sealed well, wonder what kind of treasure lies inside. The little chick imagined after Li Tanming described it to him. Look at that looks like a keyhole. Li Tanming pointed at the slate. I can't see for shit, damn it, the little chick mumbled. Could the mana be inside? Then we will have to find the key, it's probably somewhere inside this lake too. In his mind, Li Tanming took down the position of this well. It was a large lake, and there were about 2/3 of it that he had yet to explore. After another 15 minutes of searching, Li Tanming found a faint glimmer coming from the lake's center. He swam towards it and found a strangely shaped rock lying on the lake bed. The rock was glowing faintly, and Li Tanming could feel that there was something sacred about the rock. This must be the key. Li Tanming was thrilled. However, the little chick had other opinions. No, that is the mana. What do you mean? The shape of this rock fits perfectly with the keyhole we saw on the well just now. This is the mana itself. I can already smell its fragrance. What makes you think that I can't tell if this is mana? The little chick was far more excited than he was. Are you sure? Li Tanming inspected the rock again, before realizing that it indeed fit the descriptions of mana that he read in textbooks before. He expected it to be much more well hidden, perhaps inside that well, and not just casually lying in the center of the lake. This must be it, just grab it already. The little chick pressed him on. Even if it is the mana, I'm pretty damn sure it's a key to that well too. Perhaps we can find other stuff inside there, Li Tanming pondered. Simple, just take the mana then we can try it out, the little chick suggested. As Li Tanming reached for the mana, he had an ominous feeling. For something so precious, the mana was suspiciously easy to obtain. Wait. Li Tanming stopped in his tracks and observed his surroundings. I can sense a wild beast around. Apparently the little chick had the same feeling. As they made one round around the mana, they found 2 rows of blades emerging from the mud behind their prize. There were more than a dozen blades in each row, each of them more than a meter tall and had algae shrouded over them. Even at a distance, they could tell that the blades are sharp and deadly. These blades were not wild beasts themselves, but part of a much bigger wild beast. There must be a giant creature resting beneath the mud, its length probably nothing short of 10 meters. Luckily for Li Tanming, the beast was probably resting, and hadn't noticed the intruders who were already in close proximity. Razor-backed colossal crocodile, a 3-star wild beast. Li Tanming frowned. The rows of blades were telltale signs of its species. Indeed, the challenge to get the mana had just began. A 3-star wild beast was comparable to a spirit source Beastmaster, and they also wielded threatening innate abilities. Li Tanming was just 6th level beast vein, so there was no way he could defeat the crocodile in a direct confrontation. In fact, it was way scarier than Liu Qianyang, and even the spirit source stage Li Tanming 3 years ago would be no match for it. If we can't win with brawn, then we have to win with our brains. Li Tanming came to a quick conclusion. The little chick wasn't exactly impressed. And how do we do that, genius? I will bait it into leaving the lake, and you make use of this opportunity to steal the mana. Simple as that. Li Tanming explained his plans. They outnumbered the razor-backed colossal crocodile, and since wild beasts were unintelligent creatures, they could easily distract it with a bit of taunting. You, bait? What makes you think the wild beast couldn't catch you? The little chick questioned. What other choice do I have? It's not like you have the balls to go be the bait, you nugget, Li Tanming said, mockery tinting his words. What did you say? The little chick fluffed itself up angrily. Say it again, I dare you. You'd be far better as a bait, but too bad you're just a chicken. I'll be the bait, and when I come back you better be on your knees thanking me for it. The little chick hissed. Truth be told, the little chick was a much better choice than Li Tanming. The razor-backed colossal crocodile was strong, but its massive size meant that its movements would be very much hindered in the forest. On top of that, the little chick was capable of flying as well, which meant that it would be very difficult for the crocodile to even reach the little chick. If Ying Huo simply dashed through the bushes and disappeared from its sight, there was probably nothing the crocodile could do. So what do we do after that? Are we going to try opening the well with that mana? The little chick asked. We need to meet up first. If you can lure the razor-backed colossal crocodile far enough, then we'll have enough time to try that out. You can always go down there alone. Oh, is it because you don't dare to go inside alone without me? The little chick sneered. Only because I'm worried you'd get eaten by the crocodile. Li Tanming rolled his eyes. In his opinion, they should refrain from splitting up, there were still enemies from the Lightning Manor around. It didn't take them long to get out of the lake and prepare for their plan. Li Tanming had already found a hiding spot somewhere nearby, and it was showtime for the little chick. Be careful. Li Tanming was confident in its abilities, but reminded again just in case. Watch and learn, I will teach you how to kite like a real master. The little chick was all pumped up and ready. As soon as Li Tanming gave the signal, it dashed into the lake like a bullet, and reached the crocodile in no time. The razor-backed colossal crocodile was deep asleep when the little chick landed on its head. Without hesitation, Ying Huo used its wings to lift up the crocodile's eyelid, and gave it a good, hard peck. Your mama moaned so loudly last night, but you're still fast asleep? The little chick squawked. That was more than enough to wake up and enrage the razor-backed colossal crocodile, who let out an earth-shaking roar from the pain in its eyes. Come and chase me, you idiot. Seeing that its plan was effective, the little chick flapped its wings and flew out of the lake. Moments later, the giant black crocodile leaped out of the lake as well. It swept up a massive amount of lake water, forming water tornadoes that went straight for the little chick. Boom. The water tornado missed the little chick and hit the forest in front of it, causing an explosion of water and wood splinters. That was its innate ability, and could probably kill the little chick instantly if it was a direct hit. Fool, you'll never catch me. The little chick's movements were swift as it weaved through the water tornadoes. The razor-backed colossal crocodile couldn't understand what the little chick was saying, but it did get the idea that it was being insulted. With another roar, the crocodile charged after the little chick, going deeper and deeper into the forest. This was the perfect chance for Li Tanming. With the amount of noise the crocodile was making, Li Tanming could infer where its position was. There was enough time for him to extract the mana before the wild beast returned. Without a second thought, Li Tanming dived into the lake. Mana, here I come. Chapter 22, Killing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Ignoring all the waves that the razor-backed colossal crocodile stirred up when it left the lake, Li Tanming dived right back into the water, aiming directly at the mana. He swam as fast as he could and approached the mana within a few minutes. Got it. The mana was small enough for him to keep in his pockets. Once his goal was achieved, Li Tanming didn't waste a single second and swam back to the surface. So much for having to go through challenging trials to get the mana. Li Tanming knew he needed to converge with Ying Huo first. The little chick had played the most important part in this mission, and it just needed to shake the crocodile off its tail now. If it did manage to lure the crocodile deep into the forest, then they would have enough time to try and open up that well. Li Tanming also didn't want to be separated from the little chick for prolonged periods of time. Beastmasters should always refrain from doing so, as it led to the risk of them being picked off one by one. Sadly for Li Tanming, it wasn't the little chick, but danger that found him first. "Who are you?" A girl dressed in blue appeared in front of him. She was a bit younger than him, her eyes were the same shade of blue as the dress she was wearing. She had a delightful look, the only downside being that she seemed to have a spoiled temperament, similar to Li Xujiao. If Li Tanming guessed correctly, this girl must have been attracted by the commotion caused by the razor-backed colossal crocodile, and was a member of the Lightning Manor. "The mana is with him." A deep voice echoed from the distance. Li Tanming looked towards the direction of the voice, and saw two middle-aged men dressed in black. Based on their appearances, Li Tanming suspected the two to be siblings. "Father, uncle, are you sure?" The girl glanced at Li Tanming indifferently. She stood still on the surface of the lake like a lotus leaf in a pond. From the gentle ripples beneath her feet, Li Tanming could tell that she was pretty strong, possibly stronger than Zhang Zixuan. "Of course we are sure, just grab it already. The razor-backed colossal crocodile may be back any time, and according to the rules we are not allowed to engage the crocodile," said the man with the longer beard. Beastmasters like them had already reached the peak of their cultivation, and there was no way any member of the younger generation could take a single hit from them. "Understood." The girl turned towards Li Tanming and denounced him. "I don't know where you're from, but I will make it clear that this mana here belongs to the Lightning Manor. One chance. Leave the mana here and walk off unharmed, or you will never make it out of this mountain alive." Must disciples of Lightning Manor always be so domineering and rude? Li Tanming thought to himself, as he turned around and left without a single word. "You have sealed your own fate." His move angered the girl, who instantly went after him. At the same time, her life-bound beast was summoned from her life-bound space and dived straight into the lake. Her life-bound beast is water type. From the corner of his eyes, Li Tanming saw a massive blue fish with glittering scales. Other than a few pairs of eyes, there was also a spike protruding out of its head. This life-bound beast evidently excelled in underwater combat, and the lake was the most ideal arena for the girl. Within seconds, Li Tanming could feel the fish approaching him rapidly. In a single swift movement, the beast leapt out of the lake, its spike aimed directly at Li Tanming's back. Splash! Li Tanming dodged the attack with his movement arts, while the fish plunged back into the lake, ready for a second round of attack. Six-eyed flying fish, a 5-star water-type fish life-bound beast. Li Tanming could tell the species from one look at the number of eyes it had. Li Tanming continued his escape. He wasn't any weaker than the girl, but he needed to pick a better battlefield than that lake. The lake water gave a huge boost to both the girl and her fish's combat strength, and he would be stupid to fight there. Not to mention that he didn't have the little chick with him, effectively making this a 1 versus 2 battle. "You buffoon. I am Zhang Yilan of the Lightning Manor, and both my father and uncle are respected members of the Lightning Manor. If you do not stop and return the mana right now, your whole family will suffer the consequences of your action." The girl threatened, seeing that all of the six-eyed flying fish's lunges had missed. Meanwhile, Li Tanming had already made it onto land. "Do you think you are safe on land? I am at 8th level beast vein. Killing you is like squashing an ant." Zhang Yilan sneered as she too reached the shores. Behind her, her six-eyed flying fish had taken to the air. It could fly with its giant fins, so land or air combat was not an issue for it, just that it was not as strong as in water. "How dare you!" Realizing that words were not sufficient to make Li Tanming drop the mana, Zhang Yilan drew her aqua blood longsword and dashed towards Li Tanming. She saw no point in convincing him when she could just kill him and take the mana from his corpse. Her sword flashed out rapidly, sending out fierce blasts of sword ki at Li Tanming. It was the cascading waterfall sword art. An advanced B-strength sword art, the move aimed to have sword ki raining down on her opponents as if they were standing under a waterfall. At the same time, the six-eyed flying fish used the bestial art version of the move, the cascading waterfall strike. The spike on its head was as sharp as a bestial weapon, cutting through the air with enough speed to shatter a giant rock. Zhang Yilan was at 8th level beast vein, she was reaching the peak of the stage, and had power matching Liu Kai and Yang's. But Li Tanming had an abundance of eternal infernal beast ki running in his body right now, thanks to the resources he obtained in the mountain, and was definitely up for a challenge. As usual, he held his crimson blood dagger in his right hand, and his dark arm was clenched into a fist. After the previous fight, Li Tanming had gained a better understanding of his left arm that was covered with black hexagonal scales. If the pincers of the blue-tailed scorpion couldn't even scratch its surface, it meant normal bestial weapons couldn't deal any damage to it, his own crimson blood dagger included. With that, his dark arm could be used not only for dealing damage, but also for shielding him from most kinds of attacks. Things were looking rough for Li Tanming, who had to take on the two of them at once, but he himself was confident of his strength on land. As the six-eyed flying fish swooped towards him, Li Tanming used his ghost steps to dodge the strike and dashed towards Zhang Yilan. The girl met him head-on without fear, as she had already prepared her cascading waterfall sword dart, showering Li Tanming with a hail of sword ki. Li Tanming's expressions were as calm as ever, raising his left arm to block Zhang Yilan's aqua-blood longsword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the forest. Li Tanming could barely feel any pain on his left arm, as if it was nothing but a bite from an ant. However, the impact from the attack had traveled from his arm to the rest of his body, throwing him off balance momentarily. After all, that was a 8th level Beast Vein stage attack. However, Zhang Yilan was dumbfounded. She intended to cut off Li Tanming's arm, but to her shock it barely made a scratch. That was definitely enough to tear his arm off, even if it was coated in metal. Alas, there wasn't enough time for her to figure out what had happened. Li Tanming had blocked her attack and was ready to strike back. Is that all you have? Then it's my turn now. In a fraction of a second, Li Tanming had launched his Bloody Soul Hunt, a move that could dominate anyone from the Beast Vein stage. All Zhang Yilan could see was a crimson flash blinking towards her, as she dodged as fast as she could. Even so, she felt a burning sensation on her rosy cheeks, the crimson blood dagger scarring her face and slicing part of her hair off. You bast! Before she could curse Li Tanming, he had already punched his left fist out using Dragon Mammoth Heavy Strike. She tried to block it with her palm, but her attempt was futile and the strike landed straight on her abdomen. Bam! Blood flew out in an arc, as her body got launched by the impact. But before the knockback could launch her backwards, Li Tanming had already grabbed her by the waist and spun her around. With her back towards him now, Li Tanming pointed the crimson blood dagger at her throat and used her as a human shield. The six-eyed flying fish's cascading waterfall strike was about to hit Li Tanming, but at this rate it would kill its own Beastmaster first. With an awkward mid-air twist, the fish diverted its direction just in the nick of time. It then crash-landed onto the ground, its sharp spike buried deep into the rocky surface of the mountain. The battle was over. At just 6th level Beast Vein, Li Tanming pulled off a 1 versus 2 with a landslide victory and even managed to hold Zhang Yilan hostage. He decided to be smart about it this time, considering how he let Zhang Zixuan go the previous time and ended in more trouble. You have no idea what you are doing, plebeian. You may be able to fight, but do you have any idea what Lightning Manor could do to you when they know that you injured me? Zhang Yilan hissed, her face still distorted from the pain in her abdomen. Just shut up already. With the crimson blood dagger controlling her life and death in one hand, Li Tanming grabbed her jaws with the other. Zhang Feeling was not done cursing at him, but with her jaws being clenched she could only make weird gurgling noises. That's enough. As expected, the two middle-aged men appeared before them. Both of them were staring at Li Tanming with intense killing intent. If he hadn't kidnapped Zhang Yilan, they would have shredded him to pieces already. Boy, you're still young, and you have no idea the power behind us. If you know about the Lightning Manor, you'd be crying and begging for mercy by now. Zhang Yilan's father, Zhang Tao, spoke in a gravelly voice. Nah, it's quite hard to make me cry. Li Tanming smiled. Oh, then you may die now. Chapter 23, Fortune is found amidst danger. Just as the two were about to take action personally, a jade pendant appeared in Li Tanming's hand. The royal clan's jade pendant. A green vermilion bird represents Princess King. Zhang Tao was stunned. Li Tanming had never closely inspected the pendant before this, and gave it a look. Indeed, there was a green vermilion bird on it. Supposedly, vermilion bird life-bound beasts were a truly noble bloodline, all 6 stars at the minimum. I'm Princess King's subordinate. Is there an issue with me taking this man? Li Tanming asked. These people all didn't know who he was, which gave him leeway to play such tricks. It was quite effective. Someone who was Princess King's subordinate would have impressive backgrounds themselves, and was definitely not some local bumpkin from around here. That explains your combat strength. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth, but his eyes betrayed his uncertainty. I've memorized your faces. If you dare fight over this mana with me, would you like to know what will happen when we return to Ignispilis? Li Tanming asked mildly. Young sir, you must be joking. Our Lightning Manor would never dare. However, may I be so rude as to inquire about the identity of your father? Zhang Tao asked. My dad. He's a big shot, you definitely know him. Which expert may he be? Take a guess. Li Tanming waved the jade pendant dismissively and pushed Zhang Yilan out. Girls shouldn't be so violent, liking to kill and fight so much. Scandalous. Zhang Yilan turned white with rage, but she didn't dare voice her discontent. After all, even her father feared that jade pendant. Bye-bye. Li Tanming swaggered off with the mana. Dad, we can't let him go. What if that jade pendant was something he picked up? Zhang Yilin said urgently. Impossible. Princess King would never lose such an item. Only someone she values much would be bestowed the royal clan's pendant. How would that boy have never been afraid of us from start to end if he wasn't secure in his backing? So what? We're going to let him walk away with our mana? Zhang Yilin said indignantly. What else? He was the one who snatched it from the razor-backed colossal crocodile after all. Although he was angry too, there was no way for him to vent. Soon after Li Tanming left, another 3 people rushed over to the lake's shore. The 2 parties exchanged a look. You got the mana, Zhang Yilin? The speaker was a delicate and pretty young man riding on a lightning bolt cheetah, which quickly positioned itself in front of Zhang Tao's group. Hello, Uncle Zhang. The newcomer was Liu Qianying. He blocked Zhang Yilin's path, but didn't forget to greet Zhang Tao. Along with him was Flamehaven Governor Li Yan, as well as his new wife, Liu Qing, holding hands together. Why has Uncle Zhang shown himself in the open? Liu Qianying asked, slightly dissatisfied. When the younger generations were fighting over mana, the elders shouldn't show their face and instead just protect them from the shadows. Zhang Tao already wasn't in any good mood after losing the mana. A variable has appeared. The mana was taken by an outsider. How is that possible? Doubt flashed across Liu Qianying's eyes. An outsider? This is the wild as well as Flamehaven territory. Why would there be an outsider here? Li Yan asked. They had come over after hearing the razor-backed crocodile as well as Li Yan had been aware that this lake was their destination. However, he hadn't expected to hear such a commotion just as he was about to arrive. It was a young man who claimed he was Princess King's subordinate. He had obtained the mana from the lake and my daughter couldn't beat him. I was just about to take back the mana before making a final decision on how to handle this when he took out Princess King's pendant. Zhang Tao sighed. The other party had a strong background, and lightning manners test for the younger generation this time round had ended up becoming a giveaway for outsiders. A senior of lightning manner had found the mana, but he hadn't taken action, leaving it to the juniors to fight over it. How strong is he? What's his life-bound beast? Liu Qianying's face was getting uglier by the moment. He had been determined to obtain the mana, and had feared no competitor. However, this conclusion was like a bucket of cold water poured on him. He didn't use a life-bound beast. I suppose his cultivation would be roughly mine. Zhang Yilin kept her head lowered as she spoke. If you don't believe us, chase in that direction. He just left. Zhang Tao suddenly cut in. That's so? Liu Qing and Li Yan gave each other a quick glance. Seeing was believing after all, and the group of 3 hurriedly made their way in that direction. Dad, why did you let them go? It's going to be troublesome if Liu Qianying gets the mana. No choice. We have to let them meet the young man. How else am I going to explain myself after this? If I have no one to back up my testimony, they may even believe I privately stashed away the mana. Anyway, if they snatch away the mana, that's offending the princess, said Zhang Yilin's uncle. Zhang Yilin nodded. I understand. How is that young man's strength compared to Liu Qianying? He's definitely weaker with Liu Qianying, even if he didn't use his life-bound beast just now. Liu Qianying has broken through to spirit czars after all. The person just now relied on that strange armor on his left arm to beat me. His beast key might have been scary as well, but it wasn't invincible. After leaving the lake, Li Tanming looped around to avoid being followed. Using the mysterious connection he shared with his life-bound beast, he felt the little chick approaching. The link also let them know each other was safe. The little chick appeared from the thicket, chortling. So, bro, got the mana? I'm telling you, I led that croc on a wild chicken chase this time. That lumbering thing couldn't even see the feathers on my tail. Pipe down. Li Tanming hurriedly stopped him. He wasn't sure whether anyone was following after all. How far did you lure the crocodile away? It shouldn't take long to return to the lake. Why? I encountered people from Lightning Manor after obtaining the mana. I managed to get out using the Princess Jade Pendant. Li Tanming said thoughtfully. Then what are we waiting for? Let's skedaddle back to Flamehaven. The little chick was already salivating after seeing the mana. Li Tanming frowned. If we leave like this and you refine the mana, we're not going to have a chance to look at that well again. Let's go back to it. Fortune is found amidst danger. Li Tanming wasn't quite ready to give up on the well despite the circumstances. He had met up with the little chick, the razor-backed colossal crocodile had yet to return and Zhang Yilin's group was probably no longer hanging around. All the cards seemed to line up nicely for a chance. My third eye has an advantage inside the lake. As long as we go in, I don't think they can find us. Then let's go, go. This is exciting. It really didn't know what fear was. It too wanted to see if the mana could open the well. After making a giant loop back to the lake to avoid being followed, they discovered the crocodile indeed still wasn't back, while no one was around anymore. They quickly dived in. The lake was huge and their entry caused no disturbance. But just as they entered, Li Tanming noticed a youth riding a lightning bolt cheetah appear at the shore. Liu Qianying. Li Tanming watched him, but he definitely didn't notice Li Tanming. Then, Li Yang and Liu Qing appeared. The bewitching beauty was dressed in tight-fitting clothes that showed off her curvaceous figure. Red Twill Mountain itself already had a hot climate, and her appearance only added to it. We didn't find Princess King subordinate. Did Zhang Yilan point us in the wrong direction? Liu Qianying said irritably. Possibly. They had returned to try and ask Zhang Yilan more questions, but they were no longer around. Li Tanming thanked the heavens that he had made a loop and made a narrow escape, or else he would have been caught. Then, something more fun happened. At this moment, on the far side of the lake, the razor-backed colossal crocodile happened to make its way back at this moment, and it immediately noticed the mana's absence. Alas, the lightning bolt cheetah Liu Qianying was riding was both a first-rate and large beast. It instantly aroused the crocodile's ire, which bellowed as it charged into the lake, leaving a spray of foam in its wake as it blitzed towards the cheetah. Chapter 24, Identity Exposed. The razor-backed colossal crocodile's return was nothing but a pleasant surprise for Li Tanming. The more ruckus it caused, the safer he would be. The razor-backed colossal crocodile had identified Liu Qianying as the thief, and was ready to tear him into pieces. As for Li Tanming, he was safely hidden in the lake where no one could find him. The Lightning Manor had intended the razor-backed colossal crocodile to be part of the trial too. Thus, Li Yang couldn't interfere with the battle. As such, Liu Qianying was in for a rough fight. Ha! Sucks to be him. The commotion outside was getting louder, but that didn't stop Li Tanming from diving deeper into the lake. Having been to the well once, he didn't take long to find it this time. Ignoring the commotion above the lake, Li Tanming produced the mana from his pocket, and inserted it directly into the keyhole. Clack! The mana fitted into the keyhole perfectly with a crisp sound. The mana was indeed the key to open this well. What's gonna happen next? The little chick was curious. Li Tanming was equally curious, but he didn't lower his guard. For all he knew, the well may contain monstrosities beyond his imagination. Moments later, a slit appeared in the middle of the slate, opening up rapidly to reveal the well's interior. A moment later, Li Tanming saw a pitch-black vortex at the bottom of the well, and before he could react, the vortex had sucked him into the well and devoured him completely. Seconds later, the slate closed back up, sealing the well as if nothing had ever happened here. Yet Li Tanming had completely vanished, gone from the world. As long as he didn't leave the well, he would have plenty of time to refine the mana. Sis, save me. Liu Qianying was almost in tears. The razor-backed colossal crocodile was determined to hunt him and his life-bound beast down, and it was close to achieving its goals. The lightning bolt cheetah had borne the brunt of the crocodile's wrath, its body covered in blood from the scratches by the crocodile's blades. I think we have to step in. Liu Qing's heart ached when she saw her brother being destroyed by the razor-backed colossal crocodile. According to the Lightning Manor's rules, the moment the two stepped in, their disciples would be disqualified. That was why they had refrained from helping unless it was absolutely necessary. Li Yang nodded. As the leader of Flamehaven, he was a reputable master from the southern borders of Vermilion Bird after all, and his level of cultivation was unmatched in the region. The razor-backed colossal crocodile was no different from a chickling before his power. Li Yang pointed out his finger, and a flicker of white flame appeared on his thumb. With a flicking motion, the white flame shot towards the razor-backed colossal crocodile, piercing through its head. The crocodile was still chasing after the lightning bolt cheetah when it got hit by the flame and collapsed on the spot, its body still sliding forward due to its momentum. Even before its body came to a complete halt, the white flame was spreading from its skull to the rest of its body, engulfing the beast with flame in seconds. A minute later, the three-star wild beast was completely wiped off from the face of the planet. Strangely, the flora and fauna around it was perfectly fine, as if the white flame could not hurt them at all. Yang, that was awesome. Wow, you really are so strong. Liu Qing exclaimed. Piece of cake. I will go search for that Princess King's subordinate, you focus on healing Qianying for now. After instructing the two on what to do, Li Yang turned and left. Before this, he was reluctant to use his power to find the person as it was against the rules. But now that he had already killed the razor-backed colossal crocodile, he might as well forget about the rules and find the thief. I think it's fine if you interfere. The rules were meant for the disciples of Lightning Manor, and since it was an outsider that took it, we can decide on our next course of action after snatching it back. Liu Qing suggested. All right. Li Yang was confident of his capabilities. But there was no way he could have imagined that it was Li Tanming who robbed them of their mana. Sister, we cannot let this person run. This is my only chance. Liu Qianying cried as he stared at his blood-stained life-bound beast. Don't worry, your brother-in-law will get that person. It took Li Yang a couple of hours to return, and even then his expressions were stern. Yang, where's the person? Liu King questioned. Gone. Li Yang was clearly unhappy with the results as well. How could that be? Don't you know every crook and cranny of Red Twill Mountain? You can't even find a teenager hiding here? Liu Qianyang's voice was filled with bitterness, as he yelled at Li Yang in disbelief. What about his mana? Calm down. Liu King gave her brother a fierce stare. Liu Qianyang was losing his mind over the mana, and if he knew that the person who took it was hiding right in the lake beside them, he would probably puke blood on the spot. I have searched everywhere, and I couldn't find this person. He must be quite good at hiding. Li Yang narrowed his eyes. Either that, or Zhang Tao made this person up to trick us. He won't dare to, he's not the type to play dirty and break the rules. Liu King shook her head. Hearing the conversation, Liu Qianyang got even more agitated. Then stop wasting time here and keep searching. Not only did they find the mana or the person who took it, he also got a beating from the crocodile. Liu Qianyang was holding grudges against his brother-in-law by now. Find Zhang Tao and Zhang Yilan, and we can ask him what that young man looks like. Li Yang came to a final conclusion. Fine. Liu King agreed, as the three of them reluctantly left to find the other groups. In half a day's time, Li Yang met up with Zhang Tao's group again. Following a series of arguments, the three of them had no choice but to believe that there were indeed a Princess King's subordinate around who took the mana and eluded Li Yang's capture. A day later, the six of them ran into another family of three, consisting of the Zhang Chong couple and Zhang Zixuan. What's with that sulky look? Who got the mana? Zhang Chong could tell that something went wrong. The mana was located in Mirror Lake atop that hill, guarded by a 3-star razor-backed colossal crocodile. By the time we reached it, a random boy had already taken it away. Zhang Chong was flabbergasted. A random boy? Even if our younger ones couldn't overcome him, why don't you all just take it back? How can you let a stranger touch our Lightning Manor's treasure? That boy had Princess King's jade pendant. Do you dare to touch the princess's subordinate? Zhang Tao rolled his eyes. Princess King. Zhang Zixuan gasped. Did you see Princess King around? Surprised by Zhang Zixuan's reaction, the 6 clueless members stared at him anxiously. Yes, we did, and what did you say? A young boy, with Princess King's jade pendant? Zhang Chong was in shock too. Do you know that person? Li Yang inquired. Here's the story. A few days ago, we ran into this boy. Zhang Chong briefly explained the dispute between Li Tanming and Zhang Zixuan. After Princess King brought the boy away, she even gave him the jade pendant? What's so special about the boy for the princess to treat him so well? Zhang Chong was still trying to fully comprehend what had happened. Have you all seen this boy? Are there special any features about him? Or could he really just be a plebeian from nearby? Li Yan's brows were twisted into a single line. It's hard to describe what he looks like. Zhang Yilan's group had run into the boy too. He has a little chick as a life-bound beast. A tiny yellow one. Zhang Zixuan supplemented with more details that he could remember. What? The Li Yan trio jumped up in shock. A month ago, a particular little chick had left them a strong impression, and it was quite impossible to find another life-bound beast as special as that one. Are you sure? Liu Qianyang was breathing heavily, his face as red as an apple. Describe his looks in greater detail. Zhang Tao and Zhang Chong each took their turn to describe the young man, and they came to a conclusion as all the information came together. Li Tanming, it must be him. Li Tanming. Liu Qianyang could not understand how someone that he had despised so much could possibly spoil his plan and ruin his trip to the Red Twill Mountain. Isn't he just at 7th level Beast Vein? How did he defeat Zixuan and Yilan then? Liu King was still doubtful, despite all the evidence that was pointing towards the truth. He reached Spirit Source before, and has some degree of battle experience. He must have used some tricks to get the mana. Li Yan stared into the distance. His mind had went blank momentarily when he heard that name earlier on, and even now, his voice was still a lot coarser. Li Tanming, his own son, coming to spoil his plans again and again. He had already promised Liu Qianyang to get the mana for him, but Li Tanming was here to disturb him yet again. If Li Tanming managed to get the mana, what would Liu Qianyang think of his brother-in-law then? A governor that let his own son ruin his plans not once, but twice? What's next? Liu Qianyang was so pissed off that he couldn't even control the disappointment in his voice. He will eventually return to Flamehaven, and when that happens we just have to stop him halfway. Rest assured, he is the last person I will hand the mana over to, Li Yan hissed, looking towards Flamehaven's direction. Why would he return if he had gotten the mana? Liu Qianyang tossed out the question that the rest of the crew had in mind as well. Li Yan did not respond to that. He had no intention to tell them that the sickly Wei Jing was still in Flamehaven and Li Tanming needed to pick his mother up. "Did you mention that this boy used a blood pact to get himself a one-star wild beast?" Zhang Tao asked. "That is correct. Then there's nothing to worry about. No one-star life-bound beast could refine a mana. This boy's efforts are futile." That sentence made Liu Qianying a lot calmer. "Even if we don't find him on the way back, he will make his way back to Flamehaven within a week's time." Li Yan finally managed to appease the group, bringing the discussion to an end. Chapter 25, Great Fortune, God's Soul Cannon. Li Tanming tumbled downwards after being sucked in by the black vortex. "Where am I?" He immediately scrambled to his feet to find himself inside a chamber. The chamber was surrounded on four sides by black walls, while the stone ground was also particularly sturdy. However, the ceiling had a bronze passageway. It was likely to be the well. "I should be below the well." Li Tanming examined his surroundings. He found a grand total of 2 items in the hidden chamber. One was the mana that had fallen in with him, while the other seemed to be a sphere made of flawless white jade, giving off luminescence. It was thanks to the sphere that the chamber wasn't cast in complete darkness. "Know what this is?" Li Tanming summoned Ying Huo out of his life-bound space. There was definitely something strange about the sphere, so he didn't dare act too rash. "There's something here?" The little chick circled one round around the sphere. "Yep, a strange thing, all right. Hand me the mana, I'm itching to get on with it." "Right here?" "Where else?" "Your father's still outside. Who knows if they'll start coming in later." The little chick rolled its eyes. The process of mana refinement would primarily be executed by the life-bound beast. During the process, Li Tanming only had to stand guard. If it succeeded, the next time they cultivated, the life-bound beast's improved bloodline energy would remold the Beastmaster. "They take me as a one-star life-bound beast, and definitely don't believe I can refine the mana. However, they definitely don't know that I'm not evolving, just unlocking some bloodline shackles," the little chick said smugly. Alright, stop bragging." Li Tanming handed it the mana. He heard that there were many variables that cropped up in refining mana, and the help of seniors in refining it was almost always a given. There were many incidents of failure throughout history, and some even resulted in death. As a rule of thumb, the younger generation would never try to do it alone. However, Li Tanming was not worried for this eternal infernal phoenix. The little chick was as excited as a child getting their favorite toy. "Well, examine the sphere first. I'll start if there's nothing else." Li Tanming also couldn't wait and started to examine the sphere impatiently. The well uses that mana as a key. If there's only this white jade sphere inside, its value must be several times the mana, Li Tanming mused. "Well, that's going to depend on whether you're fated with it." Li Tanming nodded. He mentally prepared himself as he reached out to the sphere. It was cool to the touch, but he didn't feel any sense of rejection. He raised the sphere to eye level. It was flawless without any markings, no matter what angle he inspected it from. It only seemed to be an ordinary jade without any oddities. Then, an eye appeared on the sphere without warning, gazing at him. Li Tanming immediately felt the world spinning and melting away, leaving him dizzy. In the next instant, he was transported to a world filled with only white light. Innumerable people seemed to be talking around him from all directions. Of within the Wonderski realm, I reign as absolute sovereign. From within the great unknown, hereward I beckon you forth. A voice suddenly boomed out and filled the world, each word thundering in Li Tanming's mind. There were 2 pieces of info implicit in this message. First, the message itself definitely came from the owner of the sphere. He called himself the absolute sovereign of the Wonderski realm. Unfortunately, Li Tanming had never heard of that place. The second portion was more incoherent. What did he mean he had beckoned Li Tanming forth from within the great unknown? He had come for clear spirit grass, then he came to know of the mana through Zhang feeling. He found out about the well through his black arm. How was he led here in any way? "Young man, when you cultivate God's Soul Cannon to the level of Sky Polarity I, the spirit core shall truly open. The path to the Wonderski realm shall be established, and you may seek my legacy thereafter." And there it was, another bamboozling string of words. However, he guessed the spirit core referred to the sphere and the eye on it. Suddenly, a golden mist coalesced in front of him, which reformed into golden words. "First stage of God's Soul Cannon, the bewildering guy." Li Tanming read out loud. The golden script was too long and complex, but every word he recited was indelibly etched into his mind, never to be forgotten. It took him a minute to parse through it all. When the bewildering eye is mastered, the God's Soul Cannon's second stage can be learnt. Li Tanming was still confused, and when he shook his head to clear it, he realized that White World was gone. He was back in the hidden chamber with the white jade sphere, but the eye from before was gone. Ying Huo stared at him. "What happened? Why did you suddenly start reciting some scripture?" Li Tanming took a while to respond. He examined the white sphere for a long while. Its glow was starting to dim, but nothing he did elicited any further reaction. The inheritance had ended, and perhaps only when Li Tanming made some accomplishments in the God Soul Canon would there be a reaction. Do you know somewhere called the Wonderski Realm? Nope. I think I got some good fortune. What kind? One called the God Soul Canon. It seems to be the technique of illusion-type Beastmasters. Li Tanming said. Illusion-type life-bound beasts were a rare breed, all of high rank. Supposedly, Liu King was one of those rare Beastmasters who possessed one. These abilities to cast illusions were impossible to guard against, and in battle, they could be used to confuse the opponent or even take control of them. Well, then try it. I'll see how you fare when I'm done with this. The mana refining had already started, but the process still needed some time. Since it was going to take a while, Li Tanming took a seat, planning to examine the God Soul Canon's first stage, Bewildering Guy. This is a technique, not a battle art. Illusion-type Beastmasters also had their own illusion-type battle arts, but the God Soul Canon wasn't one of them. Illusion-type battle arts were based on the foundation of being an illusion-type Beastmaster to use, and ordinary people couldn't use it. The God Soul Canon worked by transfiguring the eye to make one become an illusionary-type Beastmaster. Such outrageous techniques would be called secret techniques. Techniques had two kinds. Apart from secret techniques, there were the more standard cultivation techniques like the Dark Gold Technique and Eternal Infernal Codex. Cultivation techniques helped convert the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into beast ki, make breakthroughs, form the spirit source and so on. It was the fundamentals, even more important than battle arts. Li Tanming had heard of some specially created secret techniques that could be added onto the base system of cultivation techniques. Today, Li Tanming found one that didn't conflict with the Eternal Infernal Phoenix at all, the God Soul Canon. He began to practice it. Scary. The idea is to establish illusion-type spirit veins in the eye to let beast ki flow through. They're tiny and they need to cover the whole eye. A slight failure could very well lead to your eye being kaput. The bewildering eye needs you to establish a whole 81 illusion-type spirit veins in an eye. This kind of thing that needs such delicate work is very dangerous. Those without special eyes basically have no chance of mastering it. But success would lead to the eye becoming a bewildering eye. It can still cast illusionary effects even if you're not an illusion-type Beastmaster. It may even be stronger than one. It's already so complicated. I wonder what stage the sky polarity eye that can make the spirit core open the Wonderski realm is? Li Tanming had a premonition that this was a huge windfall. If he could master it well, it would lead to untold benefits. I wonder how it compares to my Saint Beast Core Soul? His sixth sense told him the spirit core wasn't worth any less. From within the great unknown, huh? Li Tanming felt so many things still felt unknown and mysterious to him. His meeting with Zhang Feeling felt like one of them. He really did have some belief that he had obtained this spirit core not just through luck, but also through its owner's beckoning. Let's begin. Chapter 26, Back to Flamehaven. The first step of Bewildering Eye was to establish 81 illusion-type spirit veins in the eyes. Each had their own unique shape and would crisscross with the others. The order and speed of establishment was mightily important. Li Tanming failed the moment he started on the first. Blood began leaking the moment beast ki poured into the eyeball, bringing unspeakable pain. Was this even made for humans? Li Tanming couldn't help being suspicious. Bewildering Eye had over 10,000 words to its technique, but the first line alone had left him like this. He might as well just give up on the rest. His right eye was in incredible pain and wouldn't be able to withstand a second try. If he forced it, only blindness would follow. Even with his decent toughness, he had nearly lost his right eye and his entire body was shivering in pain. Li Tanming realized it wasn't him not being hardworking enough, but just a matter of lacking talent. Why did the Spirit Core's owner believe he could succeed his legacy and lure him here? And here I was, thinking I had picked up some super-duper badass technique. Li Tanming was a little gloomy, but at that moment, he caught sight his bandaged left arm. How did I forget about that eye? His original eyes might be talentless, but that eye on the black arm was miraculous. It could see clearly in the murky depths of the lake, which meant that eye may have been the specific thing that was beckoned forth from within the unknown. He immediately went ahead with attempting the method to run Beast Key through his third eye. He had exercised his full caution, but the result left him questioning his worldview. I guess hard work is a joke in the face of absolute talent after all. This technique, which his original eyes had failed utterly at, had succeeded with absurd ease when it came to his third eye. He hadn't even familiarized himself with the latter portions, but the process went smoothly without a hitch. He had the feeling even if he closed his eyes while doing it, nothing would go wrong. And thus, the process finished. Li Tanming looked at that eye and could clearly make out the spirit vein slowly forming. Just like a human body, The eye now had its personal cultivation system. Li Tanming's body had 6 beast veins opened, while this tiny eye had 81 spirit veins. Despite their little size, however, their strength and intricacy was nothing to sneeze at. The eye had been completely transfigured, the effect like giving a strong man a sharp weapon. The analogy was apartment, as Li Tanming's 2 original eyes were like babies. Giving it a supreme-grade beastal weapon wasn't going to accomplish much. The third eye, however, was a strong man that had been bestowed a weapon and cultivation techniques. This combination would only get stronger and stronger. Now that the spirit veins had been established, the next step was its cultivation. The properties of the bewildering eye would be adhered to it bit by bit. The power would be unleashed through eyesight as a medium to affect the enemy. This left arm really is outrageous. He had made some mistakes just now during the spirit vein establishment, which had hurt the eye, but he had felt it quickly recover from it, proof of its outstanding regenerative capabilities. It really does feel like I'm starting to collect quite a few enigmas. Primordial chaos beasts, the black arm, and now this spirit core. He really did feel a strong desire to unravel them, and even had a premonition it was his life's calling. The next 5 days were spent by him cultivating the bewildering eye and the little chick refining the mana. By then, he felt like he had the ability to confuse enemies just like an illusion-type Beastmaster. The left arm would be of great assistance to him in battle. The bewildering eye, powerful physical strength and defense. And more that he needed to unearth. Success. A fireball in the hidden chamber let out an excited whoop. As it dispersed, a mighty aura pressed down. Li Tanming was looking forward to it. Yang Huo's appearance now was too cute and dumb, lacking the slightly gravitas. It'll only be cool if it reverted to being an eternal infernal phoenix. The fire was gone. And thus, Li Tanming's expectant gaze fell on a tender and yellow little chick. Damn. Li Tanming was speechless as he looked at the practically unchanged little chick. Are you sure you evolved? Why do you still look? You? What kind of tone is that? Can you judge an evolution by its appearance? The little chick snapped. Then? I was promised more badassery. More domineering. What the heck, it's still the same Olay chicken. Li Tanming snorted disdainfully. You're just narrow-minded and judging a book by its cover. Actually, Li Tanming had noticed its size seemed to have 6 stars now. To an outsider, they would think a 6-star life-bound beast was already a premier expert's beast. Li Tanming, you just don't know my limits. Such lousy mana can only barely just loosen my bloodline shackles. We need far more mana for me to become a phoenix. Of course, even the current me isn't something a 6-star life-bound beast can compare with, the little chick said arrogantly. The 6 stars in its eye in fact weren't an indicator of its potential, but just a symbol of its bloodline shackles opening. Of course, its bloodline energy now was stronger than before. That was the purpose of mana. The eternal infernal phoenix didn't need it to evolve, but to recover. Come, let Grandpappy show you how awesome my bloodline energy is now, Yang Huo said pretentiously. The first time they had cultivated together, Li Tanming had been given an eternal infernal body. Any improvement in Yang Huo's bloodline would be reflected in him as well. It was an innate skill of life-bound beasts and beastmasters, where their beast key was mutually shared during cultivation, allowing Yang Huo's new bloodline energy to transfer to him. Incredible. Li Tanming could feel both his body's power and his talent skyrocketing. The majestic bloodline energy crashed down onto Li Tanming like a waterfall. He got stronger and stronger, approaching the power of a true primordial chaos beast. Others could only dream of such transformations in their lifetime. The burning energy that continued to course through him even ignited the remaining medicinal dregs of the firelingzi mushroom the two had eaten. They began to edge towards the 7th level beast vein. Then the next day, man and chick hit the 7th level together. The magma-like eternal infernal beast key coursed through the thick dragon-like veins of the two, turning them into something like erupting volcanoes. The effect was especially pronounced for Li Tanming. His bewildering eye turned even stranger as beast key circulated through the spirit veins inside. With all the gains we made, the two of us are like whole new people compared to before we came in. Try out your bewildering eye. Yang Huo challenged. On you? Li Tanming chuckled. Truth be told, he did want a guinea pig. Try me, you nugget. The little chick mocked. Li Tanming removed his glove just enough to show the bewildering eye, but not enough to reveal the whole arm. Then he abruptly pointed it at the little chick. Li Tanming operated it according to the technique, activating the eye. Yang Huo's eyes widened slightly as it froze up, staggering back as it looked foolishly at Li Tanming. Success. Li Tanming grinned. If this happened in battle, it would present many openings to exploit. My goodness, you do make quite the sexy hen. Yang Huo rolled around on the ground, unable to contain his laughter. What? Li Tanming was confused. When he used the bewildering eye, He turned into a sexy hen. How was that possible? He was uncertain if he could use the eye on himself, so he pointed his left hand at himself and activated it. He felt his vision blur. The next moment, he saw his left arm turn into an alluring beauty. She had features reminiscent of Zhang Feeling as well as a figure even better than Liu King. She played with her hair coquettishly, looking at him invitingly. Li Tanming flinched in pure terror. What kind of god-forsaken technique was this? It was all well and good to be an illusion technique, so why did it have to go be some seduction technique? Ahahaha. How humiliating. Still, if he used a hand when fighting against Liu Qianying and transformed into a beauty, that would give him the chance to win. It was time to go back for his flame yellow order. His mother must have been anxious after he was gone for so long. Li Yang, Liu Qianying, I'm coming back to Flame Haven. It was time for the final battle. Chapter 27, Trying to gang up on me? Halcyon Hotel saw pretty good business most days, its 3 floors packed with customers. But things were different for them today, as there was only a small group of customers on the 3rd floor. They were no ordinary customers, but reputable guests from the Lightning Manor of Ignispolis. The hotel staff were informed that the governor and his wife were personally accompanying these guests, and officials from Flamehaven were not even allowed to enter the building. That was enough to suggest how important these guests were. In the past few days, all the households around the region have been ordered to vacate. No one knew why the governor wanted to empty out the area, nor did they understand what the group was waiting for. A curious crowd had gathered a few hundred meters away from the hotel, interested to see what would unfold in the coming days. Even more peculiar was the fact that those eminent figures all seemed to be staring at the same place, a dilapidated courtyard not far away from the hotel. If anyone were to walk into the courtyard now, they would find nothing but an elderly lady lying on a lawn bench in the garden, dozing off in the gentle sunlight. She was enjoying the final remaining days of her life, just like what she had been doing for the past few days. Li Yan would occasionally throw a peek at the courtyard too, before quickly diverting his attention somewhere else. For now, he had Liu King's delicate hand in his and a faint smile on his face. Today is the 7th day, and that guy still hasn't returned. Did he die in Red Twill Mountain? Liu Qianying was seated at one side, more agitated than ever. He still retained part of his strength from 3 years ago, so it's quite unlikely he'd die there. Zhang Yilan, the girl that got defeated by Li Tanming back in the mountain, was seated beside Liu Qianying. In fact, all 7 Lightning Manor contestants were seated together. True to their roots, every single one of them had a gallant look. At one side, the 2 local talents, Li Zifeng and Li Xujiao, could only hide in one corner, their abilities paling in comparison with the 7. Other than the 7 youths, their parents and guardians were there as well. They had a sour look, considering that they have been doing nothing but looking at the old lady snooze in her lawn chair for 7 days. Li Tanming is not back yet. Could it be that his life-bound beast managed to refine the mana? Zhang Zixun mumbled anxiously. We have ruled out that possibility. The life-bound beast he obtained using a blood pact is just 1 star. The blood flowing in an 1-star life-bound beast is way too feeble to handle the strength of the mana. Let alone the fact that he has no seniors there to help him regulate this power. Even if Li Tanming could fight, it's totally because of his past experiences with his previous life-bound beast. The other youths chattered on. The 4 of them have never seen Li Tanming before, but they heard enough from the rest of the group. The only thing we have to deal with is the Jade Pendant. At least we know the governor won't be helping him. Zhang Yilin stated. I don't understand, why would Princess King give him, a useless piece of trash who can't go past the Beast Vein stage, her personal Jade Pendant? Liu Qianying spat. He hated Li Tanming for taking away the mana that was rightfully his. To think that back at Zephyr Tower, he barely gave a hoot about Li Tanming, but now that pest was back to give him such a headache. We have already received approval from Lightning Manor. The moment Li Tanming returns, the first one who takes him down gets the mana. As long as us parents do not get involved and all the fighting is done by the young ones, the manor will help us settle Princess King's side. After all, it was the Lightning Manor that found the mana first, and if Li Tanming wanted to take it he'd better fight for it. Surely the princess can't complain if our kids take the mana from Li Tanming by defeating him. Don't overestimate Li Tanming. If he really had connections with Princess King, he won't end up like a cripple in the first place, Zhang Zixun scoffed. At those words, Li Zifeng and Li Xujiao couldn't help but shake their heads. It was a cruel world for those who were abandoned. While the youths from Lightning Manor were discussing what to do with Li Tanming, his own father had no reaction and was instead all lovey-dovey with his new wife. Our only worry now is if this guy took the mana and went to find Princess King instead. Then all our waiting will be in vain. Zhang Zixun said. That's not possible. Liu Qianying shook his head. Why? Firstly, he is a filial son. And secondly, he wanted the Flame Yellow Order to return to Flame Yellow Science Institute, in order to take revenge on Brother Ting. Huh? The 7 youths stared at each, before bursting into laughter unanimously. Revenge? On Brother Ting? Haha. Why doesn't he take a good look in the mirror to see that stupid face of his? Even 3 years ago, he was nothing compared to Brother Ting. Help, I'm laughing so hard right now. Amongst all the laughter, Zhang Chong suddenly stood up, a smile creeping up his face. The rest followed his line of sight and found a youth walking towards the hotel. He seemed to be a well-educated person, his look gracious and amiable. Perhaps the most special thing about him was the little chick chattering away on his shoulder. His life-bound beast has not evolved. The group came to a quick conclusion. That means the mana had to still be with him. Their wait wasn't fruitless. The Lightning Manor's new rule was that whoever that snatched the mana from Li Tanming would be its owner. It also meant Li Tanming's appearance was the signal for the battle to begin. Look at that, the mana must be there. From afar they could see a bulge in Li Tanming's clothes. Little did they know that that was the spirit core he had obtained in the well. What are you waiting for? Go. Zhang Tao stared at his own daughter. He didn't want her to miss this chance. Before he could finish his sentence, the 7 youths had leapt off the 3rd story of the hotel. They needed to fight Li Tanming together, but deep down inside they knew only one person would get to keep the mana. A battle was about to begin. Li Yan's brow was knitted since the boy's appearance. Li Tanming had arrived at the courtyard, and was only steps away from opening the gate when the 7 youths halted him. Yan, are you feeling sad for him now? Liu King asked gently. Li Yan shook his head. He chose this fate for himself. It's nothing to do with me. I'm glad you'd think this way. Once this is over, you can put aside the governor's job for a while and follow me to Lightning Manor. The Lightning Seigneur has already accepted you as part of the family, and will assign you a greater role. Got it. Li Yan nodded his head. He had already fulfilled his mission, and he was only one step away from reaching out to his dreams. He would make sure of that, even if it means sacrificing his own son. Li Tanming had seen the people on the 3rd floor of Halcyon Hotel long ago. All of them, his own father included, had a hawkish stance. He knew I'd be back, so he's here to stop me, and help the outsiders to get the mana? Li Tanming thought. But it wasn't that surprising, considering how Li Yan had disappointed him time and time again, so he shrugged it off a moment later. The 7 geniuses had him surrounded, and he was staring directly at Liu Qianyang too. Ultimately, one of his main goals for returning to Flamehaven was to take the Flame Yellow Order back from Liu Qianyang. It has been a month since their deal, and he was ready for the battle. The lightning bolt cheetah between Liu Qianyang's legs growled threateningly from its impatience, an action immediately mirrored by the 6 other beasts a second later. It was stated clearly in Flamehaven's laws that life-bound beasts were not allowed to battle inside the city. Therefore, the noises from the life-bound beasts had attracted many residents to peek from a distance. Coupled with those curious about the governor's reallocation order a few days back, a crowd had already gathered, ready for a good show. Even more would join them later, which was a good thing for Li Tanming. On the day of the selection, he had failed to properly prove himself. Now that he was surrounded by 7 geniuses from Lightning Manor, it was his moment to shine. His blood was beginning to boil, and even the dark harm became so hot that anyone who touched it would be scalded. Aside from Liu Qianyang and his lightning bolt cheetah, Li Tanming saw Zhang Zixuan with his blue-tailed scorpion and Zhang Yilan with her 6-eyed flying fish. The scorpion's eye seemed to have recovered a bit, which wasn't surprising considering the amount of resources and money the Lightning Manor had. Other than that, Li Tanming saw 4 other life-bound beasts, all of them 5-star beasts like his Midas. Trying to gang up on me? Li Tanming glared at the 7 pairs with bloodshot eyes. Chapter 28, 1 against 7. A variety of life-bound beasts surrounded Li Tanming right now. There was the hurricane swallow, a wind-type avian beast that was constantly surrounded by gusts of wind. The rumble rodent, a lightning-type terrestrial beast that excelled in attacking from the shadows. The mythical ice bug, an ice-type bug beast that could freeze its opponents. And the last one was a steel-clad type beast known as the steel-clad giant shrimp, its armor impenetrable by many weapons. Against the 7 life-bound beasts of different species and types, the little chick looked so powerless. How could it even stand a chance? Li Tanming was trapped by a circle of 14 opponents all staring at him fervently. But why would they be so interested in him when he had already refined the mana? Oh. He figured out the reason when he looked down and saw the spirit core in his pocket. So they thought that was the mana. Li Tanming, we hereby inform you that this mana is Lightning Manor's property. The manor has decided that even if you bear Princess King's Jade Pendant, you shall compete with the 7 disciples to contest for the mana. Can you agree on that? Liu Qianyang was the first person to break the silence. Of course. Don't waste my time, The 7 of you can come at me together. Li Tanming gladly accepted that condition. After all, he returned to Flamehaven today to fight for his pride, and to escort his mother away in dignity. 1 against 7? He had nothing to fear, and in fact, welcomed it. The disciples of Lightning Manor obviously saw this as an insult. As prodigies from the Lightning Manor of Ignisbilis, they usually wouldn't even spare a second glance at people with such background. Pretty cocky, huh? Don't bother. He's always like this. He'll talk a big game, then run off like a coward. Don't regret your choice. We were having difficulties deciding on the sequence anyway. From now on, whoever obtains the mana first wins. Zhang Zixuan proclaimed. His intention was to pick Li Tanming off after the rest had first weakened him, since he knew he couldn't beat Li Tanming. Sorry, what did you say? How's your scorpion's eye? Li Tanming taunted, causing Zhang Zixuan's face to flush in fury. No point squabbling, let's go. Liu Qianying was already in a battle stance, confident that he would be the one to get the mana as the strongest out of the 7. Liu Qianying, is our deal from a month ago still on? Or are you too scared to hand me the flame yellow order if you lose? Li Tanming's eyes locked onto Liu Qianying. A promise is a promise. And when you lose, you better hand over the mana. Liu Qianying replied, dashing towards Li Tanming. He knew that he had an advantage over the other 6 contestants, which was the flame yellow order that Li Tanming desired. Because of that, Li Tanming would definitely focus on him and then he could easily defeat that fool to get the mana. The moment Liu Qianying made a move, the other 6 immediately followed suit. They were all competitors who didn't plan to let Liu Qianying get the mana that easily. And from Li Tanming's perspective, it was much easier for him to deal with 7 enemies that were like loose sand. First, don't disturb Mother's rest. Second, it'll be good to let more people know who's the real winner of the Flame Yellow selection. And finally, I'll trample those Lightning Manor geniuses, and make Li Yan regret his choice. Ever since that fateful day, Li Tanming's goal had never changed. He wanted to get the Flame Yellow order, to walk out of the Flamehaven in dignity with Li Yan personally sending them off. It had been 3 years, and Li Tanming had enough of being a loser. With a clear goal in mind, Li Tanming used his ghost steps to break out of the siege. Another few swift steps brought him up the rooftop, whereupon he dashed towards Halcyon Hotel. This was too far away from Li Yan and Li Tanming wanted to fight directly on top of the hotel where Li Yan had front row seats. He is escaping. Quickly, chase him. Man and chick were chased by 7 pairs of Beastmasters and life-bound beasts on top of the city district. Some of the beasts like the lightning bolt cheetah were so destructive that any roofs they launched themselves off crumbled instantly, even causing one building to collapse. It wasn't long before they reached the Halcyon Hotel, the tallest building in the area. Ignoring the group of adults in the hotel, Li Tanming hopped onto the roof of the hotel. Just what is he thinking? The group of seniors were all puzzled by his behavior. The 7 geniuses caught up a minute later and positioned themselves on the roof. The roof was both wide enough to function as an arena and also tall enough to be viewed by close to half of Flamehaven. It was clear to the spectators that it was him, Li Tanming, taking on 7 geniuses of the Lightning Manor alone. Good enough. Li Tanming could feel the power flowing through his black arm as he clenched his fist. In his right hand, the hideous crimson blood dagger's sharp tip glowed a bloody red. Li Tanming focused on his 7 opponents, his eyes ablaze with fury. The 7 of them had tried to interfere and even attack each other during the chase. As the strongest contestant, Liu Qianying even had to deal with 4 of his peers. After all, it was allowed by the rules for the 6 of them to eliminate Liu Qianying first before taking Li Tanming on. They think it's a game with 7 hunters, and me being the only prey. But is that really the case? Li Tanming could feel that his eternal infernal beast ki was even stronger than normal beast ki at 9th level beast vein. He was almost, if not just, as powerful as himself 3 years ago. Let's do this. After dodging a few attacks, Li Tanming's icy cold gaze found its first victim, Zhang Zixuan. The boy who claimed that he would shred Li Tanming into pieces didn't intend to attack, as he wished to pick Li Tanming off only when he was weakened. When Li Tanming's eyes met Zhang Zixuan's, he could sense his opponent's fear. With a tap on the roof that sent tiles flying, Li Tanming blinked in front of Zhang Zixuan. With Li Tanming's strength now comparable to those in the 9th level of Beast Vein, how could Zhang Zixuan, who was only slightly stronger than Li Zifeng, even stand a chance? Vosh? Zhang Zixuan, you're first. Zhang Zixuan broke out into cold sweat as he saw the punch thrown towards his face. Before he could even dodge, Li Tanming's fist had already found his face. Wham! Zhang Zixuan's nose sank into his face, and blood splattered all over the place. That was the first scream that would be heard from the roofs of Halcyon Hotel today. The seniors on level 3 first saw Zhang Zixuan falling off the building with blood trailing from his nose, followed by a furious little chick piercing the blue-tailed scorpion's armor in a scarlet ray of light. Before the scorpion could retaliate, the little chick's wings whipped across its face, the force of the slap throwing it far into the distance and slamming into nearby houses. Gzo honor. Zhang Chong's face was as white as chalk. Rage turned inside him as he picked up his son and saw his disfigured face. He had already murdered Li Tanming 1,000 times in his mind, but he didn't dare make a move. After all, the Lightning Manor had specifically instructed them that they would be disrespecting Princess King if they personally got involved in a fight among the younger generation. Oi, if you have other children, stop giving them common names. I can find 10,000 Zixuan, Zen and Zikas in Flamehaven. Li Tanming's comment from atop the roof almost made Zhang Chong puke blood. How would Li Tanming know that he took over a week to think of this elegant name? This first casualty from the battle had already thrown the spectators into confusion. The citizens of Flamehaven rubbed their eyes in disbelief, thinking that they might have seen wrongly. But no matter how hard they rubbed their eye or shook their head, the result was the same. Did Li Tanming, that Li Tanming, just kill a Lightning Manor genius in one punch? They couldn't see much details from a distance, so the only thing they caught was Zhang Zixuan falling off the roof with blood coming out of his head. Little did they know, this was just the beginning. Li Tanming could see that the rest of the six were still divided, some of them still trying to block Liu Qianying from Li Tanming. Their infighting brought a grin to Li Tanming's face, since he would have an easier time taking them down one by one. So far, only one of them had gotten rid of his competitors and made his way to Li Tanming. Amidst all the confusion, he probably didn't even notice Zhang Zixuan being knocked out by Li Tanming. A hurricane swallow? The first thing Li Tanming noticed was the life-bound beast. Before he could even see who the owner was, the swallow flapped its wings and sent a burst of wind in his direction. The gust even ripped off many of the roof tiles, shooting them at Li Tanming like hundreds of razor blades. It looked like Halcyon Hotel would be needing a long time to fix their roof. Chapter 29, Unstoppable. Hey there, Swallow, are you male or female? The little chick rushed forward with desire. Relying on its enormous strength, it seized the swallow and gave it a sound rubbing, causing its feathers to fall off. Mission failure again. Another guy. Yang Huo raged. The similarly 7th level Hurricane Swallow could only play a part as the one beaten up. The other life-bound beasts couldn't help it in time before it was packed full of bloody holes. Shrieking miserably, it fled. Its master was a young man dressed in green with a pretty face, exerting control of the surrounding wind as if he was their favored child. Die, Li Tanming. He looked incredibly elegant with a long sword in hand. His sword strikes were fierce like the winds of a tempest. Alas, no matter how pretty they were, they didn't make up for the fact that he was the same as Li Tanming, 7th level beast vein. And that was no challenge at all to Li Tanming, who could fight 2 levels above himself. Li Tanming directly leapt into the flurry of attacks as he used his left hand to seize the longsword. Impossible. The young man's face fell as his longsword was immediately locked in place. Shoo. The next moment, a slap on his face sent him on the expressway down Halcyon Hotel's 3 floors. His parents only just managed to catch him before he landed, saving him from a grim fate. The 2 experts from Lightning Manor had grim faces, but what was most insufferable was that they could only watch on. Still, they couldn't understand how Li Yan's son could be so strong. Didn't Li Yan claim he only had the strength of a 7th level beast vein? They immediately shifted all their anger to Li Yan, as they felt that he was definitely trying to mess with them. When they looked back up, they saw Li Tanming was still continuing his one-sided abuse. So, you just have to be this strong to be called a genius in Lightning Manor? Li Tanming's mocking words filled the area. The remaining 5 no longer dared to continue their infighting. They were starting to have an inkling that Li Tanming wasn't easy to deal with, but it was already too late. Apart from the 9th level Liu Qianying, 3 were 8th level and the last was a 7th level girl. The girl took one look at Zhang Zixuan's injuries and then said, "Well, I quit. Have fun." And with that, she fled, her mythical ice bug hot on her heels. 4 were left. Are those really geniuses of Lightning Manor? The citizens were stunned silly. To them, Lightning Manor was a superpower that could crush Flamehaven with a casual breath. How could Li Tanming suppress them so easily? Wasn't he kicked out of the governor's manor like the dog that time by Liu Qianying? Let's stop the internal fighting and deal with him first. We'll decide after we get the mana. Zhang Yilin was shaking. She was clearly aware Li Tanming hadn't been this strong before. She had to stop herself from quaking in her boots when she met in the eye. After all, they were down to 4. Together. Only Liu Qianying could still be considered calm. It was to his advantage if Li Tanming was stronger, as it made him a tough nut that only he could crack. He may have made a strong show, but it was still within his acceptable boundaries. Under his command, the 4 geniuses and their life-bound beasts, the Lightning Bolt Panther, Rumble rat, steel-clad giant shrimp and six-eyed flying fish encircled him and approached him from four directions. Immediately, the Beastmasters executed martial arts while their life-bound beasts unleashed bestial arts, cutting off all of Li Tanming's escape routes. However, was it really a successful suppression? Li Tanming turned into a blood-colored blur as he used his supreme beast-strength art. Fast. Precise. Vicious. The crimson blood dagger stabbed forward using the bloody soul hunt. The Rumble Rat's master was shrouded in electricity, but that proved no obstacle at all as the dagger sunk into his stomach. Another person tumbled off the roof and into his parents' embrace. His beast immediately fled the battlefield, returning to its master's side. Another one. Is that his guts poking out? The Flamehaven citizens couldn't see clearly if those geniuses had perished in battle, but that didn't stop their gasps of amazement. Next. Li Tanming's voice seemed as if it drifted out from a nightmare. Blood leaked from holes rent in the steel-clad giant shrimp's shell from the little chick's claws, while its beastmaster was nearly killed by Li Tanming's bloody soul hunt. His erratic and agile movement hearts left weaker opponents no chance to retaliate. The fifth genius fell off the roof, his beast following him in retreat. Another one dead. My goodness. They didn't know none of them had died. As to Li Tanming, steamrolling them was sufficient. He didn't need to look at Li Yan and the rest of the higher levels of lightning manner to know how ugly their expressions were. Ugly at how strong he was. In the blink of an eye, 7 had been reduced to Zhang Yilan and Liu Qianying. I surrender. Zhang Yilan was still smart enough to tell from how Li Tanming felled her two same-level peers that she would be next. She didn't care if it was a loss of face as she jumped off the roof and returned to her father's side. She hugged her father's arm, her face pale as her legs trembled. The entire third floor of Halcyon fell into a deathly silence, except for the wails of the genius beastmasters in their parents' arms. Li Zifeng and Li Xujiao, who were hiding in a corner, were stupefied. Li Xujiao tried to bring her cup of tea to her lips for a sip, only for a tile to fall from the ceiling onto her head. Embarrassing, Li Zifeng sniggered. Like you're much better. Take a look in the mirror at how pale you are. How was I supposed to know he'll become this strong? Do you think Dad's words, that he's stuck in beast vein for life, are true? He no longer put much stock in those words when he saw Li Tanming's performance. The members of Lightning Manor also had rather ashen faces. They had expected taking the mana from Li Tanming to be like taking candy from a baby, and the main event to be the internal conflict after. However, reality had given them a slap on the face. Li Tanming had gone on to solo 7 by himself. 4 had suffered humiliating defeats, 2 had conceded, and only Liu Qianying was left. Brother Feng, what's going on? Even Liu Qing was confused. She had came to Flamehaven believing everything was all according to plan, only for some minor character to wreck her plans again and again. Now, she was also rather worried for Liu Qianying. Relax. Li Tanming is older, and did once hit Spirit Source. He also has abundant battle experience and a lot of combat techniques. A slightly spectacular final stand is ordinary. However, have faith in Qianying. He is a bona fide 9th level beast vein stage. As for Li Tanming, every bit of strength he uses will never recover. Li Yan was the calmest present. Still, Qianying is going to have to try his best. This battle is also very useful to his long-term growth. Overcoming this difficulty and obtaining the mana will make his prospects limitless, Li Yan continued. Still, his words didn't stop Liu Qing from looking at the roof anxiously. On the roof, Li Tanming was facing off against Liu Qianying under the watchful gazes of tens of thousands people. This was the stage he wanted, and he was now the main topic of conversation for half of Flamehaven. From now on, no one would ever say he had challenged Liu Qianying a month ago only for face. He had used his actions to shut them up. However, Li Tanming wasn't done yet. To him, 7 Lightning Manor geniuses were just the warm-up. Liu Qianying carried himself with a confidence similar to Lin Xiaoting as he rode the lightning bolt cheetah, as if he were the master of all life. Looking disdainfully at Li Tanming. Let me be blunt. The mana is useless to you, and even if you get the Flame Yellow Order, the Flame Yellow Science Institute will never give you entry. You want to go back for revenge? What a joke. That life-bound beast you got through a blood pact has the same lot in life as you. Is trash, and forever will be. Since that's the case, become my stepping stone. Sparks danced in Liu Qianying's eyes. He had never held fear for Li Tanming from start to finish. Even if all I can use it for is as paperweights, I'm still taking them from you. Li Tanming chuckled, but the fire in his eyes told a different story. Anyone can talk big, like you from 3 years ago. Unfortunately, you're destined to be a cripple. It's only through crushing you that I can make you despair and return to your rightful place as a street rat. Liu Qianying drew his weapon. Li Tanming frowned when he saw the weapon, as he could tell this bestial weapon was different from usual. Beastal weapons were crafted with spirit ores with heavenly patterns as their base. They were further strengthened by adding elements such as spirit fire and spirit wind, as well as life-bound beast blood. There were many types, ranging from offensive, defensive, movement, support and so on. Beastal weapons were split into 10 grades, from grade 1 to grade 10, based on their quality. Li Tanming's Crimson Blood Dagger was a grade 2 weapon, which was already rather precious. There were quite a number of orange heavenly patterns on it, proving that a variety of orange heavenly pattern ores had been used in its forging. Liu Qianying had taken out a purple chain that reached 4 meters in length. Each of its purple links had lightning and purple flames flowing on its surface. This meant that spirit lightning and spirit fire must have been mixed in during its production. The so-called spirit lightning and spirit fire were actually just lightning and fire that had absorbed much spiritual energy and elemental energy, granting them great destructive power. They were called spirit hazards, and wind, water, earth, ice and others were also candidates to obtain heavenly patterns. Only, it wasn't easy to see heavenly patterns on them. Such spirit ores, spirit hazards and spirit herbs were all precious treasures and miracles of the world. Li Tanming noticed some yellow heavenly patterns on the chain, which made it at least a grade 3 beastal weapon. It was quite the accomplishment for a beast vein stage beastmaster to be capable of using a grade 3 weapon. Liu Qianying was definitely stronger than expected. But, after what he had accomplished so far, there was no way Li Tanming would fear him. Chapter 30, Crazed Demon. Li Tanming, be honored that you will be the first person to ever taste the fury of my Thunderfire chain. Liu Qianying held the recently acquired chain in his hands, staring fervently at Li Tanming. He was the only one in 9th level beast vein here, and he took pride in that talent of his. While the Thunderfire chain was looped around his arm for now, it was likely that Liu Qianying would be using it as a whip. Considering its capacity to tangle its foes, it was even more deadly than a regular whip. The grade 3 beastal weapon instantly attracted voices of envy and admiration from the audience, with most people suspecting it was too big an advantage for Li Tanming to overcome. Don't think Li Tanming can take this one down. Forget it, his performance today is already quite impressive. Other than that scandal in Ignisbilis, Li Tanming was quite a good student. It's saddening to see the kind of things young people would do for love. But that one misstep was enough to destroy his future. His struggle now is all but useless. In fact, Li Tanming could hear a lot of the things being said about him. A useless struggle? He came back here today to show the world that it was anything but a useless struggle. He came back to tell the world that he, Li Tanming, would rise up from the ashes. He had enough with people throwing him looks of pity or ridicule. That cold-blooded man downstairs, what did he think when he saw Li Tanming fight for his honor or his own wife withering away? Li Tanming might not be able to make that man regret all his actions, but the least he could do was to make his father question his choice of picking Liu Qianying instead. And to do that, he just needed to defeat and shame Liu Qianying. Die. This time, him and Ying Huo would have a direct clash with Liu Qianying and a lightning bolt cheetah. As expected, Liu Qianying used his whip art, the thunder channeling whip. The Thunderfire chain lashed out with a swift and mighty strike, giving the impression that Li Tanming had nowhere to hide. Bam. A few snaps from the whip later, the rooftop of the Halcyon Hotel had collapsed, forcing all those still inside the building to evacuate. Moments after everyone had left the building, the Halcyon Hotel, the tallest building in the area, had collapsed into rubble and dust under the force of Liu Qianying's whip. Even then, the chain brimming with sparks of flame and thunder was still chasing after Li Tanming mercilessly. Many spectators couldn't help but think that Li Tanming was just another paper tiger who would not stand a chance against Liu Qianying and his Thunderfire chain. Wimp named Li Tanming, do you still dare not fight me? Liu Qianying snickered as the situation swayed in his favor. To me, one move is enough. With a smooth sidestep, Li Tanming evaded a pounce from the lightning bolt cheetah, followed by a lash from Liu Qianying's whip. Like a crimson shadow, he kept on dodging within the debris. As for Ying Huo, it was even bolder. It had made its way onto the lightning bolt cheetah's back, trying to tear a hole in its body. With its small size, the cheetah was hard-pressed to catch or even attack it. Bzzz. In defense, the lightning bolt cheetah used its furs to generate electric bolts to force the little chick off its body. Stop struggling. Today is the day I'll drink your blood and feast on your flesh. Enduring the electric shocks, Ying Huo actually managed to peck a hole in the cheetah's body and was trying to worm inside. The cheetah even tried rolling around but to no avail. Within moments, Liu Qianying realized that there was no point targeting the little chick, and the smarter move here was to attack Li Tanming together with his lightning bolt cheetah. As he lashed his Thunderfire chain at Li Tanming, the cheetah also swept its long tail like a whip at the fleeing young man. That forced Li Tanming to deal with both the martial art and its beastal art equivalent at the same time. Li Tanming looked like he was on the downside, but as he said, he only needed to use one move for the entire battle. And now, he had found the perfect opportunity to strike. The Crimson Shadow suddenly changed his course and dashed towards Liu Qianying, his left arm tanking multiple hits from the Thunderfire chain. That force would be enough to rip off anyone's arms, but Li Tanming's remained perfectly intact. Liu Qianying was stunned to see his attacks not taking effect, and even his whip became slower because of his shock. At that precise moment, Li Tanming grinned and raised up his left hand, where both Liu Qianying and the lightning bolt cheetah could see the center of his palm. Bewildering guy. In that split second, both Liu Qianying and his lightning bolt cheetah's eyes became dull, and even their body froze momentarily on the spot. Sister. Liu Qianying muttered, his pupils hazy and his tone perplexed. Scumbag. Li Tanming of course knew that the bewildering eye would cause its victims to see the person who they desired the most, but he never expected that person in Liu Qianying's case to be his very own sister. Was this how rotten these so-called prestigious families were? Ethics aside, the use of the bewildering eye had given him that one chance he needed to end the battle. Before Liu Qianying could recover from his illusion, Li Tanming had already punched out his left fist with a dragon mammoth heavy strike, aiming straight for Liu Qianying's face. Bam! The sound of bones cracking echoed through the city. A month ago, Li Tanming swore to punch Liu Qianying's stupid face, and now when he had the chance to do it, he wasn't going to show any mercy. It was a blow even stronger than the one Zhang Zixuan received, not only breaking Liu Qianying's nose but even threatening to snap his neck. Help me, sister. Help. Liu Qianying felt as if he fell off heaven and went straight to hell. The impact of the punch had fried his brain and wiped out any morale he had left. As blood and snot flowed across his face, he just couldn't understand. How the hell did Li Tanming create an illusion of Liu King? If anything, illusion arts were his sister's specialty. Just how? Alas, Liu Qianying never got a chance to voice his doubts. The sensation of blood flowing in his mouth had reduced him to a trembling mess, only capable of desperate screams for help. In fact, peeing himself was not off the cards right now. The events unfolding at the Halcyon Hotel was beyond any of the spectators' wildest dreams. Liu Qianying, how do you like this? Li Tanming was like a demon looming over him, ready to harvest his soul. The sheer terror made Liu Qianying fall to his knees, his vision blurred by his own blood and his voice hoarse from screaming. You have won, Li Tanming, just let me go now. Please, I have made a mistake, spare me, I don't want to die here. Liu Qianying was afraid. He knew that even if Li Tanming dared to kill him, Li Yang and Liu King would take revenge for him. But what good will it do when he would already be dead? He could feel Li Tanming's wrath, and no one could save him if Li Tanming decided to end his life right now. Liu Qianying didn't want to die. Kneeling on the floor, he begged for Li Tanming's mercy. Hell, he would even kowtow and lick Li Tanming's shoes if he still had the strength to. At that moment, Liu Qianying could feel cold chills from head to toe. The blurry image of the man standing in front of him would appear in every single nightmare he had for the rest of his life. As for the memory of him crushing Li Tanming at Zephyr Square a month ago, it seemed so ephemeral, like a dream. But for him, that dream had ended. No. I beg you, don't kill me. I'm the useless one, I'm worse than an animal, don't kill me please. Liu Qianying howled while trying to wipe off the blood from his face, not realizing that it just smeared his face even redder. But what if I insist on killing you? That line was enough for Liu Qianying to let go of his bladder completely, and warm fluid began to trickle down his pants. As for Li Tanming, he had already made his way behind Liu Qianying. The crimson blood dagger was pressed against Liu Qianying's neck, ready to slit his throat any time. On the other side, the little chick also made use of the lightning bolt cheetah's delusions, drilling deep inside the cheetah's body. It was like a woodpecker, pecking on the cheetah's spine and eventually cracking it. The cheetah fell to the floor, unable to even stand up. Still dare to act so cocky in front of Grandpappy Chicken? Next time, I'll back off your manhood. Having completed its mission, the little chick took to the air valiantly, like the king of all beasts. The battle was over. All that the audience could see now was a struggling Liu Qianying held by dagger's tip, and a rolling lightning bolt cheetah with a little chick trampling it. It all happened way too fast, and no one, not even Li Yang, could understand how Liu Qianying suddenly got defeated. A dead silence enveloped Flamehaven, broken only occasionally by the jeers of the little chick and Liu Qianying's cries. Everyone's eyes were glued to Li Tanming and his life-bound beast, still shocked at the results of this battle. For a good minute or so, not a single soul moved. Li Tanming threw a glance at the courtyard. Amidst all the fighting and the commotion, Wei Jing had merely flipped herself on her lawn chair and was still snoozing off. He smiled, thinking of how relaxed Wei Jing must be. What he didn't notice was the tear rolling off her cheek. That tear, however, was a tear of joy. Within this 1 month, Li Tanming had finally proven himself not only to be worthy of the Flame Yellow Order, but also that he was back to take back everything he had lost 3 years ago. Defeating Li Zifeng was just a start, and when he had taken down the 7 disciples of the Lightning Manor, he had shown his true worth. His actions screamed out to Flame Maven that he was no longer the boy that had been crippled, and he would instead be their pride and glory. The Halcyon Hotel had collapsed, and Li Tanming stood before the elites of Flamehaven and Lightning Manor, the life of Liu Qianying still within his control. The look of exasperation on these people's faces made Li Tanming want to laugh, to question them. Who is the worthless boy now? Of all people, Li Tanming was most interested in Li Yanfeng's expression, and he was not disappointed. It was certain that Li Yanfeng had lost much face today. Not only did the son he abandoned outperform everyone else, he had also failed his promise of helping Liu Qianying obtain the mana. Lord Governor, is it just me, or are these so-called geniuses from Lightning Manor all utter garbage? If not, why can't they take a single hit from Flamehaven's resident cripple? Li Tanming was the first person to break the silence, smiling brightly at Li Yanfeng. What would Li Yanfeng think, when he realized the blood-soaked wreck crying in Li Tanming's hand was the prodigy he put so much hope in? Release him. That was the only thing Li Yanfeng had to say. If this happened at Red Twill Mountain instead, he could have silenced Li Tanming even if he won the fight. Alas, it wasn't possible now with so many witnesses. Sure thing, but before that, I'll be taking my Flame Yellow Order according to our bet. And as per tradition, the governor should announce to the city who's the winner of this year's selection. As he spoke, Li Tanming had already found the Flame Yellow Order he so dearly wanted in Liu Qianying's pocket. The Flame Yellow Science Institute had opened its gates to him once again. You already got it, let go of Qianying, now. Li Yanfeng could hide the anger in his voice, but he couldn't hide the distortion on his face. As for Liu Qing, she was already trembling, her face pale as paper. You forgot the announcement, very esteemed governor. Li Tanming still had his dagger pressed against Liu Qianying's neck, his eyes never leaving Li Yanfeng. Liu Qianying tried to struggle, his efforts earning him a tight slap that elicited more cries for mercy. Li Yanfeng never felt this passive in his life before. He was afraid of Li Tanming because he couldn't afford to let Li Tanming kill Liu Qianying. Li Tanming had behaved like a crazed demon, and no one would be surprised if he actually did murder Liu Qianying in cold blood. Making things more troublesome was Princess King's jade pendant. That meant Li Yanfeng had been forced to a dead end with no other choices. I hereby announce that Li Tanming is the winner of the Flame Yellow Order. Li Yanfeng's eyes were burning with anger, but there just wasn't anything else he could do. The citizens of Flamehaven never imagined that Li Yanfeng, who silently evicted his wife and son a month ago, would be forced to declare the victory of this very own useless son of his. As for Li Tanming, he knew that this was only the first step of his revenge. He had sworn that he would never leave like a loser again.